kid, when you start out on your motorsport journey, you dream of being on top of the world. You want to reach the pinnacle and win a Grand Prix. You want to represent your country. You want to hear your national anthem as you're standing on the podium. So many of us have dedicated our lives to motorsport. We've tasted success all over the globe. But there is something so special about winning at home. And to win a Grand Prix is even better. Only 51 people can say this though.
I'm lucky enough to be a New Zealand Grand Prix winner.
I'm a New Zealand Grand Prix winner.
I'm a New Zealand Grand Prix winner.
And I'm a Grand Prix winner in New Zealand.
This weekend, another driver gets to join that list, to be the latest driver that gets to say, I'm a Grand Prix winner. And we can all say,
welcome to the club.
Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club.
Welcome to the club.
what a setting we have. Central Otago in New Zealand's South Island.
Welcome to Highlands Motorsport Park.
This is the NAPA 70th
New Zealand Grand Prix.
live and local.
If that doesn't get the hairs on the back of your neck standing up, nothing will. It's one of the best days in New Zealand sport, and what a part of the world to stage it. The Central Otago and all of the great things that it has to offer. Unbelievable hospitality, world-class award-winning wines, stunning scenery at the back of one of the world's best playgrounds for motorsport, Highlands Motorsport Park. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our coverage of the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix, the 70th running, as you just heard in the introduction there, of the great race. And we have a full day of action coming your way, all as a part of the Repco NextGen NZ Championship. Joined in commentary this morning by Ronan Murphy. We will be covering all of the support activity, all the build-up, all the atmosphere, and there is some breaking news here in the paddock. It's been a very busy morning. Some of those key headlines or stories we will cover off for you in the lead-up to the first race of the day in the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. It's not just the Grand Prix, Ronan, it's the CT Front champion that will also be crowned today. There's a lot to look forward to, isn't there?
Yeah, there certainly is, Rusty. It's going to be a huge day ahead here at Highlands Motorsport Park down here in the beautiful Cromwell region. But no, it's obviously a lot to cover today, a lot of racing to come up ahead, and as we look forward to this first SP Tools TA2 race 2 this morning.
Now, you've been a news hound. Why don't we launch into this with the grid and just explain, Jaden Ransley wasn't our winner yesterday, or not the first to cross the line, but there's been some activity in race control that's changed things. Is that right?
Yeah, so Jaden was the first to cross the line yesterday, but he received a received a penalty for track limits and infringements, but that turned out to be incorrect, and that was reversed. So he ended up being the race winner in the end from Caleb Byers, who was announced the winner yesterday but finished second.
Out of P3, Will Davison. It's great to have Will. His dad, Rich, is here as well, trackside. So Will's been in Australia doing some testing with Grove Racing in their GT car at Phillip Island. He bolted over the ditch from Melbourne, landed here on Friday. Couple of quick laps in that Dodge Challenger to get acquainted with it, if you will. It's nice that the TA2 organisers here in New Zealand have been able to put something together for him. He shared the car in Formula Atlantic with Greg Murphy at our Topor round, and he's been busy. There he is at the wheel of that car there. So we've got a great day of action. SP Tools TA2 Championship is a part of the offering. Bridgestone GR86 to come as well. The Tim Miles Memorial Trophy in Formula Atlantic, Mazdas, and a whole lot more. And of course, the Premier Class. We've covered that as well with CT Front. Quick snapshot of the points coming in as far as the TA2 Championship is concerned. Caleb Byers is on top with 735 over Dylan Grant with 692, and on 650 Toby Elmiger. And we, of course, beyond Highlands, have the rounds at Manfield to come at the end of February, beginning of March, and Topor in early April. So this series has grown in its status, in its strength, and there is more news coming to more cars and interest along the way, drawing very much from the success, the runaway success of the class over in Australia. Something like 160 cars over there in both TA2 and its headline division, if you will, in Trans Am. Some of the stars of supercars competing in that class. You can see the repairs that have gone on to the Ward demolition entry Peter Ward, who's been a champion in V8 Utes and has made the switch across to this class, had a big off yesterday. So great work by the crew on that car to get it ready and get it in action, Ronan. We were a bit perplexed because it sort of ricocheted its way underneath the bridge, didn't it? Boy, it did some damage yesterday.
It certainly did, Rusty, and you can see there the number 69, the Ward Demolition Camaro of Peter Ward. It's a little bit of a riff-raff of parts. It's got a white front bumper on it and a bunch of other things. So obviously great job by that team, and I'm sure by the whole TA2 community here in New Zealand to get that car back together and get Peter back out on the track. He's going to have a bit of work ahead of him though, starting from the back of the field to try and move back forward to where he was sort of running around that top 5 yesterday. But no, obviously great to see him back out there, and he obviously the incident was a real strange one. It all occurred under the bridge, and he hit that wall really hard, as we saw in the replay yesterday, and luckily he was okay, and he's back out there today.
If you saw Shane Van Gisbergen's post on social media during the week revealing his helmet paint scheme for the year, very cool helmet too. If you looked nice and close, you would see the Ward Demolition logo on there. Wardy's been a great supporter of Shane's, a very good friend of the family, and our driving standards advisor or observer in race control for this class is Shane's dad. So Cheese, as we affectionately call him, Robert Van Gisbergen. He does a great job more or less coaching the drivers too. It's not just a case of kind of wrapping them over the knuckles if they do something wrong where possible. It's about helping them because they're all on the pathway here and they've come from different areas. Some have come from Speedway, some are fast youngsters, others have come from the Mazda Racing Series and so on. So we've got this collection of cars. We celebrate the Mustang, the Camaro, the Dodge Challenger. Beneath is a lot of commonality from a chassis and engine point of view, and it makes for great racing. Ransley and Byers on the front row. We're all bunched up for a rolling start. Good crowd starting to filter its way through the gates here and through the museum and the Welcome Centre at Highlands Motorsport Park. It's going to be an epic day of racing. We launch the V8s, the Thunder. Davison's had a nice start there, and he's already putting a bit of pressure on the likes of Byers and Ransley as we go down into the bus stop for the first time. The SP Tools entry gets it done. Bit of dust kicking up in the background. Few of them taking evasive action. And Grant's way back in the order with some issues. I think power steering issues with that car yesterday.
That was Dukes of Hazzard style there, Rusty. There was a big bunch of American muscle cars going through the dirt, but no, it was a pretty good start there from Peter Ward. He went round the outside of about 3 or 4 cars there. He even managed to get past Dylan Grant. So great start from Wardy. I think he was probably one of the only cars that didn't go through the dirt. But we get back to the front there. It actually looked like it was kicked off by Will Davison. He was one of the first cars. Paul Manuel was in there. Toby Almager. They all went through that dirt part of the bus stop there. But now we're coming up through the back part of the circuit there. We see Jaden Ransley sliding the car up atop across the track there. The rest of the field coming through.
Lance Gerlach, that was a big save there, I think, in the 38. Got a real, as they say in this game, a tank slap on it. It was the rear of the car dancing left and right, but he catches the 38. Nice work and plays on. Dylan Grant making up a couple of positions here. Remember, he started this race well down the order in the NAPA Auto Parts entry, and he's already making his way up the order. And here he goes with another one.
Grant actually got back past Peter Ward. Now he's past Carl Gaines as well. So he's moved up into about 8th or so position. So he's moved up into the top 8. Great start from him. He's now really got that car going. He's now in behind Leo Bolt there in another Dodge Challenger in the 98 car. So you can see them there moving around in the rear, trying to put all that horsepower down to the tarmac. Coming through the last corner now. Up the front straight, Grant, he's now all over the back of Leo Bolt. He's now going to have to make a decision where he's going to try and make the move. The bus stop, it's risky going down there. He files back in behind Bolt. They get up on the curb. No one ran through the dirt on the second lap, but you can see there's a lot of dust and grime offline there coming through the southern loop. Jamie McDonald. Oh, Mark Pincher is in the wall hard.
Now that's off the bus stop as they go into the sweeping right-hander. And it's fired off and into the wall there big time. Safety car is called. That's nice to see. You can just see him hand out the window there with the thumbs up.
That is a huge crash. He's obviously gone in there. Maybe he had assistance. We'll have to wait and see for a replay, but that car has gone in hard and that has done a huge amount of damage to the number 11 car.
Just look at the tyre marquee. So this, okay, Ryan, and you dive in here and let's see if this tells us what happened.
Oh, yeah, so he's just gone in too deep, locked up, tried to clear it back up onto the... Oh, yeah, that's a big hit. He's unfortunately just got it all wrong going in there, got himself crossed up and jumped on the brakes. Last minute sort of decision, and it's ended up, or last second decision, and it's ended up, yeah, not working out so well there for Mark Pitcher in the moving company car, that Camaro. It looks pretty second-hand from this angle, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of work to get that car.
Look at the angle of the rear there too,
Yeah.
Ronan. So it's not just body work here, it's a bit more significant underneath, I think. So
Yeah, that's a huge amount of damage, and so disappointing to see. It's never nice seeing cars in the wall, and especially in a class like this that's growing and going from strength to strength. It's I'm sure Paul Manuel, who's running around in 5th there, that'll break his heart. He won't be wanting to see one of the cars in the category in the fence like that. Mark looks to be okay though. That's the main thing. He's got out of the car. He's walking on his own 2 feet, so that's a huge positive. But never nice to see. You can see him looking there back at his car. Obviously, a lot of work going to be involved to try and get that fixed. So not an ideal start. Obviously, as we said, you know, on that first lap, all the dirt and grime, you can see it all there, the dirt and the grass and grime that's on the circuit from everyone running off on that first lap. And then Mark, he was wide, got out into the dirt and the marbles, and at that point, he was a passenger. Couldn't do much more than that, and he's ended up in the wall.
when you talk about that, I mean, very obvious from that shot where you can see the bits of rubber and dirt and whatever else that's been brought onto the track there. You call it, you refer to it as like marble. So when the tyre gets on that and it doesn't have that complete purchase or connection with the bitumen, just describe what that is like. I mean, clearly very difficult to control, and off it goes.
Yeah, and especially when you're on a slick tyre. So a slick tyre is, it's got no tread. It's just completely flat and round all the way around the tyre. So that means that the when the tyre gets onto a slippery surface, you know, water or you know, debris or marbles, as we call these balls of rubber that come off the tyre as the car's going around the circuit, then the tyre no longer has contact with the road. So then when it's got no contact with the road, you lose control or full control most of the time of the vehicle or the car, because the contact patch of the tyre is now no longer touching the ground. So that looked to me to be the case. He's ended up out wide in the dirt, you know, the dirt and the grass that got flown onto the track by everyone running off on that first lap. That also makes the tyre very slippery, and then when you hit the marbles, it's almost like driving on ice. This very, very hard to come back from it or to make the car actually turn and do what you want it to do. So it just looked like Mark, he went in there maybe a little bit deep, he got a little bit flustered, ended up out wide, and then from there he made the decision to jump on the brakes, but at that point then the car pitched around and fired backwards into the wall. So really disappointing for him, and I'm sure there's going to be, the car looks like there's going to be a lot of work to get that car repaired, and whether or not he'll make it out for the race later on this afternoon is going to be up to how bad of, or how much damage there is to that car, and I'm sure the team will be able to give us a bit of an update on what's going on with that car later on.
Nice to have you with us wherever you're joining us for the coverage. If you're live and local with us here on Sky Sport New Zealand, if you're having a coffee, maybe you're waking up on the other side of the ditch watching on Fox and KO, welcome. And then for those that are perhaps late at night in Europe or afternoon in the United States, watching through our Repco NextGen NZ Championship YouTube channel, great to have you with us. We have a couple of fun things as a part of the day's broadcast offering as well, including Love Highlands. That's not a play on or a trip up there from a word perspective from me. We've done some very cool things with some of the drivers around the region, some cool tests and games and experiences, you name it. And it's made for a very, very funny, almost reality style game show. A little bit of Top Gear meets, you know, the Great Race or the
Amazing Race.
Amazing Race, sorry, beg your pardon. Yeah, well done. So keep an eye out for that during the coverage throughout the day. You'll enjoy that. All packed into our Grand Prix offering today.
So we see the 71 car there, the gear wrench car of Jamie McDonald, obviously got very much a speedway background, sprint car racing and whatnot. So this is been a big learning curve for him, and he's thoroughly enjoying his time out there in the TA2 class. He's been going from strength to strength, and now he's sort of knocking on the back of those sort of top 3 or 4 cars and doing an amazing job of that.
Top 5 yesterday when we had the drama, obviously, for Dylan Grant, unfortunately. And he's sitting there at the moment in 6th place. So he's made that adaptation. There are a couple of them in this field that have come via that speedway path or route, if you like. And it's a huge change for them, Ronan, isn't it? When you go from the clay, the dirt circuits like that onto bitumen, for the first time. And every time I wander down and see Jamie, he is loving the challenge, loving being a part of this.
Yeah, absolutely. He's doing a great job, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day. It's just progression, Rusty. If you can do something better each time you get in the car, eventually you're going to be at the point where you're looking to be winning races and getting on the podium, and he's going about the process and following the steps exactly as he should, and not doing anything silly either. He's doing all the right things, doing it in the right way. We haven't seen him put a scratch on that car. He's just been really methodical in the way he's gone about it, and we're still on the safety car at the moment, and I'm sure the likes of Dylan Grant, who's a little bit further back there, he's an 8th, he'll be really wanting the safety car to end pretty quickly. But let's go down to Rihanna.
I wanted to catch up with this guy, Yevon David. You've been such a star of CT Frot this season. We've loved having you part of it. I mean, it feels weird to say it's the final day, it's the final couple of races today. How could you sum up your time here in New Zealand?
I honestly can't believe it's the last day. I woke up this morning and I was like, nah, I don't want this to end. Yeah, but it's been an enjoyable series. I've learned a lot with me and my team as well, with my engineer. So that's the main thing. This series was to prepare for my main campaign, but also to take the experience in of racing in New Zealand. And it's been absolutely incredible. I've enjoyed every second of it, and now got one more day to go.
I want to talk to you about the support that you've had from Sri Lankan fans. It has blown our minds just how passionate they have been for you and your family and the team. What's it been like for you to see that everywhere we go?
Yeah, honestly, I think that's got to be the highlight of the whole series. The Sri Lankan fans with the cricket jerseys, the band and Taupo. It's just been unreal. We got a big group coming today as well from Invercargill, I think. So I'm very excited to see everyone, and I have to be super thankful, and I really appreciate it because I never thought I'd get this support, especially in New Zealand. So, but yeah, super thankful.
Coming off P9 for the first race that's coming up at 11:50 this morning. Do you change tactics at all for the final couple of races that we've got here, or is it for you just all about getting those points still and trying to get those the podium?
Yeah, whether it's a Grand Prix or a reverse grid, you race the same way. I would say because it's the last day, let's have some fun. You always drive better when you're enjoying it, so just gonna enjoy it, get the maximum points as possible, of course, and see how we go. You
were part of the Love Highlands that we had going on this weekend. A lot of fun. We loved watching it. What's it been like, I suppose, to be part of something like that? You guys are pretty serious when it comes to car racing, but that's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think waxing my legs was not on my itinerary, but otherwise it was a pretty cool experience, taking the helicopter ride and doing the pizza blindfolded, and then we did win the Love Highlands in the end, and it was really nice getting to know Justin Marshall. I've never spoken to an All Black before, but that was pretty cool. So yeah, just gonna wait for my legs to grow back now, and then we'll see how it goes.
Okay, give us a sneak peek. Give us a sneak peek. There we go. The nice, freshly waxed legs on Yevon David.
Up to here, so I guess it's going to be like another 4 months until I can wear shorts again. But yep, I guess we'll figure it out.
And we've loved having you part of this series. We've really enjoyed having you and your dad and the whole family here. So thank you so much. All the best for today.
Thank you very much.
Awesome stuff. We wish him well for the year ahead too. A great many of them that are in the CT Frot field will be in Formula 3 in season 2026. So, continue the support if you've been able to get to know them a little bit across our journey of the past 4 weeks. Make sure you support them in F3, those that are contesting that this year as well. He's been a great character and very giving of his time, just as Ryan Wood has.
Poor Yevon, he looks like he's wearing knee-high socks. That's really, as he said, he's going to have to figure out a way how he can start wearing shorts again. He might have to pull out the old razor.
The grand final of Love Highlands coming up today as a part of our coverage. As he said, Justin Marshall, the former All Black, more than 80 caps with the All Blacks, and he calls this part of the world home. He jumped at the chance to be a part of it. It was great to spend the day with him as well. There's Andrew Wade watching on. He's just outside our commentary box. He's part of our, along with Rihanna Crean and Richard Crail, and a very special guest too, joining us from Radio Le Mans. We'll let you know a little bit more about that later. So we've got a good lineup for a big day of racing here. Hopefully, there you go. So lights out on the GR Supra safety car. It accelerates away. We're about to go racing once again in the SP Tools TA2 New Zealand Championship. SP Tools, of course, in the business for 50 years. All sorts of tool and workshop solutions, and they're proud partners of this series.
And look at Jaden Ransley. He's right up on the back of Caleb Byers, so he is rearing to go for this restart. He's going to have 3 laps to try and do something about the SP Tools Camaro there and see if he can get it back into the lead, but Byers is not going to let this one go easy. He's going to be wanting to try and drive away, get into it on this restart, and try and put a gap between himself and the 75 Signature Homes car.
Keep an eye on Will Davison, revitalised. New chapter in his driving career, and he's talking about it like the early days of single-seater racing, just enjoying it for its pure pleasure once again. And we're set to go. Looks like Ransley right up underneath that rear wing of Caleb Byers. We get the green flag here at Highlands Motorsport Park. Away we go once again. They've got a little gap over Will Davison, maybe a car length. Toby Elmiger is in 4th place. Are they clean through the bus stop this time? They are.
Everyone got through there really nicely that time. No grass was getting kicked up. As we see there, Dylan Grant, he's resuming his battle with Leo Bolt and Paul Manuel. Jamie McDonald there, he's in 5th place. He's moved up on Paul Manuel, and Toby Elmiger's not too far up ahead of him. As we see there, Dylan Grant looking up the inside, didn't quite get the move done on Leo Bolt. He's now running, goes slightly wider as he now puts the power down to the Dodge Challenger. Is he going to be able to get up the inside, going down towards the carousel? He is, so another pass for Dylan Grant now. That moves him up into 7th. Now the next target up ahead is Paul Manuel. Just
got a message from Australia too. Looks like Matty McKeldin, who works in category management there for TA2 in Australia, is watching. Good morning, mate. Welcome. I think he says they call that new front bumper section on Wardy's car appliance white. That is the colour scheme. So I love that.
Well, it's certainly not slowing Wardy down. He's now moved up ahead of Lance Gerlach. He's now into the top 10, so he's moving on with it. He's also passed Carl Gaines, so he's into 9th now for Peter Ward. So we now look there at the number 20 car, the Napa Auto Parts Dodge Challenger. Dylan Grant now all over the back of, it's Jaden Ransley, had a go at Caleb Byers. He didn't quite get the move done. He's putting Byers under an immense amount of pressure at the moment. He's going to have 2 more laps to try and have a go. This is for the race lead.
Look
Big
at them.
slide from Byers.
Will Davison as well, squirming on those. Now we're going to go time certain. We're hearing from Motorsport New Zealand Race Control, time certain. They're all on the Goodyear Control tyre, and it's a higher sidewall. You can clearly see that compared to a lot of other racing cars. So that bag tyre does move around a lot, particularly as the race wears on. You can hear it, you can see it, and it makes for a bit of a spectacle. So Byers on the run home here now. Does Ransley, is there a chance at the carousel? Is there a chance at that sharp left-hander beyond that? He gets off that corner nicely.
He's very, very good off the S's there as Jaden Ransley. He's just got to get a good run through the bowl here. If he can get through here nicely, get the power down. He's a little bit narrower than Byers, but that might help. Into the dirt a little bit. They're both using all the racetrack, trying to put the power down. You look at them both slide there. It was like watching D1 NZ.
You broke into a little bit of an American accent there before with the Dukes of Hazzard line too, didn't you? Don't think that went unnoticed. That'll get replayed somewhere. Right.
The good old boys.
Off this turn, so you can take that multiple ways. Andrew Waite reminding us yesterday, in the early days of Highlands, there used to be a chicane down there and they removed it and it widened all these opportunities. Ransley's got a great run up over the bridge. Byers has gone mid-track to try and minimise the chance of him getting by. Time options running out for Ransley.
Ransley's now going wide. He's locked up though. Can he get a run up the inside? He's now on the outside of Byers again. I don't think he's going to be able to quite get it done. Byers' car is squirming in the rear, trying to stay ahead.
Ripper stuff. Caleb Byers will do it. Checkered flag. Jaden Ransley home second. Another excellent third from Will Davison, and he gets the fastest lap on the run home. Will Davison, a 1:41.491 in third.
Will is clearly starting to gel with that car, and to set the fastest lap of the race on the last lap shows every lap he's improving and getting closer and closer to these two front guys. But what a race between Byers and Ransley, and I'm sure Jaden would have known that race got cut short by a lap or two. And
they've enjoyed that too,
yeah,
I think.
they've loved it.
I love that. The response, all of them, when you go down there. There was a late night barbecue here with the drivers and teams last night. So Byers does it from Jaden Ransley. Will Davison in third again, so we will see him in Allied Petroleum victory lane, and he does it by grabbing the fastest lap on the run to the checkered flag. Elmiger, he's got some good stuff still to come there, Toby. We know he's fast. And Dylan Grant, that's a good story. The NAPA Auto Parts Dodge gets all the way to 5th. That's important for the championship.
Absolutely. So we look at the highlights. So Ransley didn't really get the best of starts, and Caleb Byers actually jumped him off the line. He'll be a bit disappointed with that one. Will Davison jumped to the third there, and then they all fired through the dirt. Which again, look how much dust and grime there is on the circuit there, Rusty. I would say that probably did play a part in Mark Pitcher's incident later on. So we now see Dylan Grant. He was making moves left, right and centre up the inside of Lance Gerlach. Gerlach had that massive slide, as you touched on, and then we saw there Mark Pitcher unfortunately got crossed up and into the wall there down at the southern loop.
It was hard to watch a second time, let alone live, so lots of damage to that car, not just bodywork. We were under safety car for quite a period, and we basically then had a sprint to the flag. Grant was able to pick up some more positions, and that helps him in the title race. Gets it done by moving by Paul Manuel there. And then with a couple of corners to go, Ransley tried left and right and looked at all sorts of options as he battled Caleb Byers. Watch how much ground he makes up here on the run over the bridge, but Byers parked it perfectly.
He certainly did, and there was certainly some urgency in the way Ransley was driving those last couple of laps. He knew he was running out of opportunities and unfortunately just didn't quite get there. Byers took the win. Brilliant drive from him in the SP Tools AC Delco Camaro. Ransley there in the Mustang, and Will Davison rounding out the podium, and on that last lap of the race, he set the fastest lap of the race. So clearly, Will, he's adapting more and more every time he does laps in this car. He's getting faster and faster, and I think he's going to be a real threat to these two boys later on in the race this afternoon. And how cool is that, Rusty? All three body shapes, all three manufacturers in the top three of this.
Well done. Yeah, we celebrate in this class with the silhouette bodies. We tip the hat to the various famed muscle cars from over the years. The Chevrolet Camaro, the Ford Mustang, and the Dodge Challenger. As Rona said, each of them represented here in victory lane.
Caleb Byers, young bloke out of Christchurch. So too is Jaden Ransley, actually. So the top two boys hailing from the South Island in Christchurch. Benny Byers there, Caleb's dad, giving him a pat on the back. Job well done by young Caleb. Taking home another race win. Let's head down to Rihanna down at Allied Petroleum Victory Lane.
And we welcome him back once again. Congratulations to Caleb Byers. That one was hard fought. He pushed you right to the very end. Well done.
Yeah, it was mega. I had a great battle with Jaden. He's real cool to race, and I loved every minute. I can't thank my sponsors, SP Tools and SP Delco enough. And yeah, it's mega, and I'm literally looking forward to the last race of the weekend. Yeah,
so we can't wait for race 3. And in second place, he nearly got it done, but not quite enough right at the very end. Congratulations to Jaden Ransley. Sorry to hustle you. You were hustling Caleb, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Buggered up the start, which was unfortunate. Wheel spun in first gear, and that pretty much cost us the race. We had really good pace at the end, and if the race had gone the distance, I think we would have had a really good shot at it. But unfortunate with the start, and hope Mark's okay with what happened over there at turn 3. But positive heading into the last race today. We obviously start reverse top 10, so we'll start further back, but we'll have a real good dip.
We look forward to it. And rounding out our third place, congratulations, Will Davison. He's on debut this weekend, but very quickly, Will, just tell us how much fun you're having out there, particularly lap 1.
Yeah, I did a little jump through the bus stop there, which wasn't ideal, but yeah, it's fun. I was wanting more race laps because I'm just getting the hang of it. So well done to Caleb, well done to the boys. They look like they're having a good race. So longer one coming up. So I'm into it now. I've got to find a little bit of speed.
We're looking forward to race 3. Well done, Will.
Yeah, cheers.
We go straight from the SP Tools TA2 Championship to Bridgestone GR86. Here's your cream insurance grid. Josh Bethune will line up for the second race of the weekend from pole position alongside Lee Zeltwanger, who won the rookie of the round last time out when we were at Teretonga Park a week ago. Cooper Barnes from P3. We drift further back. Arthur Braun has been a star so far this weekend, turning around a difficult outing in Invercargill. He's been quick here. And the reigning champion, Hugo Allen, out of position 8. Worth reminding everybody, as Ronan Murphy stays with us here in commentary, that we spice things up for race 2 of the weekend. We invert part of the grid, don't we?
Yeah, it's a reverse top 8 race, Rusty. So Hugo Allen, our race winner from yesterday, he starts 8th. Arthur Braun, who finished 2nd, he's obviously off P7. So this is really going to spice it up, and particularly I reckon we need to note Josh Bethune, he's off the pole position. We've seen how lethal he can be when he's alone out the front. He can, you know, when he's got the car in the window and he's in the window, he can just drive away from the field. So he's going to be one to watch. But Lee Zelltwanger, the reigning Toyota 86 Winter Series Trophy champion, he's starting off the front row of the grid, and he'll be wanting to try, and he'll be hungry for that first race win and first chance to really try and give it to these front guys. So he'll be off the outside of the front row of the grid, trying to get that start, try and get away from the rest of the field and drive away from the likes of Josh Bethune. But Josh Bethune, we know what a wily operator he is. He's going to be wanting to try and take the lead, drive away, and make this a super clean race.
Coming into the weekend, Chris White had moved into the top of the point standings, 5:45, Zach Blinko 5:23, AJ Giddy 4:88. They need to be obviously adjusted, given that we've had race 1 of the weekend, but I'm setting the scene for you coming into Highlands Motorsport Park, and the reason for that, good chance for Zach Blinko out of 4 here to make up some ground in points terms in the championship. Good start by the 32 of Josh Bethune. He's launched away nicely. The right cart's by M2. Toyota 86 will lead them into the bus stop for the first time. Lee Zelltwanger 2nd. And
Chris White's already moved into 5th place there. Blinko's now going to go side to side with Cooper Barnes through the grass. And now
wheeling.
They now go through the southern loop, still side by side. Chris White's in behind him. Justin Allen not too far behind. White's now sticking his nose in up the inside there. Is he going to clear Blinko as well?
That is aggressive stuff, and it's worked for Chris White. Blinko wants to stay in the mix here because those two are battling for the championship. No one wants to yield there. No one wants to give. Blinko holds it.
Blinko's managed to hold on. He's managed to keep Chris White at bay. White got the best start by far of all those guys in the top 5 or 6. Blinko goes a little bit defensive. Arthur Braun, our 2nd place finisher from yesterday, he's now trying to look up the inside of Justin Allen. Hugo Allen sitting there still in 8th. He hasn't done too much just yet, but I'm sure he'll be watching and reading the race up ahead. As we see now, Josh Bethune, as we spoke about, he's starting to drive away. Already on this first lap, he's pulled about a 3 or 4 car length gap on the rest of the field.
This is positive for Lee Zelltwanger as well. Now, we've obviously inverted part of the grid, and that helps him, but it's a relatively new venue for him, and he felt, compared to his stablemate, that he had so much more to learn about this track. Dramas, I think, there for the 42. Simon Hunter slowing in the background. Something going wrong for Simon Hunter there.
Simon Hunter had big side-to-side contact with Mac Templeton down at the hairpin, so potentially maybe it broke something in the car, something to do with the suspension or steering. It was a pretty hard hit, but as we now go back to the front, Josh Bethune still leading the way from Lee Zelltwanger. Cooper Barnes there in 3rd, Zach Blinko still in 4th, and Chris White rounding out the top 5. Our race winner from yesterday, Hugo Allen, he's still sitting status quo there in 8th. Arthur Braun's just ahead of him. So come across the line to start lap 2. Bethune, this would have been the plan all along for him. He's just driving away. He's already got a 2nd gap. Fastest lap of the race at a 1:56.2. So I'm sure it's all going to plan right now for Bethune. But his teammate, Cooper Barnes, he's now all over the back of Zelltwanger, who's starting to bottleneck the field a little bit there. He's got 4 cars in behind him. Chris White and Zach Blinko, probably the most notable of the 2 championship protagonists.
Had a good chat with Chris White overnight. He and his teammate Mac Templeton actually went back to Christchurch on Sunday night after the Invercargill round. Bit of hands-on prep, the pair of them, on their own cars as well. Now you're just keeping a little watch.
And we see there, Hugo Allen's actually managed to clear Arthur Braun. Something's happened there with Braun. He's now getting attacked by Mac Templeton, who's looking real racy. So something obviously happened there, potentially a mistake. Hugo Allen's now managed to clear him, and he's actually pulled a bit of a gap. So Arthur Braun potentially lost a bit of momentum there. Something occurred.
Justin Allen starting to light up the timing monitor as well. So the NAPA Auto Parts car, he's one of our more established drivers. Manfield in the centre of the North Island, or around Palmerston North, I should say, is his home track. But he's had a difficult opening couple of rounds, and he started to turn the corner last weekend at Teretonga Park. So he is going well at the moment, in 6th place, and looks like he's got pace.
We see there Cam Hill and Nico Scholes going side to side. AJ Giddy's gone through the dirt to go around the outside of Cam Hill. So Cam Hill trying to give the rookie a bit of a rub up there down at the hairpin. It didn't quite work out for him, and Scholes actually got back past, and now he's coming under threat from AJ Giddy and Harry Townsend.
Remember, if you were with us for the coverage yesterday, AJ Giddy's car involved in a decent incident. They've done a great job to ensure that car is on the grid for today's race. Well done.
Oh, that's tight. Cam Hill and Harry Townsend. Townsend backed out just there at the last second. As they come across the line, Lee Zeltwanger actually just set the fastest lap of the race, so he's now starting to find his rhythm. As we look down here, coming down here, this was the replay of what happened with Simon Hunter. So you see Mac Templeton in the 92 car. There's side-to-side contact, so we'll have to wait and see how the officials look at that. But Mac was certainly far enough up. It was just that side-to-side, wheel-to-wheel that unfortunately has done something to Simon Hunter's car. So I don't think that was necessarily a bad pass. Mac was far enough up, and he was. They both gave each other room. Just that side-to-side rubbing and contact was what unfortunately has ended Simon's race.
And from Mac's perspective, he's had a difficult outing in Invercargill. It's nice to see him still with the energy, the elbows out. He's a bit flat on Friday here. So Bethune with a lead of nearly 0.8 now of a second.
And Chris White's just set the fastest first sector of the race, so he's looking real racy in behind Zach Blinko there, and I'm sure that will be his goal in this race, will just be to be clear of all the guys he's racing in the championship. So Zach Blinko will be #1 on that list, and currently he's in 4th there. So if Chris White can clear him, he'll be, I'm sure, pretty happy with that. It's going to be a tall order to try and catch Josh Bethune, but Zach Blinko's right in ahead of him. Justin Allen's putting a lot of pressure, though, on the back of Chris White as well. So we'll see how much speed's in the 88 car, if he can manage to clear the 90. But Zach Blinko's also not going to be wanting to make it easy for Chris White.
Chris was positive yesterday about the Pack and Save 88, but he didn't quite feel like he had the car to kind of match it with those just up the road ahead of him. So they were working on that last night to try and get a little bit more out of it, but he's racing so well at present. So the question kind of remains here, does he make a play to ultimately, if he can, as Blinko's found a little bit of space here, would he risk a pass on Blinko, or would he think bigger picture about the series lead?
Yeah, exactly right. That's all the things that go through the minds of these young race car drivers. Huge amount of talent in this field, and they've got to manage these things. We're now into the 4th round of the championship, so you've got to evaluate, do you let your opposition, like if they've got more speed, do you sort of make it all easier for them and just bank the points, or do you fight on hard and risk something potentially happening? So there's none of these guys, they're all incredibly impatient. They don't want to give an inch. They all want to get to the front as quickly as possible. But at the same time, if you're fighting for a championship, you've got to think things out a bit more. And at the moment, that's what's going to be going through the heads of Zach Blinko and Chris White. Chris White, so far, he's just been scoping him out the last couple of laps, figuring out, so he moves the car a little bit to one side to sort of let Blinko know that he's there, try and get him looking in his mirrors. So we see there Arthur Braun, he is all over the back of our yesterday's race winner, Hugo Allen, the reigning champ. He's got so much speed in that number 222 car at the moment. Set the fastest lap of the race on the last lap at a 1 minute 50.8. So there's plenty of speed in the Pack and Save car, but can he do anything with it? That's the big question.
One of the highlights of the weekend so far was the way he got the elbows out at the start of the race as the 88 finds itself here. Chris White, he's under all sorts of pressure from Justin Allen, so he's dropped right back from Blinko there.
Yeah, he's lost a lot of time in the last 3 or 4 corners to Blinko, so clearly Justin Allen's now starting to find some speed in the number 99 Syndicate Motorsport car. He's now putting huge pressure on the championship leader. They come through the last corner there, full commitment, getting so close to the wall. Hugo Allen there in behind as well. He's going to be watching the back of Justin Allen's car, trying to catch up. Arthur Braun in behind him, and then Mac Templeton's managed to break free from the rest of the pack, from Jack Suchek and Nico Scholes, who are a little bit further back.
Some real variety in the battle among the teams in this category as well. Some very good teams in New Zealand Motorsport, prepping the cars, coaching the drivers. And Josh Bethune leads the way, the driver who was 3rd in the 2024-25 Bridgestone GR86 Championship. And here's a great story in Lee Zeltwanger as well, who's come through the pathway, the 86 pathway, if you like, and has now stepped into the Premier class here. And he's doing a really good job to hold off Cooper Barnes at the moment, the rookie.
He certainly is, and as we see now, coming up over the back part of the circuit there, Josh Bethune's gap, his gap in the lead, it's actually dwindled just a tad, but he's still able to maintain anywhere between that sort of half a second to a second, keeps you pretty safe from the chasing pack. And Lee Zaltwanger's got enough to deal with Cooper Barnes and Zach Blinko behind him, so he's not necessarily going to be fully focused on trying to chase Bethune when he's got a couple of real fast young guys in behind him.
Can you just quantify a tad? What is a tad? A 10 for 2 10s? What does that equate to?
Well, in Bridgestone GR86, a tad can be half a tenth,
exactly.
knowing how tight it is. As we see there, Chris White and the Neil Motorsport in conjunction with Wood Motorsport car there, coming down towards reverse Indy. He's still got huge pressure from Justin Allen, and Hugo Allen and Arthur Braun have now bought into this battle, trying to get past Chris White for that last spot in the top 5.
Allen looks energised again, doesn't he? We haven't seen that, certainly off the Hampton Downs rounds. We didn't see that pep in his step, and he's now got great drive off that final turn. Sizing up Chris White, goes to the outside as they head into the bus stop. What does it look like?
There was contact there. Chris White actually swiped the wall through the last corner. He's got them all crossed up going through there, run through the dirt a bit. Justin Allen, he waited till the very last second to pull out of that.
Enter Hugo Allen and the 222 of Arthur Braun. This is a 4-way fight now for 5th place. Chris White holds it. We know Braun's car is fast. Allen is getting edgy. He wants to get this done.
And these are 4 cars, 4 race winners, guys that know how to win races and get podiums in this championship, and they're all going at it, hammer and tong for that 5th position.
Matt Templeton. It's now 5 cars. Awesome for Mac to be in the thick of this.
It's a Neil Motorsport sandwich. You've got Chris White at the front of it and Mac Templeton at the back of it, and then you've got 3 super aggressive, super fast guys in between. So Justin Allen's going to be getting frustrated with this. He's going to be wanting to try and get past Chris White and get on with this race. Chris White's obviously not got the car speed this time around to be able to stay with the front guys. He definitely swiped the wall on the last corner on that last lap. His mirror, we saw his mirror fold in a little bit, so that he's going to struggle if he doesn't have that vision out the back.
The key will be trying to minimise the damage here, to stay where he is, and he'll only be 1 place behind Zach Blinko. Hopefully he can keep Allen at bay, but there's an angry pack of them there, isn't there? So
as we see there, Justin Allen clearly found a new lease of life in that 99 car. It's clearly starting to come alive. It's all over the back of White again. Hugo Allen's looking very racy in the number 1 car. His teammate up in 2nd place there, Lee Zaltwanger, the rookie. As they come through the final corner again, how close does White get to that outside wall? He ran a bit more curve on the inside there to make sure that he could stay hard up and not get near the wall like he did the last lap around. Justin Allen still chasing him down. How hard do they drive it into the bus stop this time? No dirt flicked up that time, so a bit more cleaner. Chris White will be relieved about that. As we see here, this was on the last lap, so look at White. He's got the rear, yeah, and he did. He swiped that with an inch of the car. The mirror's light.
Mirror in, yeah.
That was hardcore, and then we saw there Justin Allen got a run. Oh, and he smashed the bollard. They're both all crossed up sideways, D1 NZ style. And that look what that did for Hugo Allen and Arthur Braun. That got them right up into the thick of it. Mac Templeton's bought into this as well, as you said, Rusty. Hugo Allen's now playing some games with Justin Allen, trying to get that move done. That'd move him up into 6th if he could get that pass made. As we now coming up through the back part of the circuit there. Lee Zaltwanger, he's actually done a really good job to stay with Josh Bethune. He hasn't lost too much ground. That gap's only about 7/10 of a second. Now coming down to the hairpin, what's going to happen there? Chris White, he ran a slightly wider line that time, got a better exit off the hairpin.
Just to your point about Lee Zaltwanger, that's really good. And when you consider the speed, the kind of calibre that we've seen from Cooper Barnes and Zach Blinko, to keep those guys behind him for the better part of this race is excellent. So we're in the final quarter, if you will, of this 10-lap race. Back to that fight. White in 5th place from Justin Allen. Then Hugo Allen. Their surnames spelled slightly differently. Hugo's the reigning champion in this class, and young Arthur Braun, who spent only a couple of years ago several months overseas racing karts, proudly representing New Zealand in that process, and he's made the switch to car racing, bit of time in Mazdas and now in Toyota 86. That 222 has been fast here all weekend. Looking forward to the feature race for Bridgestone GR86 this afternoon too as a part of our coverage.
Absolutely, and we will see Arthur Braun off the pole position for that race later on. But there, Hugo Allen's now under immense pressure, and Chris White and Justin Allen have actually pulled away from Hugo Allen and Arthur Braun. So clearly now Hugo's more focused on Arthur, and he's lost a bit of ground to Justin as Justin's now looking to have a go. Chris White up in the dirt there. He ran right up the top of the curb through the S's. So now come back now as they go under the bridge. Arthur Braun didn't quite get out of there as good as he would have liked, and now he's under a little bit of pressure from Mac Templeton.
Further back in the field in 14th, young Nico Scholes, who's joined the Bridgestone GR86 class this weekend. We understand that he may be about to get a penalty though, and I'm wondering if that's for track limits, Ronan. That's been, as is often the case here at Highlands, something that is very closely monitored or policed.
Yeah, and so far we haven't seen any sort of accidents or anything happen, so I more than likely agree with you, Rusty, that will be for track limits, as we know these young guys, they love to go at it. They try to drive these cars as fast as they can, and they try and find the shortest way around the circuit, and if that means track limits, then it certainly is what happens. As we see there, Blinko having a look at Cooper Barnes, didn't quite get the move done. Now coming up towards reverse Indy, is he going to try and do the old switcheroo, crisscross him? Not quite. Cooper Barnes holds on to that third position. He's not going to want to give up that podium, but Blinko's got a good run. Can he get up the inside last corner? Not quite. Barnes runs it defensively. They fire on through the last corner, full commitment, out towards the wall, up the front straight. And they've lost ground to Lee Zelltwanger and Josh Bethune. Zelltwanger's actually closed that gap at the front of Bethune, so what can Lee Zelltwanger do in the last couple of laps?
Zach's been really good at focusing on the big picture in that endless entry of the championship. He's just continued most weekends to build the tally, to work on that. I mean, he was 7th in last year's championship. It's been a good step for Zach Blinko in season 25-26.
Yeah, massively, and he's consistency's been the key for him. He's been punching out those really good results, always near the top 4 or 5 cars. And at the end of the day, that's what you have to do to win a championship. You can win all the races, but if you end up having some DNFs or some silly things happen, it can cost you in the long run. So he's been excellent in that so far across the season. So too is Chris White. So we see there, Lee Zelltwanger's got the lights going.
On. So he's engineered by Todd Bickerton, works with that crew there. 86 Trophy Series champion. And often when you talk to him at events like this, he feels like it's the learning, the step with the newer generation car, perhaps how different it was to the older 86. See, look at this, playing full intimidator here. He wants the win from Josh Bethune. That is easier said than done.
Yep, they've got the lights going, as we see there. Both those guys on that lap, though, I think they were a little bit over track limits. As we now come through, we're over the bridge now, down towards reverse Indy. Coming down, getting the car down into the bowl. Josh Bethune missed the apex there, but he got off the corner quite good. He's not, of any driver that's not going to get phased by flashing lights, it's Josh Bethune's one of them. So we're now about to start the final lap. Chris White, Justin Allen, Hugo Allen coming through that last corner. Lee Zelltwanger, he's going to have a couple more opportunities. This is the final lap, so his last chance to try and make something happen and try and get past Josh Bethune for that race win.
Good drive by Lee Zelltwanger. Kiwi Tarp entry, they enter the loop, the long, sweeping right-hander. What's happening in behind? Well, Barnes is still holding that from Blinko. White still with his hands full with Justin Allen. So it's a couple of different battles that we just need to keep an eye on as they head to the finish line. Can Blinko maybe snatch that third spot and just help him a little in the points race here?
So we now come under the bridge for the final time. Bethune still leading from Lee Zelltwanger, Cooper Barnes, Zach Blinko, Chris White, Justin Allen, Hugo Allen, and Arthur Braun. Mac Templeton there in the New World St. Martin's car there in 9th. Cameron Hill's currently rounding out the top 10, so he's done a good job to recover from where he was on the first couple of laps. Zelltwanger, this is probably going to be one of the last opportunities he's got. Josh Bethune doesn't defend because he knows he's got enough of a margin. Chris White, though, what's going on down there? Hugo Allen was looking at the back of Justin Allen.
White has managed to hang on to it. So this will be a big test as they get to the finish of this one. Bethune a little bit sideways as they line up the bridge. Up and over. Car gets light there. Zeltwanger dives to the outside. Looking to try and sneak up the other way. Reverse Indy will be the last chance.
That was pretty wide from Zeltwanger. He might have gone in a bit deep there, and it's actually ended up costing him a little bit of space there. Blinko all over the back of Cooper Barnes.
Looks like it'll be status quo. Josh lining it up out of the final corner. Josh Bethune will greet the checkered flag first in Bridgestone GR86. Lee Zeltwanger, that's a great drive in second. And Cooper Barnes holds on for third. Chris White manages to keep fifth.
Yeah, that's critical there for Chris White, our championship leader, coming home there in fifth. Josh Bethune, though, he'll be pretty happy with that one. Didn't quite have it all his own way. Didn't drive away as much as he probably would have liked, but a race winner's a race winner. He held off a charging Lee Zeltwanger in the last 3 or 4 laps and managed to come home with the victory. Cooper Barnes, his teammate, coming home in third, rounding out the podium.
Wow. Well, can't wait for the feature race this afternoon. Great job, Josh. Lee Zeltwanger, though, that's a terrific story. We're continuing to see the growth of the rookie racer having come through the trophy series. He'll be chuffed with that second place, given the limited experience both at this venue and in the newer gen car. Cooper Barnes holds on for third over Zach Blinko. Blinko thinking big picture, and Chris White in that fight, 5th place, manages to keep it. AJ Giddy in the end with that repaired car in 12th place. Highlights time in Bridgestone GR86, second race of the weekend, where we invert the top 8 finishes from the first race. And Josh Bethune launched away nicely in the right carts by M2 entry, took the lead from Lee Zeltwanger. Look what was going on behind him as Zach Blinko got up on 2 wheels, fighting with Cooper Barnes. Barnes would manage to keep that third place, but they went side by side through the loop there.
Yeah, they certainly did. And then coming down to the S's there, we saw Chris White, championship leader, going side by side with Blinko. Didn't quite get the move done. And then that was a big talking point of the race. Mac Templeton and Simon Hunter side-to-side contact, and unfortunately that was the end of Simon Hunter's race. Nico Scholes, Cameron Hill and AJ Giddy with Harry Townsend there in the background. They were having a great battle. Unfortunately, Cameron Hill came off the worst out of that one, but he made his way back through the field. Justin Allen, he was all over the back of the championship leader. Chris White did a brilliant job, a very level-headed drive to stay ahead of Justin Allen and maintain that position there in the top 5, but then we saw him hit the wall. So much commitment through that last corner. He bent the mirror in on that car.
Oh, that was so good to watch. Neither of them wanting to give up the corner, and it was rally style. I think as Ronan said, D1 NZ drifting style through the bus stop. Final couple of laps and corners meant we were keeping an eye on several battles. Lee Zeltwanger flashing the lights. The rookie wanted to take the race win if he could from Josh Bethune. Here was the last kind of ditch effort from Justin Allen. Couldn't quite get by series leader Chris White.
Yeah, certainly was, as we now coming down to the last couple of corners. Josh Bethune and Lee Zeltwanger were fighting it out. Zach Blinko almost, we thought for a second there he might have got it done on Cooper Barnes, but not quite. Bethune came across the line to take another race win from Lee Zeltwanger, the rookie. So we see them down there in the Allied Petroleum victory lane. Great race for the Right Karts by M2 competition team. 2 cars on the podium, never a bad day at the office. Let's head down to Rihanna down in the Allied Petroleum victory lane.
There's a familiar face down here in the Allied Petroleum victory lane for race 2 of the Bridgestone GR86. We must say congratulations to Josh Bethune. Hell of a pressure that he put on you there for the last lap. Just tell me what was going through your mind.
Honestly, just get it to the end. The boys at Right Karts by M2 have worked really hard the last 2 weeks, and so it's good to give it some time to pay off. But yeah, it's been a difficult couple of weeks back down home.
We've loved watching you race here this weekend. We look forward to one more race later on this afternoon. And coming in P2, our rookie of this championship. Congratulations, Lee Zeltwanger. Lee, this must be very satisfying for you, being fairly new to this championship in this car.
Yeah, it was really satisfying. Good to get at the front of the pack. I've been struggling with qualifying a bit, but when I start up front, I know I have the pace to stay up there and have a good result.
What was going through your mind on that last lap? Did you think that you had something for him?
I had a good run over the bridge, but then Josh blocked, of course. So I tried, but then went a bit wide. So couldn't set anything up for last corner, but I definitely tried.
We look forward to seeing you for the third and final race this weekend. And rounding out our third spot is Cooper Barnes. Congratulations, Cooper. There was plenty of pressure on all of you out there. Are you happy with that race?
Yeah, pretty happy. It was tough at the start. Didn't get the best start. Me and Blinker went too wide into the bus stop, and that was pretty hectic. Had a bit of rubbing, but came out the other side in front. So, yeah.
Congratulations. We loved it. Our second race here for the Bridgestone GR86.
Thanks, Ree, and it's time to celebrate the podium for Race 2, Round 4 here at Highlands Motorsport Park. And it's Race 2 of the Bridgestone GR86 Championship. Presenting the trophies today, Bridgestone Account Manager Jason Tennant. And in third place for Right Karts by M2, it's Cooper Barnes. For Carevets Racing in second place, ladies and gentlemen, Lee Zeltwanger. And also for Right Karts by M2, please congratulate your winner, Josh Bethune. Congratulations to our podium finishers. A moment with the watching media. A great race in the Bridgestone GR86 Championship. Congratulations to our winners. We're going to take a short break here from the NAPA 70th New Zealand Grand Prix. More racing coming your way after this.
Every pile is in 25s. Yeah, are they on the table? No, no, don't any component. Okay. So I've just put all the plates underneath. They're all 25s except for the Sorry. Except for the obvious ones on the bags, which I think is 10. And then the cutlery just got to be brought down.
Since 1950, drivers from all over the world have travelled to New Zealand in the Southern Hemisphere summer to try and win the New Zealand Grand Prix.
Ken Smith, Simon Wills, Lando Norris will take victory. Pure ecstasy for Liam Lawson.
Shane Van Gisbergen.
Will Brown wins the New Zealand Grand Prix.
This year we celebrate the 70th running of this great race, an event that is steeped in history.
The first race to be called the New Zealand Grand Prix was at Oceania in 1950. Then in 1954, the New Zealand Motor Cup was run at Ardmore, and it was called the Auckland Grand Prix. And that was run in 1954 and 1955 as the Auckland Grand Prix. And in 1956, it was then called the New Zealand Grand Prix, with previous winners shown on the program as being the winners from 54 and 55. So, hey presto, all of a sudden, retrospectively, history now shows the New Zealand Grand Prix as having started at Ardmore in 1954, even though at the time it wasn't ever called the New Zealand Grand Prix. Most of the circuits in New Zealand, and we have plenty, have hosted the New Zealand Grand Prix at various times. The original home was at Ardmore, and that ran from 1954 to 1962. And then Pukekohe was created, and that really was the home of the New Zealand Grand Prix for many years, apart from 1974, when it was given to Christchurch to link in with the Commonwealth Games that were being held at Christchurch. And then it's been to Manfield, it's been to Ruapuna, it's been to Teretonga, it's been to Hampton Downs, and now it is at Highlands, the beautiful Highlands circuit in Cromwell.
Amongst the many winners of the event are 5 Formula One world champions, but many massive names in the world of motorsport have tried and failed to win the famous trophy.
Some, like Lando Norris, the most recent world champion, was just a kid when he raced here, so they weren't all reigning world champions. And there's also been a number of drivers who were as good as world champions, and I'm talking about Stirling Moss, who won the New Zealand Grand Prix 3 times, generally regarded as the best driver never to have been world champion, and our own Bruce McLaren and Chris Amon, both absolute frontline drivers who, with the right equipment and the right year, would have been world champions. So it really has been an extraordinary list of wonderful historical names that have come to New Zealand to compete in our series.
The big names that we got the opportunity to race against in the New Zealand Grand Prix was guys like Jackie Stewart, Jim Clark, Graham Hill, Bruce McLaren, Stirling Moss, and it was a great lot of names. There's names that could keep going forever on them.
The New Zealand Grand Prix is a very, very important part of being a New Zealander, racing in New Zealand, and it's a race that we all work towards trying to win. And for me, I got to race in my first New Zealand Grand Prix in 2019, and was lucky enough to win it, which is probably at that point the biggest achievement I'd had in my career.
Some remarkable history, and we've been telling that story over the last month, and it is one of the races in the world with so much unique history, the New Zealand Grand Prix. It is going to be an incredible race this afternoon, the 70th running of New Zealand's most famous race. Cannot wait for that. In the meantime, it's time to roll out Summerset GT New Zealand, and this has been a ripping championship. It's round 3. This is race number 2. And we're coming off the back of a thriller yesterday, which was won by Rick Armstrong after a big dive to get past Nigel Cromie. Joel Giddy was in the mix as well in the Mercedes AMG. There's some drivers a little bit further back that need to make some ground. Among them, Luke Manson. Sam Fillmore had some dramas and is in a patched up Porsche overnight. The team at IMS had some work to do. So the stage is set. And then there's a GT4 battle that we're going to bring you up to speed with, which I think has great excitement potential for this race. Good morning, wherever you might be watching from beautiful Highlands. It's a stunning day for sport this morning, and I'm joined in commentary as usual by Andrew Waite, and special guest this weekend from the world of GT and sports car racing. John Hindhoff is with us to call Summerset GT New Zealand. Gentlemen, good morning. Andrew, to you first. Cracking race yesterday, as it has been all season long, and you sort of just sit back and wonder what's going to unfold in the next 30 minutes.
You certainly do. The Summerset GT category never ceases to fail us with the way this racing unfolds. These guys are not scared to get stuck in, get the moves done, and being here at Highlands as well, it certainly provides some fantastic racing. And yesterday there's some big moves being put on as well, and I can't wait for the GT4 race too.
Yeah, I think you're right to highlight that GT4 race with the young guns in there, the Supras and the AMG. Similar concept, big engine up the front, rear wheel drive, but they do use their Michelin tyres in a very different way, and we saw that AMG coming on strongly towards the end of the 30 minutes yesterday. And remember, I'd put a couple of dollars on the fact that everybody here is using the same tyres that they used yesterday, and they'll keep their lightly roaded qualifying tyres for the longer race later.
Yeah, 100% they'll be doing that. It's obviously a longer race. You want that tyre to be as fresh as possible heading into that one. So this race will be certainly a little harder for these guys. They're on most likely tyres that they used yesterday. So it's going to be, cars going to be moving around. But we do have those cooler conditions. It's only going to get warmer throughout the day. But yeah, bring it on.
Caught up with Nathan Pilcher, who's the motorsport coordinator for Porsche Motorsport New Zealand, and quizzed him on what went out of the spare parts truck to go towards Sam Fillmore's car, and it was quite a lot actually. So front bar, front lip on the front splitter, rear bar exhaust, which was probably the most expensive component of that little drama, as we have a look at Motorsport New Zealand race control right upstairs here at Highlands. They have the best view of the venue, which they should. They're running the show. And a few other little ancillary bits and pieces on Sam Fillmore's car. So he got away with one, frankly, with some light damage for what could have been, and to be fair, we saw this in CT Frot later in the day, could have been a very large accident.
Yeah, you very rarely get away as lightly as what Sam Fillmore did. Obviously, still some damage, but it's probably one of those damage bills he wouldn't mind receiving compared to how bad it really could have been over there.
What do you think Nigel Cromie would have learnt yesterday? Led early, led on the restart, and was, frankly, ambushed by the championship leader, Rick Armstrong, lined him up under the bridge, dived down the inside at the left-hander that follows, passed him for the lead, drove away and won.
I think don't give up the inside down there, particularly with a few laps to go. I love the fact, by the way, and I'm not used to this, GT cars with a clutch start, which is great.
Well, formation off for the formation lap now, so they will get a rolling start for this. But yeah, I feel a bit sad when Cup cars don't do a standing start,
yeah,
because there's nothing like a grid of GT3 Cup cars on the grid crashing at 8,500 RPM. But for the sake of clutches and everything else on the grid, we roll them off the line.
So supercars must be the highest level other than Formula One now that is only on clutch start.
That's a fair comment, I would have said. Yeah, as we check the Cream Insurance starting grid, Rick Armstrong is off pole for this, Nigel Cromie on the outside, Regan Schooler out of third, and Sam Fillmore gets a chance at redemption from P4. James Parker speedy, especially in the back end of yesterday's race in the IRC GT out of 5 alongside Luke Madsen. Then it's Andrew Child and Joel Giddy, who passed his way up to third place right at the very end of yesterday's race in a hugely entertaining scrap for the miners. Then check the GT4 cars. So Willie Exton, a former GT4 champion here, starts from pole. Young Aussie Lockie Evanet starts alongside him in the sister Supra. Grant Aitken next. Then it's 16-year-old Matthew Day in the Mercedes AMG, who won yesterday. We'll talk more about him in a minute because we caught up with him at dinner last night.
Yes, we did.
And then off the back is Ryder Quinn. So Ryder is starting car number 101, the game over car. He's sharing with Popeye, with Tony. He's starting that one off 13th place. He is fast and will work his way forward, I have no doubt.
You were asking, Krillsy, what Nigel Cromie might have learned. What did James Parker learn? Because he had a fast IRC GT car off the start. Couldn't quite muscle his way in to make up a position, but then came back later on.
Yeah, he certainly did. As the race got going, just got quicker and quicker. But I think the biggest thing here for Nigel Cromwell as well, where he lacked a bit of speed, was off that restart on the colder tyre, and that only comes from experience as well. He's reasonably fresh into this car. It's a first season in the GT3 Cup car, so to understand that slick tyre, it's a lot bigger than the GT4 tyre. So there was a bit of caution played, shall we say, for him on that restart, and I'd say it'd be the same here, but it's just not easy to pass. So you just want to take your time and make sure you find the right spot to get it done, but it's clearly got the speed to do it.
So 30 minutes will commence when they get to the control line to start this race. Porsches side by side on the first 2 rows of the grid. Joel Giddy back in 8th is going to be worth watching in this. He has better car speed than being that far down the field. So watch out for the 700 horsepower Mercedes AMG GT2. And then the GT4 battle is going to be compelling. It's Summerset GT New Zealand on sensational Sunday, Grand Prix Sunday in New Zealand. We're underway in race 2. Really even start between the two. Maybe Armstrong by half a car length on the run into the bus stop. Can Cromie go with him? Oh, and it slots in behind. Fillmore up a spot, goes to 3rd place. He's followed by Luke Manson. Parker's in there as well. Schooler's dropped some ground in the laser plumbing and electrical car, and Giddy up 1 already as well.
Looked like a bit of door banging between Regan Schooler and Luke Manson into the bus stop there. Manson getting the move done, moving up into 4th position.
Zach Willie Engston converted his pole position as well in that GT4 battle. We'll keep a check on that as the time ticks away. But so far, so good for the guys in the Porsches at the front.
Ryder Quinn already passed Grant Aitken in that GT4 battle, so he's on the back of Matthew Day. Grandpa Tony is watching from upstairs and overlooking to see how his grandson's going to go in this one as they get set for a 12-hour campaign up to the hairpin. Leaders cleared out, but the fight is on for 2nd and 3rd and 4th and 5th and 6th. And Fillmore is looking racy early in this one. Looking to make amends from yesterday as they tip into the left, then the right, then the jump, and launch the cars over the bridge for the first time.
You can see they're really struggling to get the heat in the tyres, Andrew, because they all went in really shallow into the hairpin there. Used tyres getting maybe a 2nd or a 3rd heat cycle, and they want these tyres. They must get these front tyres to last the 30.
Yeah, it's crucial to build them up in the right way as well. You don't want to force a tyre too hard too early. But I tell you what, Rick Armstrong with a brilliant first lap, already cleared out 2 seconds. So he's clearly very, very good and confident with that cold tyre.
Man, he has got that thing hooked up early and has driven up the road. 1 minute 40.0 for the first lap for Rick Armstrong. Everyone else chuck a blanket over them down to Andrew Child in 8th position. And these races tend to simmer and bubble away for just a little while, and then at various moments it pops over the side of the saucepan and goes all crazy for a little bit. Then they turn the heat down and it simmers again, and then once again it just gets a bit too hot. It is a crazy series. This is Joel Giddy gets up the inside of James Parker. That's for 6th.
Assertive move by Giddy there to get up the inside of James Parker. The next car up ahead for him will be Regan Schooler. He'll be pushing super hard to try and get on the back of him.
And Ryder Quinn's made up a couple of spots already. He's into 11th, and that means that the top 3 in GT4 are the 3 Supras.
Great battle between the Supras, the young guns in the cars for this one.
Schooler down the inside of Manson and gets the spot. So a really good run out of the hairpin and was side by side all the way down the back straight. Was able to squeeze up the inside the 999, so 4th position now.
So many passes, if you're going to get one done here, Andrew, and you know this place really well, you're planning and scheming maybe 2, sometimes 3 corners back to get that momentum that turns into a couple of 5Ks advantage.
Yeah, you really are, and because there's so many variables on this track with high-speed corners, there's so much going on. all the time, you're actually nearly trying to force the car in front of you into a tiny mistake, to force him a little bit wide, to be able to get the run off the next corner. Yes, there's some genuine passing opportunities, but because there's just so many things going on, like even around turn 2 here, if you go a touch wide, you end up stuck in the marbles on the outside, or you're trying to brake and turn all at once into here. So you're always having to be on the top of your game the whole way around the lap. So it's a bit easier than some tracks to force those little mistakes.
Love this from Regan Sculler. He's flying. His championship was compromised at round 1. Qualified so well, was second, 4th in race 1, then 2 DNFs back-to-back in races 2 and 3. And it's so costly. And in a championship that's sharp and punchy in terms of its length and number of races, it's very challenging to recover from that from a points point of view. But P4 now would match his best result of the season, but there is a long way to go in this, and he is chasing down Sam Fillmore. Good squabble with Cromie, Fillmore, Schooler, Manson, still all locked together, and Joel Giddy hunting them down in the Big Merc.
Does Rick Armstrong think he's on a qualifying run at the minute? He's already got the fastest lap of a 37.377. He's gonna beat that here. Again, he's putting in fastest sector times. He can't have put new tyres on for this, could he? And risk the longer race?
I don't think so. I think he's just dumped in for this one. He's very, very quick. He's done a lot of laps around this place, and you can get into that situation as a driver that when you're out front and the team's telling you just hold your pace, you don't need to pick up anymore, but you're going, I'm already taking it a little bit easier, but he's still banging out those quicker laps. So another half a second, 6/10 of a second he's pulled on that last lap.
It's a different car race at the moment. Driving away, 37.1 for Armstrong. Fillmore's got good speed though, but 12 of the 13 cars on the racetrack did set a personal best lap time last time round. So on lap 3, they're now getting to that peak performance of pressure and temperature in the tyre. It's starting to produce some lap speed.
I think Andrew nailed it actually on the first lap for Armstrong. He said he was really confident on the colder tyre. And if you look at his lap time compared to everybody else is a lap behind in their best laps. So that 6/10 is what Rick took off himself last time around, and then Nigel and Sam and everybody else, they're all about the same level. So he clearly got the warm-up phase of the tyre in the opening lap, and then possibly even on the warm-up lap.
Fascinating insight there. So what's happening there is they're streaming live video from the cockpit of James Parker's IRC GT and feeding it to a laptop in pit lane. So they're getting live information from what James is doing behind the wheel. On the right is Robert Hackwood, who's quite a well-known racer from Oz, who's come over to help run this car this weekend. They've got Daniel Gillison on tools and engineering as well. So quite a bit of brain power here, and they've gone the full World Wide Web version of motor racing at the moment, and they're getting live pictures out of the race car, which is really cool.
I tell you what, whatever their connection is pretty good, because that latency's not bad at all from there. Only a couple of 3 seconds back. And that, why are they doing that, Andrew? What are the pit crew learning about this?
It is pure gold, having that on board. So it allows, if he's got a driver coach in the team to help him out, they're able to see live what's going on, because normally what's been around for a long time now is live data, and that's great. Driver coaches can use that to determine braking pressures, what's going on, but without having that onboard overview as well, it's hard to piece the complete picture together. So using the onboard, you can see, okay, they're a little early on the brakes or a little late, but this is why they're slightly offline here or slightly offline there. So it really opens up a new world of ability to understand what is going on, not only with what James Parker's doing as a driver, but also what the car's doing as well, where and work it all together and help them improve. So there'll be some live coaching going on for them.
They run a similar ECU and data setup as the Porsche Cup car, which has the same facility, by the way. You can stream pictures out of it. Hey, gents, I've done a little bit of sleuthing, and good journalist never reveals his sources, but I have it on good authority that Armstrong and Fillmore both on a green tyre, a brand new Michelin tyre for this race. So a little strategy for them to position themselves well for the final race, and that's certainly adding up for Rick Armstrong, who's just punched out a 1:36.7, which is the fastest lap of the race by 6/10 of a second. and he's now 5 seconds to the good. Let's go back and have a look at this GT4 battle, shall we? Here's Willie Exton, who leads the way over Lockie Evanet, and just in behind is Ryder Quinn. So if you ever dreamed of a one-make Super Cup, this is what it would look like at the moment, because they're 1, 2, and 3.
So just getting word as well from race control that Ryder Quinn has received the black and white flag for track limits, which will be up over the bridge. He's been hustling away in that car to get up to speed, and there's Popeye watching over his grandson Ryder Quinn, who's doing a fantastic job in that car, and let's call it the Super GT4 Cup.
I like it.
Might as well be, yeah.
I like it. Good to see Willie Exton back into a car, isn't it? Started racing in Michelin Sprint Challenge in Australia last year, got 3 or 4 rounds in. Big crash at Townsville, unfortunately, and it tore up not just the car, but the budget as well. So they had to put that to the side, unfortunately. So he came back to New Zealand, but he was fast in one-way Porsche racing. He was a GT4 champion here in the McLaren. He's a super young guy. This is a good opportunity.
Very, very talented young driver as well. I did a bit of coaching with him in the early days when he first got into cars, and he's got a lot of talent, doing a great job, and great young kid. So he's got a bright future in motorsport, and he's clearly showing that out in the lead at the moment in the GT4 class.
The third of the 3 Supras, the white car, is Ryder Quinn. He's taking different lines because ahead of him, first and second in GT4 are having their own battle. He's trying to get a wider entry, and therefore, when you do that, Andrew, you get on the power earlier, and he's really closed in now.
Yeah, he's right on the back of them at the moment. And this puts Lachlan Evanet under pressure as they go across the start-finish line again for another lap. Just under 20 minutes remaining in this race. The pressure is mounting from behind for Lachlan Evanet.
Toyota make incredibly durable components and cars. The Toyota Hilux, of course, incredibly durable blinker switch on the Super, it turns out, because Ryder is giving it a workout in this race. I don't think Lockie Evanet cares. I'm pretty certain he's not paying attention, but Ryder sends it deep into the chicane.
But look what's happened for Lockie. He's slightly defending, not massively. He's not taking the full inside approach to the corners, but as soon as he does that, he's losing a little bit to Willie Exton out front.
Yeah, he certainly is, and you'll be surprised, even though obviously Tony's grandfather owns a track. You think he'd done hundreds of thousands of laps round and round, but Ryder hasn't done as many laps as you would think around here. So it's even playing field for these guys. And for him to basically jump in this car just yesterday and do what he's doing now, he's doing a stellar effort and putting a lot of pressure on these guys, which is fantastic to see.
The reason why this is great for Ryder as well is a little bit of seat time ahead of what's coming up in 2 weeks for the Quinn family, which is really special. They'll be in an Audi R8 at the Maguire's Bathurst 12 Hour as the Super Battle condenses up into the final corner. So Grandpa Tony, his 2 sons, Kent and Clark, and the grandson Ryder. So Quinn, and Quinn driving together. It's going to be a purple Audi with a big Q on the side. That's it. That's the sponsorship. It's a remarkable story. It has been something that Tony has wanted to string together for a long time. Circumstances didn't permit it until this year. It's going to be really cool. You'll be able to catch all the Maguire's Bathurst 12 Hour, by the way, here on Fox and KO and Sky Sport New Zealand over the course of February 13 to 15. It's going to be a really good story. So this is great for Ryder, sharpen him up before the big race in a couple of weeks.
Meantime, 4th position, Scola with Manson behind him, Reagan and Luke fighting it out, and again unconventional lines into that hairpin. I love that big wide entrance to that.
Yeah, it certainly makes it very inviting to throw the car up the inside, but Scola there just covering off his line just enough to say to Luke, yeah, I know you're behind. I'm just going to cover you off a little bit so you don't dive up the inside. But look at Joel Giddy. He's starting to buy into this battle now, third.
Well, he saved his best till last yesterday, Joel Giddy. He was really aggressive on the final lap. He had a few little things to say about that, actually, even our Allied Petroleum Victory Lane chat. But nevertheless, came away with a top 3 finish. Been very consistent this year. They made big grounds on the AMG in the off-season and getting it to look after its tyres. John, last year it had a a tendency to go really fast early and then destroy the tyre mid-race, and he would struggle late. So they've made big gains in that, and the car is going well, and Joel is driving it exceptionally well too.
By the way, the second and third places on the box are not settled either yet, with Nigel Cromwell and Sam Fillmore having a cracking battle there. They're about 6 seconds adrift of Rick Armstrong, who's way up the road. He can now pace himself to what's going on behind, and that's his advantage now. So he doesn't have to worry about his tyre wear now. He can ease right back, and the guys in the pits will be telling him the gap to these two.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You don't need to blaze off into the distance. You may as well start looking after the tyres underneath you in case there's a stoppage later on in the race with a safety car or all those situations. If you burn the tyre up now, you've got nothing to fight with later on. So you just look after that tyre, hold that gap. 5, nearly 6 seconds is more than enough. As track limits there for Regan Schooler as he goes up over the bridge. You can't run all 4 wheels inside the white line, but that was well and truly that lap. So race control, I'm sure we'll be having a little look at that one.
Fillmore looking racy. That fight for second and third place right on the rear bar of Nigel Cromie's number 33. Let's go back and have a look at this.
I mean, it's a joy to watch as you're four-wheel drifting in there, but that's
well and truly and outside of track limits there for Schooler.
Didn't need the VAR for that one, did we?
I don't think so. He'll notice it too. And that's the thing as a driver, even though Schooler's done it, he's not maliciously trying to cut those track limits. It's such high commitment. You've got a lot of aero on the car as you're starting to turn in there. So you've got to pick a turn-in point, and you've got to commit to that turn-in point as well. So if as you're starting to do it, you can't then open the wheel and try to go around. Otherwise, you're going to have a crash on the other side of the corner. So he's not trying to cut those track limits. He's not trying to gain an advantage. It's all about that commitment as you first turn in. So he'll note it for himself on that lap. Right, my turn was a touch early, and we're talking a 1/10 of a second earlier than what he would have otherwise liked to have done turn in, and that's what creates those situations.
Here we go again in GT4, and Ryder Quinn has turned up the wick once again. He's just set his personal best first sector of the whole race. He's closed back up to Lockie Evanet. They're on a bungee strap at the moment. It ebbs and flows and stretches and then closes again. But he's just biding his time, looking to squeeze away past it all. This is giving Willie Exton an opportunity just to build a little margin out in front in the car he's sharing with Alan Sargent. Big send into the hairpin, and this is going to give him a really good drive out. Ryder Quinn, he's going to get an excellent run. The run down to the left-hander at the end of this long back straight. Is it enough to get the nose out? Not quite this time, but gee, he looks racy.
Certainly does. This is a good opportunity off the bridge to fire it up the inside. He has a go, not quite enough. Showed his nose again. Massive pressure for Evanet in front.
Main reason he couldn't get it down to the left-hand side there was the front tyres were actually in contact with the circuit. That was incredible. Ryder Quinn has been consistently using that later turning into the hairpin and getting right under the rear aerofoil of Evanet ahead of him. He just can't seem to find the extra couple of Ks to get out down the inside. Tony's loving it.
He's loving this. There's been cheering going on. His grandson's doing a ripping job in this very entertaining battle. The battle of the youngsters was how the 3 other drivers that usually drive these cars described it. They were all looking forward to pulling up a pew and watching this one this morning before sharing the car in the 50-minute enduro later on this afternoon.
The racing in GT4 is awesome the way it works out, because you don't have as much aero in a GT4 compared to a GT3 car, so you can sit under the back bumper of the car in front for longer. You're not cooking the tyres quite as hard as if it was a high aero car, so that's why the GT4 racing is always fantastic to see.
While we're watching this, Sam Fillmore just easing a little bit closer to second place Nigel Cromwell. We'll keep an eye on that. This time Ryder Quinn not as close to the second place Supra ahead of him. I love these Supras. I love the double bubble roof. It's all throwback styling. Straight 6 engine up front. Is there anything better than the sound of a straight six? Well, other than the V8, probably. But I always liked the straight six. I had a couple of Jaguars with a lovely old 4-litre straight six.
He said this close, this close. He's cheering him on. Lockie Evanet has come over to get some experience in a Supra. There may be plans, I understand, to race in Monochrome GT4 Australia this year. His team owner, Brett Francis, is here this weekend on a little bit of a recce mission as well to get some understanding of these cars. Lockie raced Australian Formula Ford with Brett's team. He's also been running in the TA2 and Trans Am Championship in Australia, so he's been driving a bit of everything really to get some miles, but now looking towards GT4 as a potential career path, and out of the Toyota 86 Championship over in Australia as well.
Now there's the battle for second, and I was talking about it. Has closed in just a little bit. Nigel Cromie in the white fronted car and the orange and blue Sam Fillmore. And is it my eyes, gentlemen, or is Regan Scola coming a little bit closer? And now Joel Giddy has, yeah, he's got some, James Parker has got some company as well, with that number 22 in behind him of Andrew Chide.
The Yeti.
Yeah, it looks great. It looks great, that, doesn't it?
Still waiting for a few gold teeth, though, to add to the front.
I like it.
He's reasonably fresh to motorsport as Andrew Childer's second year, well, first year as part of this championship, but second year ever racing cars. So to come in and do what he's doing is a brilliant effort, putting pressure on the back of James Parker now, who we know has been very, very fast throughout this championship last year, and James himself is reasonably fresh to this championship too. Did a lot of it last year, joined in this year as well, but it's fantastic to see that improvement.
So what's the story on the Yeti, the furry thing? Is that something specific to him? Is he into his, into those kind of stories? Is it a family thing?
Second-hand, it's family related. As youngsters get involved with it, as far as I'm aware. I'll follow that up and I'll have an answer for you for the last race, Joel.
Good stuff. How we're down to just 9.5 minutes to go.
It flies by, doesn't it?
Rip through.
Interesting, the pace has disappeared out of James Parker in the IRC. We touched on the fact that yesterday that car came alive late and was very quick. We've gone the opposite way today. Last time by, 40.9. Plays a 37.3 for Rick Armstrong, and Rick wasn't the quickest guy on the circuit last time around. That went to Nigel Cromie, who's still in the low 37s. So Nigel actually set his personal best lap of the race last time by.
And he needed to, because Sam Fillmore was closing up. He closed up to 4/10. He's doubled that gap now at 8/10, 7.5 tenths of a second between second and third, and still the supreme Supra scrap continues.
So I heard the lap before, Ryder Quinn down into the hairpin there. You can hear chatter out of the front tyre, so I wonder if he's just burned that front tyre just a little bit too much, and now he's just giving them a bit of a break, let a bit of temperature come back out of them so he can have another crack at Lachlan Evanet. But at the same time, Evanet started to look a bit more racy too. He's started to apply a little bit more pressure on the back of Exton.
So Willie Exton's best lap is a 1:39.9. Nigel Cromie in second place in a GT3 Cup car has done a 37.1. That over 4Ks, that's not a lot of lap time margin. It shows you how hard these youngsters are driving these GT4 cars.
We'll be ragging them on the absolute edge. As we see Evanet there, he's slightly wide around the southern loop, which brings Ryder Quinn back into the battle again.
I wonder if that number 635, Evanet, I think he might be just opening his hands a little bit on that fast right-hander and trying not to put too much energy into those front tyres.
It's a real catch-22 with that as well. Yes, you want to open it up, carry that speed, but you end up too wide, then obviously you get into those marbles as well. So it's a real fine line.
Let's go down to Rusty.
Couple little things to update you from the lane. The team that look after Ryder Quinn tell me that he was actually raising this as an issue with the fronts yesterday. They'd made a little tweak overnight, but he's squeezing the absolute maximum out of it at the moment. Speaking of nerves, should we go to Alan Sargent? How are things here this morning, Chief? Everything okay?
Nerve-wracking, mate. This is nerve-wracking. It's really good to see the three Supras up there mixing it out. So.
It's been a cracking battle in this class, hasn't it?
It's been a good battle. Obviously, the young guns are doing fantastically, so us old guys are a little bit slower, but
we'll leave you two to enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Standing next to Glenn Chappell, who is watching his co-driver Lachlan Evanet go at it. So first and second in the GT4 class. I love their willingness just to chuck their cars at these kids as well and let them go at it and drive the things as hard as they can. They're going to get some benefit, by the way, because they'll have all the data and information they can dive into and look at post-race and analyse where they can perhaps find a little bit of time when they get back in the car a little bit later on this afternoon. And good learnings as well for how they look after the tyre and how you can look after it over the duration of a race. So it's all important learnings. That's why the AM drivers bring along a pro, often in GT racing, to put them in the car, because it's all about improvement and learning for them.
The amount of rubber that is being laid down through that fast right-hander by the two leading GT4 Supras, it's not going to be much life in those tyres after the next 5.5 minutes.
Got a little bit more of an insight. The sleuth has been on the job to figure out the reasoning behind the livery on Andrew Child's car. So it does start with Rexy. He loves Rexy.
Oh, really?
Loves that car, how good it looks.
Right, okay.
But just getting into the sport, he thought, I'm not quite good enough to have something that angry. So he thought he'd go for a little more friendly version, so he's based it off the abominable snowman character off the animated movie. So pretty cool. He's quite the character, so that's where it's all come from. And he's had his kids help him out with that idea as well. So very, very cool story.
So there you go, Gunnar Jeanette and the rest of AO Racing inspiring liveries around the world with Rexy, Roxy and Spike, who's running gold this year, the LMP2 car. They looked stunning at Daytona.
Love the tongue hanging out the side.
Hanging out, that's what got me, actually. That's brilliant. You'd think all that fur wouldn't be aerodynamically compliant, really.
No, it certainly wouldn't.
Movable aerodynamic device.
It looks like, remember in the days, Crailsy, back in the day, I'm old enough to remember when there was bits of wool on the outside of cars for aerodynamic development. Not quite there with this one.
James Parker has found a bit of speed late, so we're talking about the fact that he was in the 40s. He's back down into the 38s as Rick Armstrong, who's been in the 36s in this race and just cruising around in the mid-37s now, starts the final lap of the race. So the man from Wellington, reigning champion, he has been in extraordinary form so far this season. No driver has won twice in a weekend so far in Summerset GT New Zealand. So looking to be the first to do that, building an ever-impressive championship lead. It's out to a smidgen over 40 points now. The Armstrong's team down in Wellington, or up in Wellington from where we are, cheering on, no doubt, their man who's been so good, and I'm sure watching on, getting ready for another season in the NTT IndyCar Series, his son Marcus. We'll be very keen to see Dad and very pleased to see Dad driving on. So Marcus was in the car earlier this year before he went back to New Zealand. They had a little bit of a shootout between them. And Marcus was at pains to point out that Dad put new tyres on and went quite quickly.
It's been a masterclass though, this Crailsy. A masterclass.
Well, and broke the back of it early, didn't he?
Exactly.
On the
First lap.
Running a new tyre, so there may be a little bit of pain late in the 50-minute race later on this afternoon, but for all intents and purposes, he has nailed this one from the outset. Championship leader, started on pole, perfect start, pulled away early, and Rick Armstrong, pole, race 1 win, and a race 2 win in Summerset GT New Zealand here at Highlands. What a dominant performance from the champ.
Fastest lap of the race as well by Rick on lap 2, 36.731. Nobody else with a 36 to their name.
That is what you call a clean sweep of a race, to be able to pull all that off. And even with that lead out front as well, able to look after those tyres as much as he possibly can going into the finale 50-minute race later on today.
Here's the GT4 battle. Willie Exton still got the little margin over Lockie Evanett, who's still got the white and white Game Over Supra in his rear-view mirror. So this is going to be a fun finish to this one, and it's going to be Willie Exton who will return to the championship that put him on the map in New Zealand motorsport before he went to Australia. And a 1-2 result for the Race Lab team as well. What a performance. Pressure cooker stuff. Didn't turn into all-out combat, but Will Exton gets the win over Lockie Evanett. The Supra's a 1-2-3, and Ryder Quinn almost brushes the wall on the final lap of the race and may have just scraped the mirror along the concrete right at the very end. He was pressing on.
Yeah, don't underestimate that drive from Willie, because although there was nobody up the inside of him, that was concentration all the way through.
You cannot afford to make a mistake at all in those situations, and he didn't make a single one, which brought him home the GT4 win.
So it's Rick again, Nigel Cromie next, and Fillmore on the podium. So that will be a pleasing result for Sam after yesterday. Regan Schooler next. That's a solid drive from the 999, his second fourth place finish of the year. Manson and Giddy rounding out the top 6. Quiet day for Joel Giddy so far. They're looking to tune that up for the Enduro. James Parker and Andrew Child. Next, Willie Exton wins GT4 in front of Lockie Evanett, Ryder Quinn. Matt Day 4th, but quick enough to run with those 3 youngsters up in front. And then Grant Aiken rounding out the field. Highlights now, Summerset GT New Zealand, and this was as close as the field got to the Armstrong's Porsche.
Rick there just ducked away right at the start. He was gone from lap 1. Good on cold tyres, good on warm tyres to pull out that 6-second gap.
Ryder Quinn picking his way through from the back, made up some early positions to make it 1-2-3 in the GT4 Supra battle.
Tony was giving the thumbs up at the end of that race too. I think he actually enjoyed Ryder sliding the car out wide to the finish line there, which was great fun. This was an intense battle the whole way through. And there were a couple of openings for Ryder Quinn to squeeze up the inside. Yes, it was that close. But ultimately, Lockie Evanett was resolute in his defence. And resolute in his performance was Rick Armstrong. Drove away from the field, ended up winning by 6.1 seconds, had it out to over 7 at one point. 4th win of the season for the champion. He is in crushing form, building into the 50-minute Enduro later on this afternoon, and he continues to build his margin at the top of the Porsche New Zealand Endurance Trophy as well.
Great to see 3 youngsters there racing with respect. No paint traded at all in that GT4 battle.
That is a big thing. To race with respect like that is fantastic to see. Obviously, they were in other owners' cars as well, so it does help you with that respect, especially here in New Zealand. It's just so good to see them racing super hard, but having that respect for each other and the machinery around them. Rihanna, she's down in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane.
We all love the Summerset GTs racing here at Highlands Motorsport Park, and we welcome our open class place getters for race 2 of the category. And once again, the man back on the top step. Congratulations, Rick Armstrong. Back-to-back victories. You've got to be happy with that.
Absolutely. I got a great start of pole and managed just to get away. They was fighting amongst each other a little bit behind me, so I took the advantage and got away and just sort of stayed out the front, track position, and won the race. I'm very happy. Yeah.
Very happy. We're very happy as well. We're looking forward to the Enduro later on this afternoon. And in second place, congratulations to Nigel Cromie. It's hard work out there. Tell me how it was out for you.
It is. It's hard to chase Rick. He just had a flawless race. So yeah, good work to Rick, and Sam put a lot of pressure on me for most of the race, and I managed to get a little gap to the end, so had a little break.
Very nice. We look forward to seeing you for the endurance race this afternoon. And rounding out our 3rd place for the open class. Congratulations, Sam Fillmore. We welcome him. Well done, Sam. Tell me about your race out there.
Oh, it was better than yesterday, Rihanna. After nearly collecting that bridge, so it was good. The boys gave me a great car. And thanks to the boys at IMS, they worked hard last night, so the car was a rocket, and it was a real good race against Cromie, so we had good fun.
Wonderful. We love hearing that you guys are having fun out there. And for our GT4 class, we congratulate William Exton taking out the victory. Well done, Will. good work out there, good battle between all you three young guys.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, both of those boys kept me on my toes the whole race. So, yeah, it was definitely hard work, definitely hot out there. So good to be back in the car. And a huge thanks to Alan Sargent for letting me drive with him. And yeah, it's awesome to be back in the Toyota Supra.
We look forward to seeing you this afternoon. And second place, welcome Lachlan Evanet. Congratulations, Lachlan, sharing the car with Glenn Chappell this weekend once again. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was awesome. It was a great race, very close. All three of the Supers up there in the front. So, no, I had a great time just, yeah, ripping laps here at Highlands. And, yeah, just can't wait to go out in the next one.
We can't wait as well. And rounding out the podium, congratulations to Ryder Quinn, the three young fellas on the podium in the GT4 class. Well done, Ryder.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, it was a super late call. Popeye let me know that I'd be jumping in on Wednesday, which was good. I missed all the Friday, but yeah, look, the boys did a great job. I did try. But really, this is just practice and some laps for Bathurst 12 Hour, which is going to be an extremely special weekend in 2 weeks' time. So, yeah, it was really good.
It's awesome to see the big smile on your face. We look forward to seeing you guys for the race 3 later on this afternoon.
And so the battle continues. 2 races remain in the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. And it all happens here at Highlands, an incredible racetrack in an incredible part of the world. We're just on the outskirts of beautiful Cromwell in the central Otago in the South Island of New Zealand. Welcome everyone. We're getting set for race number 2 of the weekend, the reverse top 8 affair from yesterday's opener. This is the circuit, just over 4 kilometres long, 14 corners, but so much more than that. Jin Nakamura has been the fastest driver of the weekend so far, pole position for both race number 1 and the 70th NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix. And Andrew Waite, this is how he did it.
Jin Nakamura, this is a seriously fast lap. Look how late he is into the bus stop, all the way to the second curb, flat out. He's trying to get the car back in towards the white line on the inside. You can see him dancing on the throttle, trying to get the hard onto the gas as quickly as he can. A little bit sideways on exit, then hard on the brakes, getting the car stopped into the S's, and a little dab on the brake, help rotate the car back to the left, then hard on the throttle on the exit, up towards the carousel. See him carry the brake all the way in to help rotate it, back on the throttle, blind up over the sting, and then flat out all the way from here down towards the hairpin. At this point, you're looking for your brake marker, straightening up the steering over the bumps, getting it stopped, slight little lock up on the throttle, on exit, running out using all the curb available. At this point, you're looking down at the shift lights, changing at the optimal time, and then flat out over the bridge, staying within track limits, then airborne over the bridge, letting the car settle before back on the brakes, then down to the apex, using the exit, getting the car back to the left as you drop down the hill. Awkward braking zone, slight little lock up, didn't affect him too much, running the car out towards the wall, and then eyeing up the last corner. Slight little lift towards the apex and back on all the way out to the wall, and that lap was quick enough to put Jin Nakamura on pole position.
The first Japanese driver to start on pole for the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix, but this is a reverse top 8 race. Let's get down to the grid. Here's Greg Rust.
Richard, thank you. Obviously, if you've been following some of the news overnight in relation to a couple of key players in the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy, you will know that there is some big news emerging. One of them affects Uga Ugachuku, who is our series leader. Obviously, yesterday, some very good work done by M2 to repair his car during the qualifying session, but in the haste to get it back out into the competition, tethers were not properly reinstated, reconnected, if you will, and he has withdrawn an appeal in relation to that. So he's going to start further down the grid for today's Grand Prix. So that's massive implications potentially for our series leader. We know he is a real fighter. Now, I also have a statement to read for you in relation to Ryan Wood. Let me grab that for you here now. Now, he was, this has just come through from the powers that be a short time ago, disqualified from all qualifying yesterday after an alleged technical breach regarding ride heights. Now, the team have appealed that. He was reinstated for Q1 and Q2. Discussions, as we go live here with you today, continue on that appeal regarding his exclusion from the third part of qualifying, and we will update you on that during our broadcast throughout the day. So some news still fluid, still emerging here, and we'll keep you across that. Let's go to Rihanna now.
And if we just change tack just a little bit, we want to take a moment to celebrate a very special birthday that we are having here today. Jin Nakamura, who will start from pole position for the feature this afternoon. We want to say a very happy 20th birthday, Jin. I know that you're very much focused on what's about to happen, but happy birthday, courtesy of Josie Spillane and the team at NextGen. We've got a very special Southland sushi cake for you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for celebrating me. So today, my 20 years old birthday. So yeah, I'm happy to be here.
How do you feel about today, about the huge amount of emotion, what's at stake later on this afternoon? I mean, what's your mindset?
Yeah, it's birthday, but it's just a race. So I will do just my job. So it's same as usual.
Have you enjoyed being part of the series over summer?
Yeah, I enjoy a lot.
Thank you so much. We wish you all the best for this afternoon. Happy birthday to Jin Nakamura.
I'm just 2 rows ahead of Jin there with James Wharton, who wasn't with us for the last round of the championship at Invercargill, but he was away for very good reason, and that was because there was some all-important prep and testing for you in the Middle East ahead of the Formula 3 season. How did it go, James?
Yeah, it was a test just to get ready for the next week. We have Barcelona pre-season test, so trying to get back in the car before arriving there. But at the same time, I was missing out on some fun in the wet over here.
Now, how have you found Highlands so far this weekend? And has this, I mean, we've really enjoyed the tour, James, the CT Frot season. Has that been a good lead-in for you for the season to come?
Yeah, for sure. I think you've seen the competition this year has been super high. This weekend, quali wasn't the best for the main race, so this race is my main race this weekend and try and get a win now and yeah, go into the European season with a win.
So we've got second row of the grid, Liam Skeets ahead of you there. What's the play going down into the bus stop if this is the most important one of the weekend for you?
Yeah, at the end of the day, Liam's second race of the year, so hopefully get a better start than him and then try and fight Kanato like I did in Taupo.
All right, thanks for talking with us.
Thank you.
Just behind you there, Rusty, Freddie Slater starting this one off from the third row of the grid, just getting the final good luck from friends and family. Freddie, just tell us how you feel about today, the final day of the season.
Yeah, a little bit sad it's coming to an end, but no, it's going to be a good Sunday. Lots of intense battles, so it should be good fun. Very hot as well, that's for sure, so this is going to be interesting, and then the race later should be also.
Yeah, we can't wait for it. We wish you all the best. Good luck out there.
Good opportunity here for TJ Speed and HMD Motorsports because they have Liam Skeets off the front row. He's been in a kind of driving coaching capacity for most of this season. Hey, mate, this is a nice clear view ahead of you. You just got to maximise it now, don't you?
I know, it's a bit different to yesterday. I feel a little bit more at home like in 24 when we're off the front row. So hopefully can just get off the line, get a good start and settle in early and, yeah, and try win the thing.
We've got to get off the grid. Go hustle.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rusty, on a very busy grid and also sorting some of the discussion topics that have been going on around the paddock in the last 24 hours. It has been dramatic and there's still more to play out, but we're focused solely now on this race, in particular, how this one plays out from a championship point of view and how it plays out from a race-winning point of view. There are drivers on the front row of the grid who have yet to win this season. Liam Skeets, because, well, he's only doing this round. Kanato Lee has been close on a couple of occasions this season, and this is a really big opportunity now for him to not only get a race win, but deliver a maiden win in this championship for the famous high-tech team who have joined for the first time. Behind them, James Wharton and Ryan Wood looking to win again. Both are winners this season. And Freddie Slater must finish in front of Ugo Ugochukwu in this race. Needs to take points away from the American so he can capitalise further in the Grand Prix this afternoon.
Especially with where Ugochukwu is going to be starting for the Grand Prix as well. So he'll be pushing super hard to get as far ahead as he can. But Slater, he's not a European Formula Regional champion for no reason. So he'll be not going down without a fight for sure.
If they finish the way they start, and that is a very big if on what we've seen in this championship so far, the margin would come down from 29 to 25 points going into the Grand Prix, with 35 going to the winner. This race awards 20 points for the win. It's a smaller points allocation on account of it being a reverse top 8. But that's all ifs, buts and maybes, and the way that CT Frott has played out so far over the last compelling 4 weeks of racing, anything could happen, and we've learned to never rule out Ugochukwu either.
No, we certainly haven't. With just how he's able to handle those high-pressure situations, he makes the absolute most of them. But when you are in this reverse top 8 race, you are in effectively the middle of the field, so any outside situations can get involved. We can get caught up in tangles. There's so many more things to think about and so many more variables with these top 8 races.
Here's the grid. Kanato Lee on pole position. Liam Skeets on the outside of the front row, which proved to be the place to be yesterday. James Wharton next, and then Ryan Wood, Freddie Slater and Louis Sharp, the Kiwi, off the outside of the third row. Tin Nakamura's on pole for the Grand Prix, but 7th in this one. Ugochukwu won yesterday, which means he's 8th here. Yevon David 9th and Nolan Alla. Then it's Sebastian Manson and Yuan Pu Tsui, who's got better pace than 12th position on the grid. Jack Taylor has a pole already this year. He's 13th today. Ricardo Baptista next. Then Phil McLaughlin and Zach Schooler, who has massive amounts of work to do in this race. He has been fast, but troubled this weekend. So that's the scene. Beautiful conditions, a little bit of cloud around, but otherwise bright sunshine here at Highlands. So track temperature continues to ramp up, and an opportunity presents for young Kanato Lee.
Interesting to see Kanato Lee's warm-up lap style. He's been very, very fast over this warm-up lap. You can do what you like on this warm-up lap to be able to help set the grid, and that's one of the advantages of being off pole position. So Kanato Lee there, he's been very, very quick up to this point, but what you'll see now with his experience, he'll know to slow the grid down, to bunch everyone up again. So when he stops on his grid position, he's not going to be stopped there for too long. So you want to just sort of manage that, and he's got a lot of experience, so he'll be knowing exactly what he's up to out there. And it's a good way to start your race as well, or the warm-up lap, by going reasonably fast, because you get a good understanding of what your car's like. You might have made some setup changes. Yes, the tyres aren't up to full temperature, but you can understand, has that balance change helped? Because I can guarantee these guys have all not finished the day yesterday and left the cars exactly as they are overnight. Engineers are there, drivers are there, they are pushing these cars to the extreme to get the most out of them.
Oh, I know engineers, they love to change things, so we'll see what that can do. He's 18 years of age from Tokyo. He's had a couple of starts at Macau in Formula Regional cars, and he's a race winner in the Middle East Series as well. So make no mistake, he is up to the job, and alongside him in a cameo performance, he has nothing but eyes on the Grand Prix, Liam Skeets, in the Castrol car, number 23 for TJ Speed with HMD, another new team that claimed their first win earlier in the season with James Wharton. Unfortunately missing Ernesto Rivera after his crash yesterday. And we're missing Kalle Rovanperä, who was taken ill early in the weekend. So a field of 18 to start. This is the calm before the storm as we build to the NAPA 70th New Zealand Grand Prix. The penultimate race of the season is away at Highlands. It's a very good start from the young Japanese driver who's going to lead the field to the bus stop comfortably. James Wharton battling with Liam Skeets for second and wrestles it away. Contact, Ryan Wood is off. Ryan Wood is off but gathers it up. Ugochukwu manages to take evasive action. almost gets involved in an accident. Somehow the championship leader clings onto it and resumes in his position. Busy stuff at the bus stop, but Kanato Lee leads.
Ryan Wood completely airborne through the bus stop there, landed it on the grass again, kept the car straight, and he's back underway again. But what a start by Kanato Lee there to get into the lead. James Wharton as well with a good start on the inside, and we've got drama a bit further down.
Is that Trevor Latourette at the back of the field? It looks like he's got going. Wonder if we avoid a safety car. We will. Won't pick that for you later on, but it was very busy in the back of the field, and there's a bit of dust and debris kicked up around there. So Kanato Lee, what a start, but it's still massively busy behind, and Louis Sharp is looking to make a move on Liam Skeets here. Couple of Kiwis battling it out, 3rd and 4th place. Freddie Slater's watching on just in behind. Then he's got Ryan Wood, then he's got Ugo Gachukwu in 7th place, and Jin Nakamura's up a spot as well to 8th.
Great start by Louis Sharp as well to get that far up already. He's pushed his way up into 4th, so good start by him. But Ugo Gachukwu there, still got a lot of work to do a bit further down as well. He's in behind Ryan Wood. But Kanato Lee, we've seen how fast he's been all season long. And to be out in front of this reverse top 8 race, he is going to be one hard man to stop.
Start line investigations underway. One of them is Louis Sharp, the other Ryan Wood, we understand. There might be that moment down at turn 1 as well. Clarity on that for you as well. Let's go and unpick this. So perfect launch from pole position, left of screen, car 19. Silver nose of the high-tech racer just drives the thing away like he's driving away from the traffic lights. Brilliant start from James Wharton, who squeezed down the inside and wrestled 2nd place away. Now watch behind, there was a bump wheel to wheel between Ryan Wood and Louis Sharp. Right about now, there it was.
Teammate into teammate, and look at Ryan Wood having to go airborne over the curve there. And that wasn't a situation there for the way that it worked out for Sharp. Basically, he just got a little bit sideways in the middle, and then as he had to open the wheel, that's where he's collected the side of Ryan Wood.
I mean, it wasn't malicious, was it?
No,
it was just an
not.
opening lap thing, but it'll be up to Chris Pither, the driving standards chief of the series, to assess that upstairs in race control. Kanato Lee with great cold tyre pace pulling away side by side. Nolan Alla squeezes down the inside of Zach Schooler. It's for 10th and 11th position. Alla was defending, Schooler was attacking, Alla holds on. Evan David, great move on the opening lap too, wasn't it, to squeeze up the inside. The Sri Lankan has been very aggressive on opening laps, and his racecraft has been great fun to watch this season.
Good by Kanato Lee. He's just set the fastest lap of the race as well as he's out front. So he has got a lot of speed in that car.
Disappear under view. Just see the top of the roll hoop as they go around the to the hand on the end run up. If you're doing time as we see from that score, and 12. Just joining us, push to pass is a thing. They have 6 uses of the extra 25 horsepower in every race. And the question is where to use it. Do you use it to attack? Do you use it to defend? Hasn't been, it's got to be said, as effective here as it has been at, say, Teretonga, Topol or Hampton Downs earlier in the championship. And that's just a circuit nature thing of where the straights land relative to the corners. But it is still a valuable tool to have in your arsenal.
It certainly is, because on the main straight here, there's a reasonably fast corner onto it, so you don't have that power to help pull you out of the corner quite as quick. As the screen's lighting up purple again for Liam Skeets. He's just done the fastest lap of the race as well, so he's starting to find some speed. He'll be a bit frustrated with that start off the front row of the grid to not be out in the lead, but he's sitting in there behind James Wharton at the moment. Last time across the line, that gap only extended by 1/10 of a second for Kanato Lee, but he has just done the purple sector 1.
track limits warning for the driver we're watching now, Louis Sharp, who sits third in the championship. 42 points off the championship lead and could be eliminated from contention in this race, depending on how the results play out. Keep you apprised of that with the points as this one rolls on. 15 laps to go. They're close further back behind there. Ugochukwu up a spot, remember, and looking to try and get more, but to do it, he's got to get by Ryan Wood, and that is not going to be an easy proposition.
No, it's not at all. It's just getting word from race control as well that no surprises, that incident on lap 1 between Latourette and Fiona McLaughlin. Shipman is under investigation, so they'll be having a look at that. But one thing, I know it's early days in this race, but looking at Ugochukwu, he doesn't look as racy as what I was expecting. He's not got a lot of pressure on the back of Ryan Wood. Obviously, we know how fast Ryan Wood has been as well, so he's certainly not as fast as I would have expected at this point in the race. But over the race distance, Ugochukwu's car just seems to get better and better.
Well, the other thing here for Ugo is that he can afford to not make ground. He cannot afford to lose ground in this race. If he finishes the way he is, provisionally the championship margin would still be 26 points. Now, there is, of course, the fact that he is starting a long way back in the Grand Prix, and passing can be tricky. But right now, he does have a buffer. He's got a margin. Can't afford to chuck that away, especially knowing where he's going to start the Grand Prix later on this afternoon.
We saw how much that changed as well after Teretonga with that one mistake from Ugochukwu.
The only mistake, yes.
The only mistake, and it completely changed the complexion of this championship.
As they run provisionally, it would just be Ugochukwu versus Slater for the championship going in the final race. Louis Sharp would be 37 points away, and it pays 35 to win the final race. Keep abreast of those permutations as the race rolls on. Little battle pack further back here as we pick up Yevon David. He's got Yuampu Sway behind him. Zach Schooler in front. And Schooler having a run. Really good run, in fact. He's as close as anyone's been on this run up towards the bus stop. But there's no opportunity to get past, and elected to not use the push to pass at that time as well. Meanwhile, a little bit further back in clean air as Schooler tries to get the nose up the inside through the loop and got so close to the back of Yevon David's 21 car, and then had a little understeer. It pushed wide on the exit of that corner, so got in the dirty air. It was so close to the car in front. Very nearly caused him some issues.
It's such a hard thing to follow in that dirty air. You just don't know how much you can really trust the front, and you don't want to find out the hard way by pushing it too much. Is the rear going to snap? Is it going to get understeered? Generally, it will be understeered that the car will get, as that's the first area where the aero is being affected, is in the front end.
Here's Schooler. Oh, big send. And Yevon, wow, defends.
Super defensive, but it's going to cost them on exit. Not enough. Neither of them are on the push to pass, so they've obviously used it prior to this point that they're locked out of it. And this brings Alla into the battle as well.
Looking racy in the back end of the top 10. Seb Manson is in this as well. Wow, that was a huge lunge from Schooler and a massive block in turn from Yevon David. I wonder if the question might be, was it too late a move in defence? Once again, over to you, Chris Pither. But he certainly covered the line, but it very nearly cost Schooler a position coming out of the hairpin. He was so compromised on the run down the back straight.
Just getting some track limit warnings through as well. Ryan Wood has been giving his first warning for track limits, so he needs to keep an eye on that one. You get 2 warnings. Third time it's a time penalty of 5 seconds. Do it again, it's another 5-second time penalty. Then after that, things get real nasty with drive-through penalties. So let's have a look at this. So that's borderline moving under brakes. So that's where Chris Frith will be having a bit of a look at that. So you're allowed to cover your position, but then after that, you're not allowed to move again. So that's obviously what Chris Frith will be looking at.
And I think all 3 of them might get looked at for track limits on the entry to that corner as well, as a result of being in that incredibly tight battle pack. Ferocious stuff, as always, throughout the field in CT Front. Jin Nakamura has cruised up to the back of Ugochukwu for 7th and 8th position. So he's had great car speed in this race, Nakamura.
has set the fastest lap at a 1:29.2 and would very much love to put one on the championship leader if he has that ability. His teammate still leads. The margin only 7/10. It has come down a little bit in the last couple of laps.
So Wharton starting to find some pace, closing that gap. Just getting a bit of an update on the championship points as well. So it's down to 26 points. So this race, as you mentioned earlier, Richard, that it's less points, nearly half points for this race. So it's not as much of a dent in the championship for Ugachukwu if he sits in behind Freddie Slater. And speaking of, he's just on the fastest lap as well, Ugachukwu. So that car of his is waking up.
Just as we talk about Nakamura cruising up to the back of him, he responds as he's done all season long. 11 laps remain. He's got a second warning, though, for truck limits. We're just being told, Ugachukwu, so he's going quickly, but he doesn't want to go too much quicker and stress the friendship with race control too much. The last thing he needs is a 5-second penalty.
So next time he goes over track limits, that is a 5-second penalty, which will be detrimental to his championship as well if that happens, because that'll drop him down even further around to 10th or 11th place. So he needs to be super, super careful with that. He cannot afford another track limit warning, Ugachukwu.
Ryan Wood, aggressive racing on the back of championship contender Freddie Slater, who almost has to block and cover his line into the left-hander off the bridge. Ryan Wood has come alive in the last lap. I'm not sure if there was a mistake from Slater that's opened this attack, but Wood is there. And in the same position as Ugo, Freddie Slater needs every point he can possibly get in this race.
For Slater there, a little bit sideways on the exit of the last corner. He is hustling that car. And this is the area he's got no one in front of him. So he wants to get his head down, try to open that gap out just a little bit more. And try to get onto the back of Louis Sharp. Easy said, not so easy done when it's just such a high consequence part of the track. So much commitment required.
It must have been mistake generated, surely, because he was about 0.5 or 0.6 behind. It was a couple of car lengths, and all of a sudden, he was right up behind the 27 car. Freddie has responded this lap, personal best first sector. It's a pretty good indication that you're driving angry and you're pushing on because you're setting fastest laps. So when he gets a little bit of a breather at the most important place to do so, up at the hairpin, Ugachukwu is still locked into the back of this as well, and Nakamura not far behind. All the while, they're keeping Louis Sharp and Liam Skeets in third place. Definitely in sight here. It's not like the leaders are pulling away, and off the road goes Yuampu Chue, and that will definitely bring out a safety car. It's not driving out of there. That is on the exit of the hairpin, driver's right. And we do go safety car. Well, well, well. This changes the complexion of the race again. The GR Supra safety car is deployed on, and it just picks up Liam Skeets. He's going to have to wave the leaders by. They scrambled it. Oh, he's having a move here.
Just obviously too late on the way in, lost the rear in the middle of the corner. And as he's tried straightening it up, had nowhere else to go but over towards the gravel, so he'll be absolutely gutted with that one, be super frustrated. You can see as soon as he lost the rear, he had it all under control, but then as soon as that rear went, you've got no choice but to counter that slide. And when you counter that slide, you're steering out towards the gravel, so it just happens so fast in these cars, and unfortunate outcome for him.
How was the evasive action from Nolan Alla, who was on the outside there and all of a sudden had the MTech car sliding up the inside at quite a velocity and was good enough to open the steering. He did go off the road just a smidge, but I think he lost a spot to... No, Zach Schooler was in front of him at that point anyway, so it hasn't been too bad for Nolan Alla, and he's got away with one there.
Yeah, and that shows the experience of Nolan Alla as well, to sense what was coming, to sense to have that sense to open the wheel and let Yuampu Chue there have his little own mistake and drive off into the gravel, because it's very easy as a driver to just turn in and go, no, I don't want to give this position up, but the bigger picture is open that wheel, let it happen in front of you and try get that switch back, but didn't need to worry about it in that situation.
Beautiful scenes here at Highlands. Our team working so hard to capture these beautiful images. It's Graham. G'day, Graham. Oh, a little jig there as well. Nice work.
Our team's been working so hard over the last 4 weeks to capture this racing. Great reception around the world, enjoying Castrol Tour de Formula Regional Oceania and Repco NextGen NZ. Rihanna.
And we've just had Trevor Larterette come through into the pit lane. We saw that earlier incident with Cooper Shipman and Fionn McLaughlin, so they've just had to repair the left front of his car, but he's back out there on track now. And I just want to say shout out to his mum, Tracy Larterette, who's actually here this weekend. Has a huge history in fighter pilots. I know that this family is massively passionate about aeroplanes and aerodynamics, so yeah, it's cool that she's here this weekend.
Yeah, the state of Colorado's first female fighter pilot was mum, and dad was a fighter pilot as well. They flew fast jets in the USAF, which is really cool. Great story. Spent a little bit of time with Trevor at Taratonga. He came and met some of the officials and great volunteers down in Southland's amazing racetrack, and he just speaks so well, very eloquently. And he's a guy that's been chucked into the deep end and has had a massive amount of learning to do over the last 4 weeks. We had the biggest learning curve of any of these young drivers in CT Frot. So pleased the family could get down here for the NAPA 70th New Zealand Grand Prix, all the way from Colorado, where I would imagine it's not quite as warm and beautiful as it is here in central Otago as it is at the moment.
So they've put that incident under investigation, but once Chris Pither gets a chance to have a proper look at that, it's a pretty clean-cut situation. Maybe he's going to be looking at was there any movement under brakes at the start of the corner from Ella, but from that one position, looks like it was all A-okay, but they'll dissect that one, have a bit of a look, and it's a better situation to put it under investigation and clear it later on than completely miss it altogether. So it's the way they work up in race control. They'd rather be thorough, double check their work, and move on from there.
Crowd watching on. A lot of those will be nervous mums and dads watching. I can see Freddie Slater's dad in there as well. What do you do if you're Ugo Chukwu on this restart, knowing that if you go track limits one more time, you're going to get 5 seconds? And now, 5 seconds is really bad. It's really bad because the whole field's going to be racked and stacked and nose to tail on a race restart. So how aggressive do you be? Or do you risk being a little bit cautious, but being cautious could open you up to attack and losing more spots?
Yeah, I think everywhere else on the track, be aggressive, do your normal race, but just be super, super careful up over the bridge. You cannot afford to have another track limit warning over there, because that is going to only further make the rest of Ugo Chukwu's day difficult as he goes into the last race as a championship leader, but that'll put a big hole in that lead.
26 points is the current margin if they finish where they run. That is a very big if, because with the safety car restart, anything could happen. They will all use the opportunity to try and capitalise on the field being bunched up. We do want to send a little shout out to Ernesto Rivera, who unfortunately not taking part in today's 2 races after his accident yesterday, the 17-year-old Mexican, Red Bull Jr. Been a great fun part of our championship this year. I'm sure he's watching the racing. So it's been good to have him as part of this championship, and there's such passion for motorsport in Mexico. The Grand Prix there, they've had NASCAR there recently at Mexico City. Talking an IndyCar race at some point. I wonder if we might see him there at some point in the future. At 17, he's certainly got the time to string it all together. Great to see the car did its job yesterday in what was quite a big crash at this part of the circuit coming off the bridge. Ended up in the concrete. As we get ready for a restart, shouldn't be too far away. The excellent team of volunteer officials here at Highlands working to get Yuampu Shui's car out of the gravel trap and the exit of the hairpin, so we can have a resumption of play in this one with so much on the line. And after this, it's one race of the 15 remaining.
Just to dive deeper as well into the track limit situation, it's all well and good to say, oh, I'm going to go out on this race and not get any track limits the whole race, but it's not that easy. It's so fast onto that bridge that you've got to commit to your turn-in quite early, and with all that aero, you're not guessing, but you've got to find your spot, and you turn in half a second, well, a tenth of a second too late or a tenth of a second too early, you're committed to that turn-in point. You then can't open the wheel again to go around. I guess it's no different to throwing a dart at a dartboard. You're trying to get it accurate every single time, but it's so hard to get it perfect. So it's just having that little bit of finesse and trying to get it right and get that turn-in point spot on every lap. But these guys are so accurate with their driving and their ability that's why it doesn't happen all the time, because you've just got so much commitment going on the way in.
Well, and the other thing as well is it might not be your fault. You could be caught up behind someone. You could get some understeer and following someone closely when the nose doesn't want to turn in, and you could run wide as a result. But track limit's track limit. That's the way it is. So it doesn't matter. So it might not necessarily be the driver's fault in any case.
Exactly, and then if you go back to that point again, when you're talking about when you're behind another car, you're trying to preempt that situation as well, where you're like, right, I'm right underneath the back of the car in front. My steering's not going to be quite as fast and predictable as it otherwise would be. So naturally, you decide to turn in just a little bit earlier to give yourself a bit more confidence, and then before you know it, you've turned in and, oh, the car's actually stuck here, and all of a sudden you're heading towards another track limit. So it's just a real balancing act, and if you go too wide, then you're going to affect your run over the right-hand curve, which then opens up a passing opportunity for the car behind as they come off the bridge. So these are all the things that drivers are constantly thinking about every single corner, every single braking zone. At the same time, they've got the engineers in their ears telling them, do not get another track limit, but you've got pressure from behind. Have they just used the push to pass the lap before? How's my push to pass going? These are the things that are going on constantly. You do all of this, and then you come in after the race and you've got the engineer saying, how did the car handle? What do we need to do better? How was your brake bias? So there's just so much going on as a driver, all while physically being in a situation where you're so physically taxed by how demanding these cars are.
Race car driver 101 with Andrew Wade. So we are told the lights will be out on the GR Supra safety car this lap, and we will go back to racing. Hello to everyone from NAPA that's joined us here this weekend. Great vantage point up on the hill. Overlooking this venue, you can see almost the entire racetrack from up there. It's a short little walk over to the incredible Highlands Museum. There's some very, very cool cars tucked away in there. A couple have been dragged out and dusted off and demonstrated over the course of the weekend as well, which is very cool to see. And then the cafe, the famous loo with a view here at Highlands, which is globally renowned. So much to see and do, even before you turn your attention to what's on the racetrack. You get to have a go at the mini golf. There it is, that's the loo. And we would assure people that the glass only goes one way. Inside out, that is. Just want to make that point very clear as the lights go out on the safety car. Yet to have a go at the mini golf, by the way, so need to get on that before we depart this segment of the Repco NextGen NZ Championship.
It is certainly time to get back racing as the safety car lights go out on the Toyota Supra GR. It's set ready for a restart in this race.
Where do you go? Where's the go point for you?
In the second to last corner, super tight in the middle through there. So just as the cars behind you are trying to get on the exit, you get off the steering as quickly as you can and get into it.
James Wharton, nothing to lose. Liam Skeets, nothing to lose. Louis Sharp, nothing really to lose. Freddie Slater, pressure, championship-wise. Away we go. It's a good start, Wharton. He has got to the back of Kanato Lee. Liam Skeets even closer in the Castrol car, potentially for second and third. Louis Sharp next, then Slater, Wood, Ugachukwu, Nakamura, David and Schooler. All clean through the bus stop for the first time, and the long, long, long turn two. Leaders clear. Watch behind, watch for Ugachukwu. He's going to go down the outside. Ryan Wood in the thick of this. So that was Ryan Wood putting a move on Freddie Slater. Couldn't get it done, but it's really close, and they're all locked into each other. Right on the gearbox of these cars, and Slater has to defend. Covers his line from Ryan Wood.
And no push to pass for these guys on this first lap to get back underway with this one. Slater under all sorts of pressure from behind by Ryan Wood.
Schooler
on Yevan David. We've seen this story before. David defends again on the run up towards the hairpin. What about this fight, though? Ryan Wood is looking really aggressive on the restart. Schooler trying to get down the inside now on the run to the bridge of David, but can't do it. Ugachukwu still 7th. Status quo from a championship point of view. Jin Nakamura, though, right up behind car number 4. The silver car, middle of screen, is the high-tech racer, the Japanese driver, still looking for his first win of the championship and knowing that he will start from pole position for the Grand Prix later this afternoon.
Ugachukwu having to go defensive there, which has allowed a bit of breathing room for Ryan Wood up in front. Nakamura there looking super racy after this restart.
Attack or defend. He's got a couple of options. But there's pressure either way. Yevan David has been wearing Zach Schooler in this race. The battle for the last spot inside the top 10. Torch of Pirelli a little bit further up the road. Kanato Lee with a beautifully judged restart once again, as he did on the opening lap of this race, just pulling a margin straight away and building out to just under 1 second over James Wharton and Liam Skeets next.
James Wharton with his first track limit warning up over the bridge. With not too many laps to go, won't be such a problem for him. But remember, Ugachukwu, he needs to be super, super careful.
Slater's under some pressure here. He felt the need to defend on the run into the hairpin, and Ryan Wood's got a really good run. It's not going to be enough to get up the inside, but wait for this as they dive off the bridge. Is there a send down into here? There's not. Slater took a strange line into that corner. He almost, it was like he was defending, and it really compromised him on the exit of that corner.
Yeah, it's just such a wide entry into that corner, so defending is very difficult into there, especially the way the track actually cuts back in under the braking line as well.
3 to go. 0.5 the margin. James Wharton, he's just been given a warning for track limits, but he's also just set the purple final sector, fastest of anyone in the race so far. He's got Liam Skeets behind him. Here's this battle. Ryan Wood, Ugachukwu in 7th and Jin Nakamura in 8th. No championship position change just yet. It would be 26 points going into the finale, where Ugachukwu will start in 14th position.
Just getting word as well that Seb Mans is climbing out of his car with some sort of issues with his car, so he's having a rough old time this weekend.
Down in 17th position in the championship, just 93 points for young Seb. As Wood defends, opportunity presents again for Ugachukwu. Does he get a good enough run out? Ryan Wood might have to cover his line on the run down here. It's such a fast entry though. It's such a difficult place to make a move. And once again, he holds on.
Ugachukwu there having to be super careful over the bridge again with those track limit warnings. He has 2 warnings. Louis Sharp has 2 warnings as well now. James Wharton also has 2 warnings. So those guys cannot afford another track limit warning. Otherwise, it is a 5-second penalty that'll be added, and that'll drop them way down.
Well, this is telling because the Grand Prix is the longest race of the season. It is going to be a storyline. Oh, and off the road. That could be, it could be the race, unless he can drive out of there. Around turn 2 they go, 2 laps to go. Safety car has been deployed, and that'll probably be about it. Liam Skeets to set his personal best lap of the race. It'll take the pressure off Ryan Wood. And the young Brazilian, Cardi Baptista, is stuck in the gravel trap and not going anywhere. And on lap 17 of 18, there'll be 1 to go next time by. That will be race number 2 of the weekend.
It's an easy spot to do it off there. It's quite fast, and the apex is a lot further around than you think, so you're trying to carry a lot of brake pressure in, trying to get off the brake and drive the car in, but the nose is so loaded, the rear gets super, super slippery on the way in, so by the looks of it, may have been exactly what's caught him out there, just getting the rear tyres in the gravel. No chance of him driving out of there.
We understand he was in a battle with Cooper Shipman in 14th and 15th position, so that's being investigated in race control. Of course, yesterday, Cooper's grandparents actually have come out from Austin, Texas to watch their grandson this weekend, which is a massive effort.
Love that. Who's running in 14th position at the moment. So we're behind the GR Supra safety car for the second time in this race. And it looks like it is going to finish that way. Kanato Lee. Could he be the first Japanese driver to win a race in this championship since Yuki Tsunoda was the last driver to do it at Hampton Downs in the 2020 season?
Not a bad stat to back up. Yuki Tsunoda is the last one. And he's doing a fantastic job. He's so fast all season. It felt like it was only a matter of time before he was able to pull off a race win, as they will go around start and pick up the safety car on this final lap.
He's been so consistent this season. 5 podium finishes so far, or 4 I should say, for Kanato Lee, including 3 of them at Hampton Downs, where he was so good at the start of the season. Runner-up in the feature race at Taupo. Had a tough weekend at Teretonga, which probably took him out of championship calculations. So this win will draw him a little bit closer into that fight for what will be 4th, 5th and 6th position in the final standings. And the other story is that this is going to deliver a win for Hi-Tech, their first season in Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania. Good to see young Baptista out of the car and in the hands of the amazing volunteer officials here at Highlands. So he'll go and get checked over A-OK after this race as the field follows the Supra around for the final time. Good drive for James Wharton. He's been productive this weekend, hasn't he? Back from Barcelona for a bit of pre-season F3 testing.
You could sense it, couldn't you? He really wanted that one. That interview pre-race, heading into this one, he wanted to do all he could to try and get a win. Not quite enough. Still got a brilliant start off that second row, but I could only get so far from there. Locked him behind Kanato Lee and had great pacing behind him as well.
How much have they learnt in this? How much have they learnt heading into the 70th NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix this afternoon?
They will be going back and dissecting everything. How to get off the line correctly, what's the best thing to do there, because obviously passing is so hard around this track, even with the push to pass active. So they're going to be thinking about that. They're going to be talking a lot about track limits, making sure that they don't go outside of those, especially with that longer race. They don't get more warnings. They still get the same amount of warnings, but it is a much longer race this afternoon for that New Zealand Grand Prix. So all of that, plus they'll also be doing a lot of chatting to the engineers of what they can do to improve the cars. So it's going to be a busy time for these drivers between now and the New Zealand Grand Prix later on this afternoon.
This is a race of firsts after a season of them in Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania. The checkered flag drops, and for the first time, Kanato Lee is a winner in the championship, and so too is Hi-Tech Racing. Race 2 goes their way. James Wharton second, Liam Skeets will be the podium in third. Welcome back to the championship, Liam. He's going to get a trophy. And the championship, it goes down to the final race of the year. Ugo Igachukwu will lead Freddie Slater by 26 points, with 35 up for grabs in the 70th NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix this afternoon. Well done, Kanato Lee. Likeable young man from Tokyo who wins for the first time this season. Wharton and Skeets on the podium. Sharp, Slater and Wood were busy. Igachukwu 7th, up 1 from where he started. Jin Nakamura points in 8th. Yevon David 9th. And he and Zach Schooler will have a little chat after that race, I would imagine. They spent a lot of it locked together. Nolan Alla was 11th. Jack Taylor, Phil McLaughlin, Cooper Shipman, Baptista at the end in the sand. Highlights of race 2. CT Frott here at Highlands. Perfect start for Kanato Lee. And James Wharton capitalising early as well to get up the inside of Liam Skeets at turn 1.
Side by side with the two teammates, Louis Sharp and Ryan Wood. Sharp a little bit sideways on the way in, forcing Ryan Wood off the track and airborne over the top. And Trevor Latourette, European his car to get him back out on track, was later given a drive-through penalty as a result of the contact on the first lap.
Busy battle here. This was that fight between David and Schooler we were talking about that was busy, and at times some pretty wild stuff going on up into the hairpin with a big defence and a big lunge as well from the 3 car. Nolan Alla was buying into this as well. That was a big send from young Jack Taylor up the inside. There was a couple of those going on. Ryan Wood looked really racy as well in his battle with Freddie Slater, and there are a couple of opportunities. This is Yuan Pu Tsui up the inside of Nolan Allen. Got it wrong, buried in the gravel trap, and that brought out the GR Supra safety car for the first time in this race.
Brilliant restart by Kanato Lee from the lead of the race. And there was battles brewing in behind. Freddie Slater having to go super defensive with Ryan Wood putting an attack from behind.
Jin Nakamura was racing too. At one point had the quickest lap of the race. Chukwu got it in the end, and then this was at the end. He's under investigation. Baptista and Shipman there for 14th and 15th position. But High Tech the winners for the first time since joining the championship this year. Some great celebrations from this storied team that has achieved so much in open wheel racing, right up the ladder on the pathway to Formula One. And Kanato Lee, the first Japanese driver to win in the championship since Yuki Tsunoda in the 2020 season. And that is a great story for this very likeable young man who sits 6th in the standings now. He's got a wealth of experience in Formula Regional cars, a couple of starts at Macau, some wins in the Middle Eastern Championship, and this builds into his season so well. And genuinely pleased for them, Andrew Wake, because both he and his teammate Nakamura have been so close all season long. Since we unloaded the containers at Hampton Downs for the opening round of the championship, they've been exciting, they've been personable, they've been fast. They just haven't quite got the win, but now they do.
They've done everything but haven't they got that win. They've just been there the whole way through this championship, and it felt like it was only a matter of time for Kanato Lee to do exactly what he's done, to drive up to the #1 board in the Allied Petroleum victory lane.
The story is, can his teammate do it in the Grand Prix this afternoon? Jin Nakamura will start from pole position, his teammate. So that is a story. Celebrations for Kanato Lee in Allied Petroleum victory lane. He is a winner for the first time and will celebrate with his team.
Just a good bit of data as well there for the team as well, for Kanato Lee and Jin Nakamura, because his start was so good, so they'll be able to dissect that as well for Jin in this afternoon's race, so he can try replicate that exact same start to get to the front of this race.
He's going to go and celebrate with James Wharton. He'll get the gloves down, the helmet off, and the next person he speaks to will be an Allied Petroleum victory lane and Rihanna Cran.
And for the final day of the Repco NextGen Championship, how good to start off with a brand new winner in this series. We must make a big, warm welcome and round of applause from Japan. Kanato Lee, congratulations, your first victory in this series, your first Japanese victory since 2020. So well done, outstanding out there.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, first off, I want to say thank you to High Tech. You know, it's been a difficult weekend and last weekend, but yeah, I'm really happy to be able to bring the win for High Tech, and yeah, I'm really grateful for this.
You had plenty of pressure on your shoulders, the start, a couple of restarts there, but you held your ground.
Yeah, James was keeping me on the edge of my seat, and yeah, I had to be focused every single lap. So yeah, it was quite difficult, not an easy win, but yeah, I managed to do it.
Enjoy the celebrations with the team, a first win here in this championship. And we missed him last time out at Teretonga, but congratulations, welcome back to the podium, James Wharton.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a good race, but yeah, Kanato is a person you don't mind coming second to. He works hard and he's one of the nicest guys here, so second him is not too bad. We don't quite have the pace of the faster cars, but we maximised our race then.
Off doing some F3 testing when we were racing at Teretonga. Was it hard to get your head back in the game this weekend?
Yeah, to be honest, it's quite a big step, and I didn't realise until I went back, but I got back into it quite quickly on Friday. Just yesterday morning, didn't put it together for the Grand Prix qualifying, so we're starting a bit further back than what we should. So, yeah, that was my fun race this weekend, and now I'll do what I can in the last one.
Well done. Enjoy the celebrations. And rounding out third place for our second race here, we welcome him back to the championship this weekend. Congratulations, Liam Skeets. What is it like to be back in this championship, and a nice way to do it on the podium?
Yeah, it's a thrill to be back racing on home soil. It's special. Yeah, nice to be back on the podium. I think if you had told me before the weekend it would be on the podium, I'd be pretty happy with that. So, yeah, a bit disappointed with my race start, and, you know, touch up on those for the GP later this Arvo, but no, still pleased.
Congratulations. Plenty more to come later on this afternoon.
Time now for our podium, second last one of what's been an epic season of the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. For race 2 here at Highlands Motorsport Park, delivering the trophies to be presented by Mr. Andrew Atchison, the Castrol Area Sales Manager here on the South Island. Thank you, Andrew. Third place today for TJ Speed and HMD Motorsports from New Zealand, Liam Skeets. Good outing for this team from Australia. He pushed hard in second place today, James Walton. And your winner, great day for this young man from Hi-Tech, from Japan. Would you please show your appreciation? Your winner, Kanato Lee. Nice smiles here on the podium as we capture the moment. That, ladies and gentlemen, is your podium for race 2 of the weekend here at Highlands Motorsport Park in CT Frot.
Beautiful work by Greg Russ down there in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. A great podium. Is it a sign of things to come? Well, it could be, with Hi-Tech starting on pole for the NAPA 70th New Zealand Grand Prix. Championship, 26 points between Ugo Ugachukwu and Freddie Slater. They are the two drivers that will battle it out for the championship this afternoon, all the while trying to win New Zealand's biggest race. What a day it's been so far, but there's still so much more to come. We hope you're enjoying our coverage from the NextGen NZ Championship, with thanks, of course, to Repco.
At Repco, we get what gets you going. Because while you told her it would be loud, you forgot to mention how it feels. Repco gets you going.
Wait, is this an ad for Toyota? Look, Toyotas, all of them. You got a Farmer and a Hilux, a Hi-Ace, Highlander, RAV4, GR86, and even a hydrogen car. You got the All Blacks and Blackferns in a Prado, a happy family in an electric vehicle, and a happy Dame Lisa Carrington carrying a kayak. So now do you think it's a Toyota ad?
Nah, it's just New Zealand.
What's with the lipstick thing?
The first New Zealand Grand Prix was held in 1950 and was won by Kiwi John McMillan at the Oceania circuit near Palmerston North. Ardmore, just south of Auckland, then hosted the remaining races in the 1950s.
The Oceania and Ardmore circuits were typical of what was happening mostly in England. The only good thing that came from the evil Adolf Hitler was the number of airfields that were created, so many more at the end of World War II than there had been at the start of World War II. As soon as the war was over, a lot of those airfields found a new life as circuits, the most famous being Silverstone, which is still being used today for the British Grand Prix, but others like Goodwood and Thruxton and Snetterton were all airfield circuits. And so it was only logical that when New Zealand was looking for somewhere to host a big race, no permanent circuits existed, airfields that were well and truly established in the UK as a place to hold motor races, and so Oceania firstly, and then Ardmore became, and Wigram in the South Island became places that became part of New Zealand folklore in motor racing history.
Cars that race were always a source of intrigue, and back around 1946, Repco engineer Charlie Dean got his hands on an abandoned World War II Maybach armoured vehicle with a 6-cylinder engine and built it into a race car. The body was derived from an Air Force bomber fuel tank. The car went through many iterations, and eventually, in the hands of Stan Jones, father of Aussie F1 star Alan Jones, he won the Grand Prix in 1954.
The 1950s were all about a combination of the best that came from overseas, which invariably were front-engined cars, Maserati 250F, Ferrari, Cooper Bristols, and they were up against what New Zealand could muster. And it was a category called Formula Libre. Libre, the French word for free, essentially being run what you brung. And nowhere else in the world would anyone have ever thought to put a 3.8 Jaguar engine into the front of a pre-war Bugatti. But that's what New Zealanders did, and that, in fact, was a very successful car. So the foreigners would arrive with their modern machinery. It would be weighed up against the New Zealanders, and often some of that foreign machinery stayed in New Zealand, and it became a good place in Australia and New Zealand to sell 1- or 2-year-old Grand Prix cars.
There was also actual Thai royalty, Prince Bira, an accomplished racer who reached Formula One. When he finally did hang up his helmet, he became a yachtsman, competing in 4 Olympic Games: Melbourne in 1956, Rome in 1960, Tokyo in 1964, and Munich in 1972, by which time he was 58. Motorsport royalty followed with Britain's Sir Stirling Moss and Aussie Sir Jack Brabham.
After racing in Australia for a few years, they suddenly came up with an international race at New Zealand, which was going to be the first international race we had the opportunity to race in. And so I entered and went to New Zealand the first year that they run there. And they gave me the opportunity to meet overseas drivers and overseas people. And that's how I come to get to the stage where I went overseas, because I got the learning part of it from going to Ardmore, and met the right people. I met the McLarens actually that first year, and Bruce was just a young kid at the time, but he'd done a little bit of driving and showed his form as well, that he was going to be a good driver. And then the following year, when he went out, Bruce won the championship in New Zealand. And with that, he got an invitation to go to England to race, and with his expenses paid to go over. And of course, I got him the job in Cooper's as number 2 to me. And Bruce, of course, never looked back. He had done very well.
The 1950s was predominantly about the stars in the form of names like Jack Brabham, Stirling Moss. In fact, the media very quickly attached the name the Holy Trinity to Jack Brabham, Stirling Moss and Bruce McLaren.
It's all over as they approach the finish line. Brabham and McLaren have driven a great race. Jack Brabham flashes past the flag. He set a new record, 1 hour, 40 minutes. McLaren finishes only 1 second behind.
They were the three drivers, the Trinity, who spearheaded the program every year. And I suspect if one of those wasn't coming, then that would have had an impact on the crowd numbers. But year after year, the New Zealand Grand Prix really featured those three and was built around those three drivers. So in Bruce McLaren, New Zealand not only had a top driver to cheer for, he was driving competitive machinery and went on very late in the 50s to become a Formula One driver in his own right.
As this weekend for the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix, there is the trophy that these drivers are vying for this weekend. It's certainly going to be a fantastic race with Jin Nakamura starting on the pole position. Look at those names on the trophy, Ronan Murphy.
Jack Brabham, Stirling Moss, among many, some Formula One legends on that one, the New Zealand Motor Cup. Most prestigious award, prestigious trophy in New Zealand Motorsport. Very special, an honour if you can manage to claim that trophy on the Sunday afternoon here at Highlands Motorsport Park here in Cromwell. What a beautiful trophy it is. So much history.
So racing action continues this weekend. We see Ryan Wood cruise down pit lane in his Mustang supercar. Pretty cool to see him out there having a bit of fun in that machine. He was sideways out of the pits, and Ryder Quinn, he's behind the wheel of the Red Bull Racing V8 supercar as well. And well, there's some cool machines that we are witnessing this weekend. We've seen the Tyrrell Formula One car as well. Tony Quinn's been flying around in that as well, as we see the Mazda's making their way out on the track for their next race, the Nexen Tyre Mazda Racing Super Series. I tell you what, Ronan, the racing with these guys has just been brilliant, hasn't it? Every single race just provides us so much action, and this one, I am sure, will not disappoint.
Yeah, all the guys and girls in the Nexen Tyre Mazda Racing Super Series, they've been on form this weekend, and we are not too far away from the start for race 3 for this championship. All the cars making their way out onto the grid. So we take a look at the starting grid. So AJ Giddy, he's going to be starting from the pole position. He was the race winner in the race 2 this morning. Callum Pratt alongside him on the front row there. Stuart Lawton there in 3rd place, the championship leader. Alex Canty there in P4. Brian Walker there in P5. And Dallin Price, who was running near the front this morning, there in P6. Philip Clemis there in P7. Alden Witchman there in 8th. Thomas Clemo, race winner last time out in Terratonga there in 9th. And Steve Brown rounding out the top 10 there. Steve Spears there in 11th. Sam Dashfield, our race winner from yesterday, there in 12th. Anthony Tork there in 13th. Mac Burkett in 14th. Andrew French in 15th. Scott Mills in the only RX-7 in the field there in 16th. Wayne Talbot in 17th. And Paige Macy there in 18th.
Look how big this grid is for these guys. You see James Black, he's a little bit further down in this race. He's had issues with his car this weekend, all weekend long, struggling away, but he's been fast. Every time he's in the car, he's been super, super fast.
He certainly has. Andrew Waite, as we see all the cars making their way out, all warming up those tyres side by side, moving across the track. Get those brakes nice and warm, the tyres up to temperature, so then when we go green, everyone's got their best foot forward going down towards turn 1. Some of the Repco race facts. So this is race 3 of 3 for the weekend. It's 10 laps in distance, so it's going to be a cracker of a race. And obviously it's starting to get a bit warmer here as well, here in Cromwell, Andrew, so the temperature of the track's obviously going to be a bit higher. The UV's higher than it was this morning, so no doubt we're going to be in for a cracking race coming up very shortly.
We certainly will. The last race provided us plenty of good action. AJ Giddy was very, very quick in that one. Callum Pratt was battling away with Stuart Lawton as well. And Alexander Cairnsey, he's still sitting there as well. He was leading the championship after round 2, didn't have the best of weekends down at Tieratonga, so that's put him back a little bit in the championship. But Lawton, who's been Mr. Consistent, he's back up there as well, leading this championship, as they'll be coming around to form the grid very, very shortly for race number 3 for these guys. It's always nerve-wracking here, isn't it, Ronan, as you're coming around to line up to get ready for this race start. You can see the engineers, Mackenzie Motorsport team, we're guiding their driver and AJ Giddy onto his grid box. Such a hard thing to do because as a driver you can't quite see where you've got to stop, but he's actually gone over the line there, so he's going to have to go back. You've got to have the full car inside the box, so he's done that. But that's awkward in itself, the fact that he's had to go into reverse and back into first gear again, because you can easily select the wrong gear. You're not quite sure what's going on, so it creates a bit of extra stress that's not needed.
It's not something you want to happen, is it? It's when you're pulling up to the grid, you want to be in first gear. When some guys decide to go back to neutral while there's a bit of a wait while the rest of the field finds their grid, but a lot of cars in these fields usually stay in that first gear. So yeah, never a good thing when you disrupt that sequence and have to find your feet, find neutral, and then go back into first.
There's a nervous wait for the lights to go out, the calm before the storm as the lights come on at the top of the screen, and they are out, and we are underway for race number 3. Great start by Pratt on the outside. Is it good enough to cut across the front? No, it's not. AJ Giddy on the inside still has the advantage into turn 1. Are they going to run side by side? Pratt yields back into second.
And Giddy, what a start from him. He is already 3 or 4 car lengths ahead of Callum Pratt, going through the bus stop, round the southern loop. As we go past all those beautiful trees there in the background here at Cromwell, down towards the S's. Giddy actually didn't come off that corner very well, and now Pratt's all over the back of him. So whether he maybe had a missed gear or something, because he had a pretty sizable lead going into the loop there, Andrew.
Yeah, he certainly did. So he's under a bit of pressure now, maybe just taking that a little bit easier on the colder tyre, braking a touch earlier to make sure he gets the car stopped. As they make their way down towards the carousel, as his battle's a bit further down, that's Brian Walker having a go on Clemis there.
Yeah, that was, he certainly thought about it there, Brian Walker, but he ended up thinking the better of it on Philip Clemis. Clemis has got his teammate Alex Canty, just ahead of him there in 4th, so they're all having a good run so far in the top 5, 6 cars now. Walker gets that move done. He's down the inside of Clemis. Nice, clean, textbook pass. Up the inside, we see Sam Dashfield there in the background, so he's now trying to make some moves. He's past Thomas Clemo, and now he's on the back of Elton Witchman and Dylan Price to try and get himself in the top 7. Oh, big moment coming through over the bridge.
Sideways up over the bridge there. We've seen Sam Dashfield, he's been fast all weekend long. He's a bit further back in this one as we see one off in the gravel.
That's Andrew French. That's going to certainly bring out a safety car. He is beached hard in the gravel trap down there at the entry of the bridge.
Oh, he's super lucky to be beached there on the way into the bridge area. You do not get away with a lot on that part of the track, but he has done just that. He's given us a thumbs up, which is always the best part to see.
Positive to see there, Andrew French. He is A-OK down there at the entry to the bridge, but something obviously happened. We'll have to wait and see if we can get a replay as we do now. So Dashfield there with that big slide that we saw. Then further back,
all on his own by the looks of it. Looked like he's just locked the rears on the way in.
It looked like there was something dragging off the front of the car, so potentially a little bit of damage, maybe, Andrew. But as you said, he also locked all 4 brakes up and was well out of control by the entry of the corner.
Because these cars shouldn't be locking up with the ABS that they do have as well, so maybe he's been in a situation in the corner before, which has created a little bit of a contact, which has disabled the ABS potentially, and as you arrive into a corner like that, you can see the lockup marks in the background of the screen there, just how dark they are. That gives you a sense that the brakes have been locked for a long, long time there.
Yeah, he was lucky not to collect any other cars on the way through as well. thankfully, there for Andrew French. And we saw the thumbs up, so he's A-OK. Just need to extract that car out of that gravel trap so we can go back to green flag conditions. In the meantime, AJ Giddy, so he's leading the race. He took the lead from the start from that pole position. Callum Pratt there, started on the front row alongside Giddy. He's there in second. Lawton there in third. Alex Canty there, previous championship leader there in fourth. Brian Walker in fifth. Philip Clemis there in sixth. Dylan Price in seventh. Sam Dashfield, he's making up for that DNF in the last race there. He's moved up into eighth. Alden Witchman there in ninth. And Thomas Climo there rounding out the top 10.
Let's have another look at the replay of the start as the lights went out. It was a really good launch initially by Pratt there, but there was a second phase for Giddy that allowed him to just stay out in front. And they went side by side down towards the bus stop. Always a nerve-wracking feeling as you're side by side into the air. Who's going to give way? And Pratt does as he gets on two wheels up over the curb and a few cars further back.
Scott Mills in the RX-7, he had to take evasive action, went straight through the dirt. As you said though, Andrew, the car of Pratt, he got some air going through there, and then that massive moment there of French, almost looked like a D1 NZ entry there, reverse entry into the bus stop, but unfortunately it's ended in the gravel trap for him. So we see there the team down there, done an awesome job this weekend, looking to try and get that car removed and off the circuit as quickly as possible so we can go back to some green flag conditions.
So we look back through the record books as well. So the lap record at the moment in this class is by Ben Stewart back in 2022. So he's done a 150.999, snuck into the 150. So it's a very quick lap time doing that, doing the 150. So these cars are a lot of fun, aren't they, Rody? You just watch them, the battles that they create. It's cheap racing. Well, no motorsport is cheap, but it's a cheaper form that allows you to go and be part of what is the NextGen Championship and being on the big stage. With cars like this, is a very accessible way to go racing.
Yeah, it's super affordable, and it's a great formula that we've seen many drivers go on to bigger and better things out of the Nexen Tyre Mazda Racing Super Series, and currently in the Bridgestone GR86 Championship, we've got 4 drivers that came out of the Mazda series into there, in the likes, actually the current championship leader in that series, Chris White, he came out of the Mazdas. So too did AJ Giddy. Arthur Braun was another one. So there's 3 or 4 guys that made the step out of the Mazda series, and they're all doing amazing things in the Bridgestone GR86 Championship. Currently, Mac Templeton was another one. As we see there, some of the...
Ronan commentating from the sidelines.
Yeah, some of the sights. That looks a bit like you, Andrew, that one there. Or maybe that one, actually. The old peacock. So we see some awesome sights, heaps of cool things going on around the track here at
Mader's out in full force as well. In mini golf, this is Highlands at its best. Oh, good shot at a hole-in-one there. Not sure how that one went. But there's just so much to do here at Highlands. Flying Fox, go-karts, mini golf.
We saw the go-kart track there in the background. We had a bit of fun there the other day, didn't we?
Yes, we certainly did. Not quite sure how your results went, but the crocodile there as well. Everywhere you look around here, there's just something else that's going on. Oh, as we see Andrew French there just getting
mowing a bit of grass.
Mowing a bit of grass for us, getting the job done for the amazing grounds team here at Highlands, led by Mitch Spillane, who takes a lot of pride in keeping this place, along with the rest of his team, the way it is now. It's just such a beautifully prepared place. It's a pleasure to come here. Every time you walk through the doors up at the museum or wherever you are, it's just so immaculate, and there's always something new. So if you've been here before, you just always want to come back, as you never know what's been put in the museum or what new attractions been added around here. It's there's been a few names that have summed this place up, and one of them that seems to come back to the members side of things, because there's a membership system here as well, where you can come and drive your car any day of the week around the track here, which is just, it's a fantastic bunch of GT members at this track as well, and it's known as the adult creche, this place, where you can come and spend a lot of time and hang out.
It certainly is that. So we're not probably too far away from a race restart. The GR Supra safety car leading the field, and we've just seen lights out, so we will get a restart this time around. AJ Giddy, he's going to set the pace, lead the field across the line there. Brian Walker's, there's a bit of a gap between Walker and Canty there, so the rest of the pack, they need to try and catch back up before they get to the restart zone. So Giddy comes over the bridge. He's got Callum Pratton behind him, Stuart Lawton there in third, Alex Canty there in fourth. So as they come around, coming up to reverse Indy corner, Giddy's going to set the pace, decide when they go.
He'll be looking in his mirrors, seeing how close the cars are behind, be selecting the right gear, getting the car in the optimum torque range, so when he gets on the throttle, he's able to blast away as quickly as he possibly can. As they come around the last corner, he'll be looking for the lights to go out. Up on the gantry, above our screen there, you can see the repeater lights on the back flashing, and they are out, and we are back underway racing for race number 3 here. It's Giddy with a good restart there. Lawton with a lot of pressure on the back of Callum Pratt. Pratt with not the best restart.
Yeah, Pratt had to go a little bit defensive down there, and he's actually come out better for it. Lawton lost a bit of time going through the bus stop as they fire into the southern loop. Coming around. Oh, we see a couple of cars there a little bit wide on the entry. Giddy's really wide there on the exit, and he's given Pratt another run. So Callum Pratt, he's so good through that southern loop section there, and he's put so much pressure on Giddy. Giddy gets a little bit more of a reprieve coming through the S's. So they put the power down, going under the bridge. Stuart Lawton there in the background as Sam Dashfield's now looking at making a move on Clemis. Down the inside he goes. So Dashfield, he's making up for lost time after that DNF in the last race, our race 1 winner from this weekend.
He was very, very fast in the race this morning as well until that DNF was putting pressure on the back of Giddy. He was unfortunately caught up with a few issues with the car, but they've got it sorted. They've got it back out there, which is great for his championship.
Oh, Dylan Price looking up the inside now of Clemis as well. Clemis gives him the room, has a big slide. That was Tokyo Drift style. Didn't quite work out for him though.
Clemis trying to get on the power as early as he possibly could, as he knew he didn't want to lose the run down the straight. But too much lock, too much throttle, and Tokyo Drift it is.
So you see them come over the bridge for another time now. Sam Dashfield, he's hunting Brian Walker all over the back of Walker. Is he going to try and make a move down towards reverse Indies now? Looking, didn't quite, he tucked back in. But he gets a good run on the exit there. Is he going to be able to get up the inside coming into the last corner? They're going to go side by side. Is Walker going to give him the room? He is. Dashfield up the inside. That's a great pass. Moves up now into...
He was sideways heading out towards the wall there. Saved it, but he got the move done ultimately.
So that's now Dashfield up into the top 5. What a recovery from where he was. Thomas Climo there now in behind Philip Clemis. James Black, he's now trying to buy into this as well. He's now on the back end of the top 10. In behind Climo, Clemis and Price. So they come out down towards the S's there. James Black got off that corner so well. Now he's going to drive around the outside of Climo. Outbrakes him, misses the curb, gets it turned in. Putting Climo offline there meant he was able to clear him, get around the outside and get the move done.
Great move by him. We've seen, as I was saying earlier, how good Black has been throughout this championship. We've seen a little lock up there in front. So someone else struggling with locking with their car too is something that you don't want to have happen with a car like this, is you don't have a lot of feel through that brake pedal. So trying to understand what's going on underneath the car with that tyre screeching away.
And Dashfield's getting into it with Canty. It's allowed the top 3 to really drive away. Canty coming down the back straight. Dashfield was up in his rear bumper. Couldn't quite get the move done, but we've seen how fast Sam Dashfield is across the bridge. He had that thing sideways, and now he's going to go up the inside. What a pass from Sam Dashfield.
He is looking super confident in that car, isn't he, Rowan? And the speed he's able to carry through the corners, right up behind other cars. He is on an absolute charge.
He'll be driving angry after what happened this morning. He's going to be motivated to try and get a result back.
And that is another move for him. He moves up another position. His sights will well and truly be set on the cars in front now.
And AJ Giddy's just set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:54 dead. A little bit far away from that that fastest lap, or the lap record we were telling us about earlier, Andrew, from Ben Stewart back in 2022. But still, the pace out there at the moment is red hot. Coming through the southern loop. Canty's got a bit of damage on the back there, probably from a little bit of Morse code from Sam Dashfield. So coming now down towards the S's again. Braking nice and deep, get the car over that first curb, onto the ripple strip, and turned in to get it back under for the going under the bridge.
It's a great section of corners through there, isn't it, Rowan? You can really hustle the car through there, get it to the right, use the brake, get it back to the left. There's a fair bit of hustle that can go on.
So we see there Dylan Price and James Black having a good battle. So we've reiterated that the rear windshield missing out of James Black's car, clearly not affecting the speed. He's been making so many passes this weekend. Is he going to be able to get a move done on Price as they come up over the back part of the track?
Maybe that's the trick. Maybe we'll see all cars without rear windscreens in the next round.
We saw a little bit of smoke down there at the hairpin. Someone might have, maybe someone is having some ABS issues, possibly. As we come onto the back straight now, up towards the bridge. It's high commitment coming into here on the entry. As we see, Price brakes, gets it in. James Black, a little bit of a slide through there, but he's managed to stick to the back of Price. Price defends. James Black's now going to try and go around the outside. Can he hold out there on the outside and get up the inside for reverse Indy? It's looking like he's going to be able to do it.
Gets the car stopped and up the inside for Black. Gets another move done.
So they now come up towards the final corner. James Black fires it in. High commitment, gets it out. Down the front straight now to start another lap. We're on lap 6 of 10. AJ Giddy again has set the fastest lap of the race. That gap out in front's now out to 1.4 seconds.
That was a massive gain from that last lap. There was another half a second he's pulled out on the race lead there. So he's absolutely flying as Giddy up front.
He certainly is. So you see them now coming around the southern loop again on the 6th lap. Down towards the S's. James Black still up ahead. He's managed to pull 3 car length gap on Dylan Price there in that 7th place. Not too much has changed so far in the last lap or so at the front. Sam Dashfield's done a great job to get himself up there into 4th. See Witchman, Klimo, Anthony Torque and Steve Brown come through under the bridge. Anthony Torque and Steve Brown have had some great battles this weekend. They've been almost joined at the hip. You always see the 67 and the 88 car near each other on the track. And Torque's all over the back of Klimo. As they come up over the back section now, Torque now trying to go the inside. Klimo's going to give him the room. As they go up the inside, down towards the hairpin.
Oh, gets it stopped. You can see the locker on the way into the hairpin there. Oh, it was hard on the brakes, just managed to pull it up.
So come down the back straight, up towards the bridge. Great pass from Anthony Torque there. It looks like he's got some brake issues because there's a bit of smoke coming off it every time he touches the brake pedal.
Steve Brown having a bit of a look up the inside as well. Steve Brown, leader of the masterclass. He's done a great job sitting back there, getting stuck into all these battles.
Oh, Torque looking up the inside of Witchman now. Can he get the move done? He's in the right position, but he might not be far enough up as he settles back in behind Witchman. Klimo there and behind. Steve Brown's going to be the next car looking at a move on Klimo. As we see now Torque, what an exit he got off that last corner. He's now up the inside of Witchman.
I think Witchman there had to get out of the throttle just a little bit on the exit there. Looked a little bit wide heading towards the wall, and that affected his exit, and that allowed Torque through to go off a position up into 10th place.
Great pass there from Anthony Torque. He's been making moves the last lap. He's passed 2 cars, both Klimo and Witchman. Coming now down towards the S's again on the 8th lap. Oh, and Witchman's had a big lock-up. Clearly got some brake dramas. We see a replay of that pass. Oh, and he was real deep down. Oh, he had the rears locked as well as the fronts.
Got it stopped though, that's the most important thing, but I think it was over those bumps, just as the car sort of lands over those bumps and he gets a brake pedal the last second there. So that slight little bit of locking happened.
Yeah, that was a great bit of car control there from Anthony Torque as we see Alden Witchman there receded that place. Oh no, Steve Brown.
The commentator's curse again. Steve Brown was doing such a great job.
He's in the gravel trap, unfortunately. He's got his hand out the window, so all good for Brownie, but something unfortunately has happened to him down there.
It was deep in that battle. Let's have a look at the replay, Ronan.
Oh, yeah, okay, right. Oh, and Anthony Tork actually got collected in that as well, so there was a bit of a melee down there. It looked like maybe Brownie just went in a little bit too deep, and he the rear was swinging around, fishtailing, and unfortunately couldn't hold on to it, and he's ended up in the gravel trap there.
That's when you end up panicking just a little bit, don't you? When you're hard on that brake pedal, there's nothing else to do. The only thing left is to add steering lock, and that's where it looks like the rear's gone and spun into the gravel.
Exactly right, and as we wait, we see the GR Super Safety car back out on the circuit. Waiting.
There's no way he's going to be getting that car back out of there, and with only one lap remaining in this race, it'd be very highly unlikely we will get a restart of this one. I know the volunteer crew, all the recovery crew will be doing all they can to get this car out as quickly as they can, as they love their racing, the volunteer crew. We love our racing, so they'll be doing what they can to pull that car out and get us back underway. We're working super, super hard this weekend.
9 laps into this 10-lap race, so maybe a little bit hard-pressed to get a 1-lap dash at the end there, depending on how quickly Steve Brown's car can be pulled out. But the racing's been great so all weekend from the Nexen Tyre Mazda Racing Super Series. AJ Giddy's looking like he's on his way to taking another race victory. Callum Pratt there, he's done a great job all weekend as well. They're in the 2nd place. Stuart Lorden currently in 3rd, and Sam Dashfield, our race winner from yesterday, he was on track to score a podium earlier this morning before, unfortunately, an issue with the car meant he had a DNF. He's sitting there in 4th, so amazing recovery from Dashfield. He's been the man of the match so far in this race.
So this will be race 2, was also finished under safety car for these guys. So it looks like maybe the chance of another safety car finish for the Nexen Tyre Mazda Racing Super Series. This championship has a lot of history. It dates back over 30 years, this championship. It was one of the first Level 1 accredited championships in New Zealand. So it's been around for a long time, 33 years of history, over 3 decades. And it actually holds the distinction of being the very first racing class to be sanctioned by Motorsport New Zealand. So I remember watching these cars years and years ago when they first came on the scene, and it's very, very cool to see where it's got to now with the evolution of the Mazdas, and now we're into the RX-8s. We've seen the RX-7s blow flames for years, and now it's time for the RX-8s. The rotaries are a great car to watch. It's a cheap, fun way to go racing. They're a great bunch of people who are all there to help each other improve. And if anything goes wrong with any of the cars, you just see them all dive in and get involved with each other. As they round the last corner, the final lap of the race, it'll be AJ Giddy who will go across the line to receive the checkered flag. He got 3 out of 3 at Hampton Downs, took the clean sweep there. A solid weekend here at Highlands Motorsport Park, with Callum Pratt coming home in 2nd position. Stu Lawton, he keeps his championship hopes well and truly alive with 3rd place. And Sam Dashfield, what a recovery from him after that DNF this morning to turn around and come home in 4th. He'll be frustrated that the race couldn't go on any longer as he was picking them off one by one.
How cool was it to see in the background there on the hill by the museum? Such a great crowd of people here on Grand Prix Day. As we look through the results, AJ Giddy took out the race win from Callum Pratt. Stuart Lorden taking home the final spot on the podium from our man of the match, Sam Dashfield, there in 4th. What a drive through the field from him. Alex Canty there in 5th, Brian Walker in 6th. James Black also had a great recovery to come home in 7th. Dylan Price there in 8th, Philip Clemmis in 9th, and Anthony Tork, after making some moves late on in the race, coming home in the top 10.
Further down the list, Elton Wickman, he got caught up in all sorts of battles throughout the race there, and Stephen Spear, instrumental in keeping this series going and taking it to the next level. Comes home in 13th place. And rounding out the field, Andrew French and Steve Brown, unfortunately, both coming off the track and ending up in the gravel. Let's take a look at some highlights from the race. Callum Pratt got a great start on the outside, but it wasn't quite enough. AJ Giddy led them down to turn 1. They'll be looking at each other side by side and towards that bus stop, wondering who's going to give way. And a few of the other cars a little bit further down, taken to the grass. It was French who ended up off in the gravel, all 4 brakes locked up. And we got back underway with the racing. It was Giddy with a brilliant restart. And there were battles throughout this race, all the way down through the field. And there was some bumping and rubbing. And it was Sam Dashfield who was putting the moves on left, right, and centre. And Clemens was sideways out of the hairpin, up towards the bridge. Sam Dashfield putting the moves on, fires it up the inside of Clemo there. And Black trying left, trying right, but nothing beats the flames coming out the back of some of these cars, Ronan.
Yeah, that was Scott Mills' RX-7, as we saw there. A couple of lockups, and then unfortunately for Steve Brown, the car spun around and ended up in the gravel trap down at the S's. And as we see there, the Anytime Fitness car, it's been untouchable so far today. AJ Giddy behind the wheel. We'll see him again out later on in the not so distant future in the final race for the Bridgestone GR86 Championship a little bit later on, but great drive from him to take home the race win. Nice clean drive from Callum Pratt and Stuart Lawton there, bagging some more points there. Awesome finish for him there in 3rd. Sam Dashfield, amazing drive through the field to finish 4th.
And to think AJ Giddy, he's only 14 years of age, so young fellow with a lot of talent, and he's clearly shown that this weekend, driving beyond his years, being able to hold off that sort of pressure out in front. He's certainly driving very, very well. Got a lot of racecraft, doing a lot of racing at the moment, obviously racing in the Toyota 86 Championship as well. Things not quite going his way this weekend for him in the 86s, but certainly redeeming himself in the Mazda series.
Yeah, not a bad way when you're doing double duties to go into your next class, knowing you've just won the race in the race before. So as we see there, Giddy pulling up into that #1 spot in the Anytime Fitness RX-8. Callum Pratt there pulling up in the Tempotherm car there in P2. Stuart Lawton there in the 3rd place. No doubt all the boys, they'll be pretty happy with that one. As we see Mackenzie Motorsport team getting AJ out of the car.
Mackenzie Motorsport team very, very busy this weekend, running a car in this championship, also the 86 Championship, also the Summerset GT New Zealand Championship. So running cars in a lot of championships, and a proven team. Have done a lot of winning in a lot of categories, and that's a great boost for AJ Giddy as he heads into the last race of the 86s later on this afternoon. So we head down to Rhiannon, Allied Petroleum, Victory Lane.
And the round winners for the Nexen Tyre Mazda Racing Series. He's a familiar face in the Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. We congratulate him once again to AJ Giddy taking out the round here at Highlands Motorsport Park. That must be pretty satisfying. It's been a busy weekend for you.
Yeah, there's a few safety cars that race, but I'm just focused on the start and build a gap. But those safety cars made that gap shrink. But did a good safety car restart, so I managed to come away with the win.
Not only taking out the round win, also the rookie of the weekend. Congratulations, AJ Giddy. And 2nd place for the round. We congratulate, ladies and gentlemen, to Callum Pratt. Well done, Callum, 2nd for the round. It's been a busy weekend of racing. How have you enjoyed it all?
It's been great fun. I mean, Stu put on a great battle there. He was in my mirror the whole race, but car was fast and just was able to just maintain that back gap the whole race.
Congratulations. Enjoy the celebrations on the podium with your team. And rounding out our round is Stuart Lawton. Congratulations, Stuart. Back on the podium, you're a familiar face down here. Can you sum up your weekend for us?
Yeah, pretty good actually. Maybe 2nd would have been better then, but the 2 guys in front of us are going pretty well. Car was good, pretty hot in the cabin. But yeah, pretty happy all round, thank you.
Well done. Congratulations to all of our competitors this weekend in the Nexen Mazda Racing Series.
It's time to celebrate the podium for race 3 of the Nexen Tyre Mazda Racing Super Series, presenting the trophies and the next-gen wreath. Carl Shaw from Sovereign Insulated Garage Doors. Please thank and congratulate in 3rd place, Stu Lawton. Well done, Stu. Congratulations in 2nd place. Ladies and gentlemen, Callum Pratt. And your round winner, give it up for AJ Giddy. Congratulations to our round winners. We're now going to present the rookie trophy of the Nexen Tyre Mazda Racing Super Series. Presenting the trophy, Amanda West, category coordinator, and it's presented to AJ Giddy. And presenting the Masters Trophy, Amanda is going to hand that over as well to Phil Clemis. Drivers, time for the celebrations. That's your podium for the Nexen Tyre Mazda Racing Super Series. Drivers, the champagne is all yours.
Celebrations flowing down there after a great weekend for their class. Wonderful to have them here as a part of the 70th running of the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix here at Highlands. You can just see over the cars there in the background that beautiful shot of our great mate, our much missed friend in Tim Miles. And that leads us to the Tim Miles Memorial Trophy. The race about to take place now. You don't know how lucky we are, Trev. He was always one for a laugh and passed away very sadly in July last year. The turnout for his celebration of life in Sydney was remarkable. Both the physical turnout, those who came to Sydney where the proud Kiwi had lived for over 20 years, and also those watching online. And fittingly, it's his car that is on the front of the grid for the final race of the weekend in Formula Atlantic. Powered and backed by EcoFlow. Delighted to be joined in commentary by Andrew Waite as well. We've had a little change in the commentary box here. Some cool cars in this one. And this is a race that is close to our hearts for different reasons, and we'd love to see it grow with the style of cars that Tim loved greatly. Jackson Evans is in the Miles Mobile, I should say, alongside Oliver Sench for this one. Greg Murphy in the RT40, the famous number 51, alongside Michael Hay. Dylan Fay from the Sunshine Coast of Queensland is here. That car has remained here since the round at Taupo International Motorsport Park a few weeks ago. Tim very sadly passed away in a cycling accident in Sydney midway through last year. He had been racing with Brendan Leach in the Australian GT Championship. Had been a regular in Porsche competition in Australia as well over the years, and through his Miles Advisory Partners business, working with the likes of Bathurst winner Paul Dumbrell and the great staff in that organisation. He used his business acumen and skills, Andrew, to work very much within the pit lane, helping people buying and selling businesses, and very quietly gave advice to a great many people, mentored a great many people, often for no recognition or credit. Many of you will know, as the GR Supra safety car accelerates away, that he was instrumental in the very high-profile sale of supercars on more than one occasion. And in his heart, he hailed here from the South Island, but he loved motor racing. Worked in the UK for a time, and it was his escape. His family had a rich history in it too, Andrew. So that's his car. Got some great history. Those of you that follow this class will know that the name Jos Verstappen, Max's dad, it's got a great. Lots of the cars, for that matter, have great stories to tell. Oliver Sench is a relative newcomer to this class of racing and racing here on the South Island, but he's done a cracking job all weekend in that 93. And the youngster will go toe-to-toe with the supercars racer and GT racer in Jackson Evans, who tied the knot in January in Australia. And away we go. final one of the weekend for a very special trophy. Cinch will take the lead, Andrew, down into the bus stop for the first time. Murphy trying to find a way through. He's got to place that car in the right spot, doesn't he?
That's a great start there by Cinch around the outside into the lead of the race, but straight away Jackson Evans is all over the back of him. There's a round turn one, and Evans up the inside, back into the lead. Didn't want much of that, wants to get back in the lead to control this race. Cinch now. Is he going to be able to hold on to the back of Jackson Evans? Third place here as well, Michael Hay.
Merv runs wide. Now, is everything okay with that car? Is he hunting for a gear there, perhaps? Something wrong with the front of the wing. Maybe it's looking, you can see that it is dragging in a ways, and maybe Murph is conscious of looking after that car. So what's happened to
So it's the wing end plate. So what I reckon it is that wing end plate's dropped down and he can hear something. So that's why he's looking around the car, trying to figure out what it is that he can hear. So he's looking left, looking right. What's going on? He's wondering. So whether or not that's just dropped down on its own, because very rarely you'd see just an end plate drop like that without further damage. So I'm wondering if that's exactly what's happened. Maybe contact, or maybe it's just dropped down and he's just trying to figure it out. Obviously, these are very special, very valuable cars, so it's not worth the risk. If that's the New Zealand Grand Prix like we've got this afternoon, you wouldn't care what noises the car's making. You'd be pushing on, but these beautiful cars, you want to look after them.
You know, Gary Orton from Kiwi Motorsport, he's been instrumental in ensuring that car, along with all of his team there, that it was ready for Taupo and for this event. So if they can get that car quickly fixed for it to continue racing, I'm sure that they'll do that. So we'll keep an eye if Murph comes into the lane. In the meantime, with Jackson under siege here from Oliver Cinch, let's get some news from the lane. Here's Richard Crowell.
Thanks, Rusty. There's a lot of interested spectators in this race, and watching Greg Murphy going quite slowly, by the way. Andy McElray is one of those very interested spectators. Good afternoon, Andrew. You've got a lot invested in this. One of your drivers is in the car. Tim Miles is your best mate. Greg Murphy, you've been around a lot. He's struggling at the moment. There's a lot to unpick, but just talk about this this event this weekend and what it means to you as part of the Miles family, essentially, and as his best mate.
Well, yeah, thanks, Rusty. Actually, firstly, I think that's as fast as Murph can go. But, yeah, it is very special to be a part of this, and having Jackson and Tim's car. Tim and Trace live in the area, and when Josie and Murph came and saw me at Queensland Raceway last year and said, hey, this is what we think we should do, it was a fantastic idea. We all got on board, and it's so awesome that someone like Jackson can be driving Tim's car in this race.
Yeah, and he's been driving it very well.
Yes, he has, yeah. I've been coaching him, see. But no, of course, he's an absolute pro. We're really proud to have developed him in the early days, but he's his own man now, and he's doing a ripper job.
Trace, Aaron and Kaylee, the family, are here as well. It's been such a special celebration. A little gathering up at the museum last night was really special too.
Yeah, again, the Highlands crew just do a phenomenal job of making everyone feel welcome, and yeah, they had a whole bunch of us over for free dinner. Getting something free out of Quinny was a pretty good effort. But no, the hospitality's been brilliant, and Trace, Aaron and Kaylee are upstairs here and watching their dad's car going around in the lead.
Nice to see you here. It's a great tribute to a great friend of ours, so nice to see you here, Andy. Thanks.
Cheers, thanks.
He's great with his words. What do you say? Nice to get something free out of Quinny. Very funny. It was a lovely turnout there last night, I should say too, up by the museum and the Welcome Centre. And here's Murph, so returning, so minus the end plate that Andrew was talking about there, and he will rag that thing now. He'll give it heaps because he can afford to do that and have some fun. What's he doing there? Maybe waiting for the field to catch up so he can get in the thick of the action. Here they come.
Maybe just have another check around the car, make sure everything else is all A-okay, and at least one good thing, bit of silver lining, at least it's that front wing, because a lot of that downforce is actually generated through the floor of these cars rather than through the front and the rear wing. So, of course, it's not going to be optimal for him, but at least he's back out there and underway for this race as Jackson Evans still leads the race. Cinch in behind, putting pressure on, but Jackson looking pretty comfortable out front at the moment.
Love that sound. Thought you could soak it up for a moment. There's VDA engines, wonderful four-cylinder power plants, Toyotas as well, naturally aspirated fours. high up in the RPM range. A class that's origins really date back, I guess, to what we called Class B in the late 1960s, but we best remember it as Formula Atlantic or Formula Pacific, particularly in the 80s and 90s in this part of the world. Some great Kiwis raced in it, and we have had plenty of international guests come and compete in it over the years. Oliver Sench chasing in the background there. Only the second time racing on the South Island for him, first time racing here. And I think it's actually the 4th ever race meeting in this car. And he said the harder you push it, the better it gets. The ground effects aspects of the car doing their thing.
Yeah, it's a strange thing to get your head around, feeling the car underneath you and what's going on. You leave every corner thinking, I could have gone faster there. I could have gone faster, but obviously you only want to push it so far before it ends up off in the scenery, which I know these cars and drivers want to look after them. But at the same time, once you close that visor and get amongst it, you can't help but push on just that bit harder.
Can we say a little cheerio to the Day family as well? And that is because you were actually meant to be out there having a run in a car with a bit of history that Brendan Leach raced back in the day.
Yeah, a bit of a shame. Didn't quite make the start of the weekend with that car, but it was a great gesture from Deb and Marty Day to give me the opportunity to go out there and have a bit of fun and get amongst it. But unfortunately, didn't quite happen, but it's all right. I'm in the next best seat, and that's up here with you, Rusty, commentating it.
My great mate Barry Sheen once used the line, "Here, what second prize?" I think you drew second prize, but that first prize would have been out there driving the car, not in here in the commentary box, but it's great to have your insights as always. Jackson remains in the lead. We're about half race distance. This is the Tim Miles Memorial Trophy live on Sky Sports here in New Zealand, and of course across the ditch, Fox and KO. Good morning if you're waking up very early there in Europe, watching on YouTube as well. The Formula Atlantic cars giving us a little walk down memory lane in memory of a friend, and a warm-up, if you will, to the New Zealand Grand Prix this afternoon. Final race of the season for the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. That is all to come your way. We'll have all the build-up to the big race as well, and lots of support categories. In the meantime, a huge day here at Highlands Motorsport Park. Back we go. Here's Brian Hartley in the 28. Now, Brendan, his son and World Endurance Championship winning son, winner of Le Mans, was with us for the last event for these cars at Taupo International Motorsport Park. And Brian basically said to me all he had to do to the 28 in between times, give it a bit of a clean, put it in the trailer, and off he's come here to Highlands.
Oh, that's always a good weekend when you can just throw it in the trailer afterwards and give it a bit of clean. But he's having a fantastic battle there with Dylan Fahey, that beautiful March car. It's got a rich history, racing the Macau Grand Prix, that car. Very, very cool to see it part of this weekend and making the journey down south.
Raced by none other than Vern Schuten over there. So he's based, as we said at the commencement of the race today, on the Sunshine Coast of Queensland. In between Taupo and here, he headed back home. He was assisted by the organisers in getting the car transported from the North Island to the South Island. He said, I basically left it in Murph's hands, and he said it was all looked after. He said, Murph's a very good delegator. Let's go to the lane. Here's Rihanna.
Well, I found myself upstairs in one of the best vantage points of this circuit, and we are so lucky to have Tim's family, wife Tracy, daughters Kaylee and Erin. Tracy, this is a really emotional weekend for your family, no doubt, but also a celebration of Tim's legacy in motorsport. What does it mean to you to have this race named in his honour?
Look, it's incredibly gut-wrenching to be here, I have to say, because we're not here with Tim, but he would be so incredibly proud of the support that's been shown, that the honour that he's been given, and the fact that so many people are out here watching Jackson, who is a very good friend and co-driver of Tim's, race Tim's car. So I think overall, more smiles than tears. It's an amazing event, and Josie and Tony Quinn have done an amazing job of supporting us through that.
Beautifully said. Kaylee, Jackson is such a close friend for your family. How special for him to be in the car on behalf of Tim?
Yeah, definitely. I think that Dad spoke very highly of the time that he spent in the car with Jackson. So to see Jackson race Dad's car is something that, especially winning, is something that Dad would be very impressed with.
And your dad was such a character. He had so many stories that I'm sure you guys could tell that probably the camera doesn't want to know. But I suppose in his memory, what will you miss about him most? What was he most known for within your family?
Within our family, I think Dad was just known for his ultimate passion for everything that he and we did. Motorsport was such a big part of our lives, but he never let that or the business that he was in interfere with stuff that we were passionate with. And we were just so lucky to grow up around the sport and all the support and the love that the sport gave us. And that's why this is so special.
Ladies, thank you so much for your time. We are so pleased that you're here for this very special weekend. Enjoy the rest of this race.
Well done, Rihanna. And I know that our mate, who will be upstairs, most likely with the cold one, would have a big smile seeing his 3 girls there speaking so well. We have a look at our replay. The carousel there as Dylan Fay lines up Brian Hartley. Now, this is for position. It was happening while the interview was unfolding there. And he gets by.
Not bad. Round the outside. Get the move done. Take that. Moves up a spot there.
Leon Hallett in the number 3. He's been battling with a couple of issues, but has been I guess started in race 2 this morning before we came on air. He's continuing to circulate there. New fastest lap from Jackson Evans, who's released the shackles on that car. I think he wants a clean sweep of the races in this class for the weekend, and maybe in addition to the trifecta to get the quickest lap as well. That's a 1:32.498 from Jackson Evans. He is flying.
And it's not only that, he's also just done the fastest sector 1 again, so he's absolutely flying in that car, getting quicker and quicker. Richard Crowell down the lane.
Andrew, Rusty, thank you. This is what we're playing for today. This is the Tim Miles Memorial Trophy. It is a beautiful bit of silverware, and I wanted to take a special note of the little saying on the plaque down there. We don't know how lucky we are, Trev. Now, the Trev thing is that Tim called all his mates Trev, regardless of their name. But I think that emphasised the man. He was always about life, always loved living, and always said, we don't know how lucky we are. So that's on the trophy. This is the big cup that the winner of the Tim Miles Memorial Trophy race is going to get each time it's held. I think it's really special. It's also really heavy as well. Nice trophy. That'll be presented by the Miles family very soon.
Well done, Trev. And I say that because Cralesy, very quietly behind the scenes as the difficult news unfolded last July, was very good at helping the family deal with media and things like that. So it is a great trophy, and it is such a cool thing to see Jackson, who goes quicker again, a 1:31.721. He wants this for Tim, in Tim's car. And to take it with an absolute sweep of the weekend.
See the head lean that he's got going on there, going around the big long loop. He's focused on the inside of the corner. He's pushing on. He's gone even faster through Sector 1 as well. Hustling this car for Tim.
Can we just also reflect on that in Jackson's career, be it in supercars, GT racing, where he's been so good, Porsches and more, he actually doesn't have a lot of single-seater racing on the CV. A little bit of time in a Formula Ford about a decade ago. He's loved the chance to jump into something that is so visceral compared to the very tech-supported race cars that he's so used to now. H-pattern gearbox, listen to it. And the fact that it has an emotional connection is an added bonus.
It certainly is, and I had no doubt him coming into this weekend in that car, he was going to have no issues getting up to speed. He is one talent, one very, very fast driver. So to see him push on in that car is very cool.
A great number of Tim's family are here. Lots of friends from the motor racing scene gathered last night, as Andy said before, for a meal here at the track. So it's not just the cars, it's the friends who are enjoying a good laugh and some fun off track as well, just as Tim would have wanted. We're on the final lap here now. He's done it again, a 1:31.420. Jackson Evans dominating the weekend here for the Tim Miles Memorial Trophy. Will that number be lowered even further on the run to the checkered flag? He's got a huge gap on Oliver Sench in second. Michael Hay will be chuffed with that in third at present. Murph's down the order if you're just tuning in to our coverage in this one. Had an issue, we think maybe with a bit of contact as he was coming through the field. It bent a front wing end plate and had a quick trip to the pit lane as a result. That's why he's 2 laps down the order. But Jackson Evans has absolutely decided to cut loose here and to enjoy the moment. The Evans family, very close friends with the Mileses, just like Andy Mack, who we were talking about before. They're a tight-knit bunch, real tight-knit group. And it's wonderful that Jackson has this opportunity to drive this car. Look at it, gets a little bit airborne. Final couple of corners. This would bring a smile to our mate Tyre. He would absolutely love this. The sectors don't suggest that he'll lower the marker again, but he's going to win for the third time straight this weekend. And he's going to take the fastest lap of the race in the process. What an effort by Jackson Evans. Quickest in the final sector on the run to the line too, and everyone's showing their appreciation. He is the winner of the Tim Miles Memorial Trophy, the inaugural running of it. Congrats, Jackson.
That is super fitting, isn't it? For him to jump in that car, mentored by Tim Miles, jumping in Tim's car for this race, having some fun, and absolutely letting it rip in that last one. He will know how lucky he is this time, Trev.
It is a stunning car. I used a line in the commentary yesterday about Andy McElrea being on the tools on that car, and he said to me last night that that might have been me overselling things. There are more people on the car than that. I think he's been more wrangler and coordinator than anything else, but he'll have a little tear in his eye, I would have thought too. That's the perfect way to embark on this, the Tim Miles Memorial Trophy chapter, shall we say. Lots of fans have gathered here on the hill at Highlands Motorsport Park as we count down to the big one, the Grand Prix, and that's a nice lead-in, a really beautiful build-up. Well done to Jackson Evans. He's the first to put his name on a very special trophy. Oliver Sent should be chuffed with that. What a good weekend he's had. Second in the final, and Michael Hay gets there in the end in the number 5 and third.
He certainly does to round out the podium. Dylan Fay, though, he did a great job getting that move done. Try a little bit around the outside. Certainly some fun racing for these guys.
Highlights for you of the final one for the weekend, brought to you by EcoFlow for the Formula Atlantics. The race for the Tim Miles Memorial Trophy, staged over 10 laps. Now, Greg Murphy at that stage was fighting his way through the field. Is that the contact? It was with Brian Hartley. We couldn't quite perhaps tell at the time. Murph dived down the inside there, had a little look. And unfortunately, the message that dragging front wing end plate sent was Murph obviously wanted to preserve and look after the car. He swung by the pit lane for a couple of laps. Out in front, Jackson Evans just unleashed that number 14 and set several fastest laps on the way. Dylan Fay from the Sunshine Coast managed to get around Brian Hartley, but there was no stopping this guy up in front. An almost adopted son of Tim Miles. The Miles family, Tracy and Tim's daughters, looking on as Jackson set fastest lap after fastest lap on the way to a three-peat and the Tim Miles Memorial Trophy. Hayden's already there, good job. And some of the crew, there's more of them down there than that.
Very cool.
Nice reception from those of you gathered down there in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. It's a heartfelt result. We'll take you down there in a moment to soak it all up. Don't forget, Bridgestone GR86 still to come. TA2 and some GT machines before we go racing in the final one of the weekend to decide the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. And it's the big one. The 70th running of the New Zealand Grand Prix, all here at Highlands this afternoon. That's a nice way to sort of whet the appetite, isn't it?
It certainly is. There is so much coming up, and that championship with the way that it's shaping up this afternoon, I cannot wait for that New Zealand Grand Prix.
Very cool. Tracy there. Aaron and Kayla, you can see Dead Day off to the side there, President of Motorsport New Zealand. The cheers from Tim's friends, his great mate Andy McElrea. Lovely stuff. He'll have a little moment to compose himself here, and we'll take you down to Rihanna, who I can see is standing by. Take it away, Rhi.
Yeah, what a special moment in New Zealand motorsport as we welcome Jackson Evans. Jackson, not many dry eyes in the house at the moment, but plenty of smiles as well. Just talk to us about what this means for you, your family, and what Tim meant to you.
Yeah, I mean, as I said after the first 2 races, it's pretty special just to be here, be part of this event, part of the memorial for Tim. So, and driving his car is even better. But yeah, it's obviously not an easy loss for all of us, but just glad to do him proud today, and just glad to be part of it. So hopefully it's not the last time we drive this thing.
Just tell me about those last couple of laps. You were setting fastest lap after fastest lap. How much fun were you having out there, and what were you thinking about at the time?
Yeah, I was having a fat time, to be honest. And the last time I was going that fast, I ended up in the fence, and that was also Timmy's car. So that was at the front of my mind, but I was just really trying to enjoy it, think about how much fun he'd be having driving the car. So, no, really happy.
We're really happy for you, Jackson. We're great to see that you'll be taking home the Tim Miles Memorial Trophy. I hope you've had an amazing time here this weekend. And in second place, we welcome Oliver Sench to the podium. These guys have had such great battles all weekend long. Oliver, just tell us about what this weekend means to you as well.
Oh, it was an awesome race. Unfortunately, our motor cut out halfway through again. But yeah, no, it was great fun.
Great to have you here, part of this championship. And rounding out in third place, once again, we welcome Michael Hay to the podium. Congratulations, Michael. Just tell us about your weekend and what it's meant to you.
Oh, I think first off, we've got to do a huge thanks to Dad for letting me drive the car for the weekend. It's been a crazy opportunity. What a cool track, and to Mark for running the car. It's been phenomenal, the racing. I'd love to see a bigger class, but it's here. It's cool.
Thank you, Michael. We've enjoyed having you here as well.
Thank you, Rhi. It's time for the podium for the Tim Miles Memorial Race. Thanks to EcoFlow for sponsoring the race this weekend, and thanks to Ellerslie Jewellers and Engravers for their amazing trophies in this very important race. I'd like to invite Kaylee Milesford to present the third place trophy to Michael Hay. To present the second place trophy, we welcome Erin Miles to present it to Oliver Sench. And now to present the first place trophy and the Tim Miles Memorial Trophy. I think we'll just go with the big one, Trace. It's Tracy Miles, and the winner is Jackson Evans. And now to present the winner's wreath, I'd like to invite Kaylee and Erin to present the wreath to Jackson Evans. Ladies and gentlemen, that's your podium for the Tim Miles Memorial Race. Congratulations to our winners. Drivers, do what Milesy would do and get into that champagne.
They're about to start some celebrations. Tim would have absolutely loved this. Very fitting end to the weekend for the Tim Miles Memorial Trophy. Jackson gets to spray the champagne, name on a special trophy. We're going to grab a break. Stick with us, lots more to come here live from Highlands.
At Repco, we get what gets you going. Because while you told her it would be loud, you forgot to mention... else. Repco gets you going.
Wait, is this an actual Toyota? Look, Toyotas, all of them. You got a Farmer and a Hilux, a Hi-Ace, Highlander, RAV4, GR86, and even a hydrogen car. You got the All Blacks and Black Ferns in a Prado. A happy family in an electric vehicle, and a happy Dame Lisa Carrington carrying her kayak. So now do you think it's a Toyota ad?
Nah, it's just New Zealand.
What's with the music thing?
So after 3 arduous, really intense challenges where skullduggery may have crept in, we have arrived back at Highlands unbelievably, maybe with a little bit of orchestration. All 3 teams are level on points. So that means only one thing: a shootout across 3 final challenges with a Highlands flavour to decide the winner. What a way to wrap up Love Highlands. This is Paul Blomqvist, who is going to tell us about the U-Skid Challenge, our first one.
We've set up a couple of cones for them, made it very simple because I know the IQ level there combined is not very high. So they're going to slalom their way up, do a couple U-turns, and then they've got a stop box that they've got to stop in. So we'll see how they go.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is the grand finale.
So bone to pick quickly.
Okay.
What did they
leveled on points?
Yeah,
or was that just...
what did they all do to get their bonus points? We put lipstick on. This feels rigged.
I don't know how you get points for eating pies.
Do you want traction on or off? Off. Why? Because it's front-wheel drive.
Final couple of cones heading to the garage. 30 seconds. 30.33.
Warming the tyres up for them.
I'm concerned that those last minute handbrake things. Do you reckon that's overcooked the rear tyre?
Yeah, they're trying to sabotage us, but you know we've got true talent here, so we're gonna win it regardless.
All right, eyes on, team. Go! The turn. Oh no! A little too much.
Down there is not to do that. He's done. He's fucked it. He's done. Hey, shortcut. Corner cut.
10-second penalty there for not completing the course properly. Time was good.
Don't even say anything.
Time was good.
Don't even say anything. He's going to get done.
Yeah.
Louis always makes little silly errors.
He's overcooked it. He's overcooked it in the midsection.
Now he's cheating. Now he's cheating.
Oh, did you hear that? The crowd went. That's right. The crowd went.
I was just touching the barrier. No damage done.
You hit 4 cones.
Come on!
Bledisloe Cups, Rugby World Cups. I mean, where does this rank this?
Oh, this is like a World Cup final. This is like a World Cup final.
3, 2, 1, go!
That's it. So that's that.
This is really boring.
Maybe boring is the key here.
Nice.
Does that mean that Murph's the quickest time?
What?
Greg Murphy has the quickest time.
Just consistency.
But it is the first of 3 challenges to complete our grand finale. Now we head to the mini golf for a hole-in-one challenge. Live Golf has become massive, and so, of course, in the great history of the game, the British Open, the US Masters and more. But really, this, as we welcome you to Vegas, is next level. For our competitors, our contestants today, the real key on this one hole-in-one challenge, don't hit your helmet. First up, the team currently running last in the challenge, but with a bit of golf form.
Oh, no!
Big ricochet, but unfortunately it doesn't get close to the hole. Years of experience. It's been working with a coach. Oh, no. And already having thrown down something of a harker, contemplating what to do.
It was too hard.
Oh, the theory was good, though. They were second coming into this. Best shot we've seen so far in the hole-in-one challenge.
Oh!
Yeah, well done.
The commentator didn't have a moment to add anything there. It was full hit and hope. Oh, Craig Murphy. When was the last time he played golf? 1974. Oh, so close. So close. We need to go to the adjudicators. Can we just call in David Tunnicliffe just for a bit of adjudication here? I feel like that unfortunately leaves us with a difficult winner-take-all scenario with a go-kart challenge and a Le Mans start.
Yeah, there'll be a Le Mans-style start at the go-karts. There may be a slight handicap start there with blue having the advantage. The green team being second. Consider that your grid position, Louis, not a penalty. Just quiet, Greg. And then pink being third on the grid. So just a slight grid situation. So that is the grid set. Let's go-karting.
High drama here. In the true tradition of reality TV, all rules are out the window. It's all about the final. All is in readiness for the go-kart challenge. International GT driver Tony Quinn at the wheel. More than 80 caps for the All Blacks. Justin Marshall and Greg Murphy, dunny expert. Up the back here we go to these 3. It's going to be a Le Mans start, right? So we're going to add to the spectacle by putting them. This is Louis the Eagle, not Eddie.
Go.
You ready
to sprint? I'm ready to race. Come on.
Not Eddie the Eagle, Louis the Eagle. Louis Sharp. Here's Yevon David. He's like the busy bumblebee, and he's been like that all day, haven't you?
Bumblebee. That's right. I'm Bumblebee.
Any tactics for this run? This classic Le Mans start. Run to the kart, tap it, and off it goes.
Fly like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
Ooh. Ladies and gentlemen, who do we find here in the hippo outfit? Hello, Ryan Wood.
I can't see.
This is going to go so well. Ladies and gentlemen, the final of Love Highlands. Are you ready? Runners, 3, 2, 1, away! Contemplating, nervous, a bit. Couldn't you breathe in that thing?
I can't breathe after that run. I don't think it was the suit either.
Murph trying to find a way. Tony's keeping it parked mid-track. Oh, he's got it. Murph slides it out of the final corner. I think Tony has still got the lead. TQ in front by a nose. There's nothing in it. Final corner. Who's going to get it? Tony! Oh! Tony and Louis will do it.
This is the best win of my career to date. I can't believe it. TQ, you're a legend. Holding off four-time Bathurst winner is not easy. So no, I'm very, very proud of our team.
What went wrong there?
I just think it's a lack of seat time from Murph, to be honest. It just looks like he's rusty, and it's pretty gutting, really. It's all on him.
Did you enjoy that? It's been an epic day, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. We didn't win the final because there was no haka, so that was the secret, you know. Yep. You didn't feel that energy, but, you know, good job by Justin, you know. That was a good run.
What was the highlight of this crazy day for you?
Definitely not shaving my legs. I mean, you know, could have got the points for that, but hey, that helicopter ride, unmatched. First one as well, unbelievable.
Well done.
Thank you.
We've asked all teams to gather for the presentation in the GT Members Lounge. Now, what I can tell you in between time is that there has been a lengthy deliberation between the organisers, those that kind of in the whole Love Highlands game are affectionately in race control. There's been a review of all footage acquired during the day and some penalties applied. I can tell you that these penalties cannot be appealed. These are the final results of the first massive season of Love Highlands. In third place, ladies and gentlemen, Team Adventure, Greg Murphy and Ryan Wood. Third place.
I don't know. Did you have anything to do with it?
Had nothing to do with it.
Bloody hell. The commitment that was shown by this team today.
You seem unhappy about this.
Just you be quiet in the back bleachers, all right? Yeah. 5 minutes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Well played. It was ultra close in the end. We can tell you that second position in our inaugural edition has gone to World of Difference. Tony and Louis, second. There you go.
That's a win for us.
That's a win.
That's a win.
That's a win. Well, remember, we look at lots of things across the day. Went a bit pear-shaped, of course, in the U-Skid Challenge, didn't it?
Yeah, well, still 1, 2 out of 3, did we not?
That can mean only one thing. The winners. They were ultra consistent at times too. Team Luxury, Justin and Yevon have done it.
And I don't often get caught for words, but I'm a little bit caught at the moment. Please, over to my my.
Yeah, I think these legs kind of saved the day. I mean,
the legs.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Look at
Legs saved the day. So, yeah, honestly, one of the best wins. So, couldn't have been more pleased. Yeah.
Well, there we go. Our winners of the first ever Love Highlands, complete with shaved legs. Who would have thought? Hoping, just like Survivor and all the great reality TV shows, that will be the first of countless seasons, decades of Love Highlands. We hope you enjoyed it. We'll see you next time.
At Repco, we get what gets you going. Because while you told her it would be loud, you forgot to mention how it feels. Repco gets you going.
Wait, is this a NAPA Toyota? Look, Toyotas, all of them. You got a Farmer and a Hilux, a Hi-Ace, Highlander, RAV4, GR86, and even a hydrogen car. You got the All Blacks and Black Ferns in a Prado, a happy family in an electric vehicle, and a happy Dame Lisa Carrington carrying her kayak. So now do you think it's a Toyota ad?
Nah.
just New Zealand.
What's with the music thing?
There has genuinely been this really good vibe throughout the 4 straight weeks of the Repco NextGen NZ Championship. I'm with the boss, Josie Spillane, from not just Tony's Circuits, but heavily involved in the running of the series. And there's been an army that have made all this possible, isn't there?
Yeah, there has, Rusty, and you're obviously one of them. But it's just been the most incredible journey this year. And I have to say, August in 2024, when it was announced that we were taking it over, I was terrified. And it really felt impossible on so many levels. And the difference that it feels this year really comes down to, a group of people, starting with the NextGen team, the talent and the passion, the determination, the sense of camaraderie and fun, but this deep sense of guardianship that they've brought to make sure that we're able to look after our competitors and the officials and the volunteers and ultimately put on a show that is worthy of fans returning to motorsport has just been breathtaking.
That whole thing is worth bottling, and all of us are enjoying being on the journey with you as you go here. But you are a group that don't stand still either. So each year we've seen sort of evolution, change, and I would imagine as you kind of look down the track, we've got more good stuff in the pipeline.
Yeah, absolutely. And, on the podcast, actually, that Rich is doing with Murph, he describes something as lightning in a bottle. And I was like, my gosh, that's exactly what this is now. There's something incredibly special from the categories that we've got to the NextGen team. They're outstanding. And what's really exciting is we've got pages of what we can do next year to make it even better. So we're not standing still. We believe in motorsport in New Zealand so much, and we're really excited about 2026-27 already. But we've got to get this weekend through. And, the NAPA 70th New Zealand Grand Prix, I can remember when we started at Highlands and we were told, you will never have a Grand Prix at Highlands. So there's a deep sense of satisfaction and a real sense of obligation to do a great job with the honour that we have bestowed on us. So I'm really excited.
So there you go, a little moment to pause and thank all of the good people that are working tirelessly behind the scenes, and then from us too, to you, Josie, and all the team, thanks for having us. That's been awesome.
Thank
you.
Rusty.
That was a little earlier in the weekend. Josie has been super busy since then, but I know she would like us to convey to all of our commercial partners, big and small, a heartfelt thank you for the deep commitment and the fact that you too have come along for the ride. So to NAPA and your support of the GP here, to Repco as well for supporting the entire championship, but even people like Cream Insurance who sponsor our grid here, thank you so much. Peter Ward will line up on pole position for our grid for the final one of the weekend for TA2, fittingly brought to you by SP Tools. Jamie McDonald beside him, the former sprint car racer. Carl Gaines out of 3, Lance Gerlach from 4. Now, in showing you the grid on our graphic or our screens here, we've had a little change in commentary. Andrew Waite steps out, Ronan Murphy joins us. We can clear up how they set the grid, because Will Davison did a mighty job in terms of a lap time on his way to 3rd in the last race, and it's the lap times, the speed across the weekend, that helps us set this grid.
Yeah, so this is a little bit unique, Rusty. So basically the fastest lap time from the races, which was set by Will Davison on the last lap of the prior race, that means that he starts from the back of the top 10. The guy that was the second fastest, which was Jaden Ransley across the races over the weekend, he starts 9th, which is the equivalent of the second fastest lap. So you go back, the fastest car starts 10th, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, so on, start 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th. So basically the 10th fastest car from the weekend, Peter Ward, he starts from the pole position.
And that's him on the left of screen with a brand new front on that car, and that's because he had a massive incident yesterday going underneath the bridge, and I spoke with him before this race. So the 38 of Lance Gerlach actually got out of shape, and in the course of all that, there was a moment of evasive action from Wardy in that race yesterday. I think they thought it was going to play out okay, but there was a little moment, and unfortunately, he ended up making contact with the bridge in the underpass and so on. They repaired that car overnight. The Ward crew did an amazing job on it. When he went out for the outlap this morning, he was worried about what shape it would be in, but it all came up to temperature and pressure, and he was right. Mark Pitcher, I think, won't be taking part in this one. Can't see his car in the field after that crash at the bus stop in race 2. We unleash the thunder of TA2 here at Highlands. Wardy will lead them down for the first time. Jamie McDonald slots in. It's a bit willing behind him, and around goes Gerlach. There's been a touch there. Who was involved in that? Was it Toby Elmiger or someone? I'm not sure what's unfolded there.
Yeah, there were cars going everywhere there, Rusty, and Lance Gerlach, unfortunately, has come off pretty second-hand in that one. There's a fair amount of damage to the 38 car there. He's dropped right back down. So we sort of try and figure out where everyone ended up. It's Jaden Ransley there in front of, he managed to clear Dylan Grant. He's in behind Paul Manuel. So it's still green flag conditions at the moment. It's Ransley now trying to defend from Grant.
And Will Davison and Paul Manuel there have all got their hands full. The 15, they've got similar liveries, those cars. Oh, look at that elbows out between these two.
Ransley gave Grant a big nudge there. Slap on the wrist, don't come near me. And he's managed to hold on to that position as he now tries to go up the inside of Paul Manuel. Manuel defends. Oh, Jaden almost swiped the back of him there. Dylan Grant's still right in there behind. Will Davison's managed to pass Caleb Byers. So the form man from the weekend, he's now lost a spot to Ransley and Davison as Will Davison starts to come alive in this race. He's going to be looking to try and move his way forward.
Carl Gaines chasing the 74, I think it is, of Toby Elmiger. So Peter Ward leading the way. You can see him at reverse Indy already and about to come past the crowd here at Highlands on the hill beside the museum, the world-famous museum. And some unbelievable cars in there, and some of them we've been showing on track over the weekend. Grant has a little bit of a look. Some power steering issues, I think it was, earlier in the weekend. That car gets sideways out of the final turn. Ransley ducks to the inside. He's on the outside, but he's got great pace there. Can't quite get it executed, though, before the bus stop.
Ransley, last of the late breakers there into the bus stop. He was hard up there trying to keep Dylan Grant at bay. We saw a little bit further up as well. There was some battle scars on the front of Toby Elmiger's car, so maybe he was part of that. Yeah, we see there. So, yeah, Elmiger's gone straight into the back of Lance Gerlach there, turned him round, just braked too late, ran into the back of him. So, disappointing situation there, particularly for Lance Gerlach. Not ideal, but luckily everyone managed to keep going.
Did you see who Captain Wise was in that replay? It was Will Davison. All the smoke, the dirt, the dust, the days of thunder stuff happening up in front of him, but he wasn't going to drive through the smoke. He stayed out of that. Good stuff.
Drive through the smoke, Cole. We didn't quite do that. Will Davison thought better of it, stayed out of it, and he's still continuing on in this one. So we see now Dylan Grant. He's looking very racy on the back of Jaden Ransley. Ransley still hasn't managed to clear Paul Manuel, so Paul Manuel and Carl Gaines up ahead.
Hearing from Motorsport New Zealand Race Control that there is a penalty about to be applied to Toby Elmiger, and it will be a drive-through penalty. And I think Ronan's just debriefed or diagnosed what happened at the bus stop on the opening lap. Perhaps it relates to that. So he'll be headed to the lane at some point soon. He'll be advised of that.
And we see there Ransley's just gone up the inside of Paul Manuel, so he's managed to now put a car between himself and Dylan Grant, but Grant straight up the inside. He's not mucking around. He wants to stay right up behind the 75 car, the Signature Homes Mustang. Now Will Davison's in behind Paul Manuel. So how are these next couple of laps going to look? As we see now, Ransley and Grant, now they're chasing over, trying to chase down Carl Gaines in the 61 car. They fire into the bus stop there. Ransley and Grant right up now in behind. Jamie McDonald's a little bit further up there, up the road there in second, as we see now that car of Toby Elmiger. Huge damage to the left front there of that car. You can see where the contact was made, and it obviously sort of bent the front fender and led to it sort of disappearing off the front of the car. So not ideal, never nice to see, but luckily Lance Gerlach was all right and managed to keep going.
A couple of them starting to put some quick laps in. Here's Dylan Grant. This is for position on Ransley as they go into the carousel right on the back of Carl Gaines now. The 61 of Carl Gaines is in third place. So Grant's done a great job here, as there might have been a touch that started that. They get out of it and reset. Is there a little bit of damage at the front of the Napa entry? Now he looks down the inside.
There was a bit of a bloody nose there on the front of oh, that's wild. Paul Manuel and Will Davison come together. Jaden Ransley's now managed to get up the inside of Carl Gaines. There's a little bit of a bloody nose on the front of the Napa car of Dylan Grant as he gave Gaines a big hit from behind. It's there, Paul Manuel, Will Davison and Caleb Byers there. Byers hasn't managed to make any ground over the last couple of laps. He hasn't moved up as much as we probably would have expected. You see there, so now Grant and Ransley displaced Carl Gaines, and now they're chasing after Jamie McDonald for that second place.
Paul Manuel has been a racer in all sorts of classes here in New Zealand, but in more recent time has competed just before the pandemic in these cars up in Asia. Raced with Nathan Hearn in Darwin. They shared the car together there. Nathan going on to multiple championships in Trans Am in Australia. There are over 150 of these cars on the other side of the ditch, and I know that there are plenty of you watching via Fox and KO in Australia. We'd love to get you over next summer for some racing against the Kiwis. Aussies versus Kiwis challenge in TA2. That would be one that we would welcome with open arms. Let's go to Rihanna.
I know you boys don't want to take your eyes off the screen, but I just want to do a quick shout out to Mark Pitcher, the team, and the entire category here at SP Tours to get that car back out and racing for this race. He said basically every single team has handed them parts, tools, and a bit of help with the labour. So they just wanted to say thank you to the category.
That's amazing, Reed. We actually thought it was too far gone before, and that's the way I talked about it on the sighting lap. That's an incredible story. So great stuff there. Down the inside comes Ransley, gets a little of the shakes for the 71 of Jamie McDonald, and Ransley will go up into third as a result of that.
So Dylan Grant and Jaden Ransley, they're the big movers and shakers in this race so far. They're both now in podium contention. They're both in the podium, but I'm sure they've both got the eyes on Peter Ward up front there in that battered and bruised 69 car. The Ward Demolition Camaro, that's who their next target is, and they're both, as we see there, Grant's already attacking Ward, so he's got Peter Ward on the defensive there. Ransley's now buying into it as well.
Great stuff. This is for the race lead, and he'll get it. The Dodge gets by Wardy and into the lead now.
Coming up the front straight, so Dylan Grant, he has moved through that, he's absolutely sliced through that field. Now taking the lead of the race, runs a bit of curb, gets up over through the bus stop now. Jaden Ransley's the next car in the queue that's now wanting to take a piece out of Peter Ward. So come around through the southern loop. Look at the speed difference. Ransley just caught right up to the back of Peter Ward. The corner speed, the 75 Signature Homes car at the moment is thoroughly...
What a shame.
Oh, and Paul Manuel.
What a shame. It was showing on the monitor that something had happened to the 15. And some really solid performances happening in other parts of the field here. Ransley's the fastest guy on track, but it's taken him a little while. Wardy is a fearsome competitor, fearsome customer, gets out into the the dirty stuff there, and Ransley ultimately gets it done, but it's taken him a little while to get by.
Yeah, Ransley's going to have his work cut out for him now, trying to get back through the field. He managed to get past Wardy, but now he's going to have a lot of work to try and catch Dylan Grant, as we see there, Will Davison up the inside of Carl Gaines. Great pass. Caleb Byers in there as well. Can he manage to get a move on Gaines as they now chase after Jamie McDonald?
Will's up to 5th place now. Getting more and more acquainted with this machine. As we said earlier today, flew in from a test at Phillip Island with Grove Racing, where he started a wonderful new chapter of his racing career, some endurance competition, but he's got the youthful vibrance again. He's racing like he was back in his karting or his single-seater days. The pure passion is back, and this opportunity's come about only in the past week or so, and he's jumped out of the door. I don't know, is there a problem with the doors on that car of Davison's, is there?
Doors open on Will Davison's car, so that's not going to be helping. It's a bit of a distraction. The mirror on the other side is folded in, so Will's got a fair bit going on right now. He's hanging on to it pretty well, but the mirror's folded in, the door's wide open. I think he's managed to keep that closed because that hasn't swung open going around the southern loop.
It showed me a bit of the onboard going into the loop yesterday when I think the power steering issue began for Dylan Grant, and man, was it sideways. It was like a modified, a super modified, or even a sprint car. Loads of opposite lock. Now he's trying to find a way, speaking of speedway, by Jamie McDonald. Widest smile in the house, the former sprint car racer. Will get it done. But with every outing on the bitumen, McDonald just keeps getting better and better. It's been tricky for Caleb Byers to pick his way through the field here.
He hasn't passed as many cars as I would have expected to this point. He's stuck behind Carl Gaines at the moment, but can't seem to find a way past as he now hurls it up the inside. Just as we were speaking about it, he gets the move done. So great pass there from Caleb Byers, but he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to get closer up to the likes of Dylan Grant, Jaden Ransley and Will Davison.
In the second half of this race, and Ransley and Grant are trading some fastest lap times as well. So quickest in the first sector was Ransley. Grant has responded in the middle part of the lap. Well, look at the battle scars, look at the wheel marks on the side of Will Davison's car. Not able to clear Peter Ward just yet, but he's eyeing up another 3rd place, Will Davison.
Davo's been hard up it today. He's got a fair few love taps on that Dodge Challenger. He gets the move done on Peter Ward, so Will Davison now up into the podium positions. A little bit of a slide off the last corner as he comes down the front straight. Great pass from Davo, down into the braking zone of the bus stop, gets up over the curbs, a little bit of dust flicked up, comes through into the southern loop. The gap, he's got a bit of work now to do though. There's about a 5-second gap up ahead to Jaden Ransley. Dylan Grant and Jaden Ransley currently trading fastest sector times. Dylan Grant with the fastest lap of the race on a 1 minute 41.844.
Should say g'day to Will's dad, Richard, who's in the pit lane too, and he'll be watching on with as much, attention to detail as Will. He's a great racer in himself over the years, and I know he's excited about seeing the New Zealand Grand Prix this afternoon. They're on tour, I think, down here enjoying Cromwell and all the offerings of the Central Otago. Well, Will's in 3rd place at the moment, looking like trying to grab that spot, and maybe even second for the final one of the weekend, but it is a gap to Jaden Ransley at the moment. Bit of work to do with only a handful of laps to go. At the moment, seems like he's safely in 3rd. Dylan Grant leading. The Napa entry has now got nearly 4 seconds over Jaden Ransley.
Yeah, he sure does. Those lap times, those sector times. Dylan Grant is so fast in that second sector. A 41.7 versus a 42.3 for Jaden Ransley. So Ransley's actually just as quick as Grant in that first sector, but he's got a lot of work to do to try and improve that second sector if he wants to keep in touch with Grant.
If Jamie McDonald can get by Peter Ward here, that'll be almost a PB. Wardy is very comfortable in this car. It's been knocked around this weekend, but the crew did an amazing job to repair it in time for the second race after the ricochet under the bridge. But McDonald's experience, as we said before, just continues to grow. So Byers right on his tail at the moment, and he's making Byers work for this. This is not easy.
Yeah, he certainly is, and Jamie's starting to get his elbows out now. He's really getting into this, and it's great to see him having a battle with a multi-time race winner in the class already, and Caleb Byers. So come around the southern loop. Byers got a really good run off the corner there. Is he going to be able to try and make a pass on Jamie McDonald? Not quite. Coming to the braking zone. 3 Camaros, line astern. Peter Ward just up ahead of these guys. So come through now, go under the bridge. McDonald very wide off that corner. It worked for him though, and he managed to maintain that spot to Byers. Coming into the carousel. Up now over the back part of the circuit. See the water fountain there. Beautiful, beautiful location here in Cromwell at Highlands Motorsport Park. Up over the back part of the circuit, down towards the hairpin. Can Caleb Byers throw it up the inside? He's going for it. Jamie McDonald gave him plenty of room. Can he crisscross him over? Not quite. So Caleb Byers, he's now taken that fifth position off Jamie McDonald. He's done a great job with these passes, Caleb Byers, but he's just taken his time. Maybe taken a little bit too much time because the guys he's been racing all week and have really driven away. Peter Ward there just up ahead.
His defence a bit unfolded in that bus stop though, didn't it, at the beginning?
Oh, certainly did. Don't blame him.
So you're right, Peter Ward is the next target. The margin, just as we keep an eye on this, you can see on the graphic left of your screen, Ransley is out now to 5.4 seconds. So he keeps extending in that Napa entry. They get right up close to the wall, this pair. And over the start-finish line, down to the bus stop once again. And Byers still can't quite yet find the ideal spot to get by Peter Ward.
Yeah, Dylan Grant is by far and away the fastest car on the racetrack right now. Fastest lap of the race. Fastest car on the track last lap around. He's just cruising out there. Oh, Byers with a big slide. Trying to get past Peter Ward. Can't quite get it done. Coming down towards the S's. Wardy's looking a bit crossed up. Caleb Byers, he gets the car stopped, propped up. He's going to now try. Wardy goes wide there on the exit. A little bit of a slide when he put the power down. Is Caleb Byers going to look up the inside? Wardy's going to defend. It's going to be tight.
Shuts it. Now, Peter Ward has competed in things like the New Zealand V8s, dating as far back as 2007. Back then, of course, Utes were so well known for the nicknames they gave their drivers. They called him Chaos in the early days, but he went on to win the 2022 Utes Championship. Successful businessman, most of you know from Ward Demolition, worked on lots of high-profile projects over the years.
He didn't quite. Caleb Byers was looking at trying to go down the inside there towards the bridge. He thought better of it. Coming into the chicane, up now over the top. Byers has got to run. What's Wardy going to do? Wardy crosses back over. He's almost swiped the front off that 33 car a couple of times, but it's great racing between Peter Ward and Caleb Byers, and I'm sure...
Lock break there, a couple of Camaros going at it here. In the background there too, Jamie McDonald. That might let him back into this game. Can Byers keep... He's got a great run through the final corner here. At this stage of the race, final lap board being shown, they do start to get a bit squirrely on the tyres, don't they?
They certainly do, and you get your foot hard up the throttle pedal in these cars. It starts the car moves sideways more than it does move forward on that bag tyre, and it's very easy to get that, overheat that rear tyre and then struggle for a couple of laps while it's up in the temperature, as we see there. Peter Ward with a big slide. He keeps the defence going. He's doing a great job of defending from Caleb Byers. Byers runs a slightly different line there, a little bit tidier. Peter again a little bit wide on the exit there. Is Byers going to try up the inside again? He is, but Peter Ward's going to move it up the inside, and Byers gets the pass done on Peter Ward. Great move from Caleb Byers.
Now, little birdie reminding me, who's closely associated with the TA2 class in Australia, that obviously with that drama for Dylan Grant yesterday, he probably had in his bank of rubber for the weekend slightly better tyres to throw at this final race, but full credit to him and the Napa crew. They have made it work, and he has bolted to a 6.9 second advantage, Dylan Grant, and that's a nice bounce back to after the dramas at the beginning of the weekend. This is a well-deserved win coming up in the Napa Dodge Challenger. Dylan Grant will win the final one of the weekend. Race 3 for SP Tools TA2 here at Highlands.
See the finger out the window. He's obviously pretty happy with that one. Great drive from Dylan Grant. Unfortunately, that DNF, it's going to mean for the points tally on the weekend, he's going to be a little bit down the order, but certainly showed what he's made of in that last race there. As we see now, Peter Ward coming across the line. Then behind Caleb Byers, Jamie McDonald not too far behind there with another top 6 result. Great job from him. Coming across the line. Carl Gaines makes his way across as well in the 61 car. he was right in the thick of it at the start there in those early on battles.
I'm enjoying this. I've always enjoyed this class across the ditch in Australia, and it keeps getting better here in New Zealand. So let's recap the results for you. Dylan Grant will win the final one of the weekend from Jaden Ransley. Bring your helmet, bring your boots and a race suit. They said, come and have a drive of a TA2 car. Well, Will Davison's found himself in the top 3 again. Nice work. Byers home 4th in the end, but it took a bit of work to get by the likes of Jamie McDonald and Peter Ward, who should be very proud of their driving there. McDonald continuing to grow in stature in this class. And well done to everybody who got that car repaired for Mark Pitcher. We did not think that was possible. Highlights of the final one of the weekend for SP Tools TA2, and man, it was pretty wild at the bus stop on the opening lap. Lance Gerlach went around. The officials would look at it a little more closely, and ultimately Toby Elminger would be given a drive-through penalty. The Bolt there, ultimately finishing in 8th place. But they set the grid for this one based on as the two more or less stablemates in Paul Manuel and Will Davison came together, based on fastest lap times for the weekend, but they invert those top 10 fastest laps. So the quick ones had to move their way through the field, and it was exciting to watch. Jaden Ransley would ultimately get into 2nd place in the 75. Here's Will Davison with some telltale tyre marks rather on the number 7. Unfortunately, Paul Manuel would retire from the race. Byers eventually getting by Jamie McDonald, and then he set his sights on Peter Ward.
He certainly did, as we see there. Byers up the inside, slicing past Peter Ward. But Dylan Grant, he was untouchable in that one. 6.8 second margin at the line.
So they head into victory lane, which will be in recognition of the results, obviously, of the final one for the weekend. Awesome stuff, Dylan Grant. That'll ease some of the pain from earlier in the weekend, won't it? Ransley's been consistently in the top 3 and strong all weekend, basically, again.
Yeah, I'd say based off the points tally, Ransley would be close to, if not the round winner. But as we see there, Dylan Grant hopping out of the NAPA Auto Parts Dodge Challenger. What a drive from him. Very dominant. Certainly made a statement out there. As we see the boys all getting out of the cars, getting ready for the podium down there.
We'll update you on the championship point standings too on our social media platforms, so keep an eye on that. It's been great to have them for 2 weeks in a row here as a part of the tour. About to talk to those in the top 3 as the celebrations begin in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane, and that's where we take you now. Here's Rihanna.
How good was that? The final race of the SP Tools TA2 New Zealand here at Highlands Motorsport Park. Congratulations, Dylan Grant. It's been a tough start to this weekend, but no doubt that was pretty satisfying to get that race win done.
Yeah, after all the hard luck we had in the past 2 races, yeah, it was super awesome to be able to come up on top. I knew that the guys that were starting in front of me, I'd got them in the race before, so just about getting in front and then giving that bit of a gap. So really happy with how the NAPA TA2 went this afternoon.
Go and enjoy the celebrations. I know yourself and your dad have worked really hard this weekend. And second for our final race, he's been consistent all weekend long. Congratulations, Jaden Ransley. You've been on this podium pretty much every single race. It must be nice to have so much consistency.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a really cool weekend, and I can't thank Reese and Catherine enough for the opportunity to drive this weekend. We've finally found some pace this weekend, and it's been really good to put that to use. Fun race, coming from 9th. Really cool weekend. A huge thanks to everyone back home, especially AJ and Kerry. Thank you for all the support back home. But yeah, awesome weekend, really pleased.
We've absolutely loved it. And rounding out our 3rd and final race, 3rd spot on the podium. Congratulate Will Davison, who's making his debut in the New Zealand TA2 this weekend. No doubt you were enjoying yourself out there.
Yeah, that race grid was something else, and I made the #1 rule in motorsport who not to crash with, and that's your teammate and the team owner, Paul. So the guy reverse grid gave him an opportunity for some glory for the weekend, and I was giggling to myself. They were racing like it was the World Championship, those guys. Some serious defensive lines going on. So when I snuck under Paul on the exit, I thought it was nice and safe, and he's come across, maybe didn't know I was there, and we've had a huge side to hit in a straight, and it's like torn the right right front wheel's got a lot of damage to the steering arm, so I had my hands full there when I got clear, but it was just pulling hard right. So I'm glad to get to the finish, and I'm going to have to go and chat to Paul.
Congratulations to all of our competitors for this weekend in the SP Tools TA2 Racing Series here in New Zealand.
Feature race time for Bridgestone GR86 here at Highlands Motorsport Park. Terrific to have this class as a part of the offering, as a part of the build-up to the start of the 70th NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix here. And there's been a little bit of news in the wake of race 2 of the weekend. The officials in race control have looked at an incident between Mac Templeton and Simon Hunter very early in race 2, and I think as Ronan Murphy continues with us here in commentary and we look at the grid, I think at the time you felt like Mac was sort of fairly, evenly up the inside and in terms of making the pass. I'm paraphrasing here because I don't know this for sure. I think Mac probably feels a little hard done by in terms of the penalty, but he was penalised in the wake of that incident, and it effectively takes him out of the Rookie of the Year running. So he's basically said to me before the start of this race, I'm just going to go and have fun, try and put last week behind me, so to speak, and just enjoy this one. As you can see there, he'll start this one out of position 10. Zach Blinko is out of 9. AJ Giddy too. The repair work on that car by that team, given what unfolded yesterday, is tremendous, because Lucas McGill unfortunately hasn't been able to continue for the weekend, and we're hopeful of catching up with him in the pit lane during the course of the race. Lucas basically had nowhere to go.
Yeah, poor Lucas McGill. He was doing a great job out there, and his improvement over the season so far with the team at James Marshall Motorsport's been awesome to watch. And unfortunately, he just was wrong place at the wrong time and got involved in an incident that he had nothing to do with. And it was really sorry sight seeing that car, obviously with a ton of damage. So disappointing that he can't do the final race of the weekend, but this is going to be an interesting one, Rusty. It's based off our qualifying result from yesterday. So Arthur Braun, who took the pole position, he will be starting from that #1 grid spot, and he's got the other pack and save car of Chris White there alongside him on the front row. But Hugo Allen, the reigning champion and the race winner from yesterday, he'll be off grid 3.
This is a great return to form for Arthur Braun too, because last weekend it was sort of in stark contrast at Teretonga, and he was really head-scratching, wanted in that 222 to put it behind him, and he's done that in the best possible way. Qualifying for the feature race took place yesterday. They set the grid for race 1, however, based on consistency, based on your second fastest time. But the quickest overall in quali was Arthur Braun. Series leader Chris White will line up beside him. You've just heard Ronan talk about the #1 for Hugo Allen. Tremendous benchmark for this class of young racers, and he's still got age on his side. He's still young too. Cooper Barnes, one to watch, along with Zach Blinko, who's been in the fight for the championship, but he's out of 9 for this one. Lights go out and we're underway for Bridgestone GR86. Good job by Chris White. He might snatch the lead as they go to the bus stop. Will Arthur Braun get the elbows out again like we saw yesterday? They're going to run down there side by side. Braun has picked up a bit of pace and asserts himself. He takes the race lead. What a move.
What a drive into that first corner from Arthur Braun. I spoke to him before the race and he said, I'm not going to give it up going in there. He knew what that was going to mean. He lost out yesterday to Hugo Allen going in there, and he's done exactly what he needed to do. Didn't quite get the best jump, but he made amends going down towards the bus stop.
How's the bravery That's probably not other people might choose different words for that. Arthur Braun showing a new level, and he's got the race lead. Blinko's got his hands full there.
He's a pretty quietly spoken young bloke, Arthur Braun, but when you put that visor down, he is on it, and he knew exactly what he had to do, and he executed perfectly. So as we see there, Mac Templeton, we just were talking about him, he's in a battle with Simon Hunter and Lee Zelltwanger. Zach Blinko there in that 5th position, as you were just saying, Rusty. Coming back around, down towards the hairpin for the first time. Oh, there's a bit of a gaggle of cars there towards the back. Harry Townsend's in there in the Bayswater car, trying to look up the inside of Zelltwanger. They now go down the back straight towards the bridge for the first time. It's now all settled down. Arthur Braun leads. Chris White there in 2nd. Hugo Allen, the reigning champion, there in 3rd. He got a good run over the bridge. Cooper Barnes there in 4th.
Oh, look at this. AJ Giddy over the bridge, and he'll get it done. Moves by Simon Hunter, and that is into 8th place. Hunter's fighting back here. He's fired up too. I should put a full stop too on what we were discussing in relation to the penalty before, as he and Mac Templeton find themselves together again, and Templeton may just get by him. I didn't have the chance to get Simon's side of the story, in fairness, so he may have a very different view of their incident in the prior race. The net result here is that, forgetting about all that, putting it in the rear-view mirror, and Mac Templeton moves by.
Yeah, he certainly did. That was a great pass there. Simon unfortunately lost out. He lost that spot to AJ Giddy, and then as well to Mac Templeton, but he's got 10 laps remaining to try and get those spots back. Lee Zelltwanger there in behind Hunter. Hunter's actually getting a really good run through the southern loop there. He's all over the back of Templeton again. So these two, they've been joined at the hip the last couple of rounds, Simon Hunter and Mac Templeton, as they go down towards the S's, up over the curb. Arthur Braun's now managed to string out a bit of a lead over Chris White as well. We now go under the bridge for the 2nd time. Down towards the carousel.
The total amount of laps for each race actually increases over the weekend. So we start with 8 at the beginning of the weekend, bit of a sprint, gets out to 12 by the time we get to the feature. And there is a bit of an artwork in all of that, isn't there, in terms of the amount of tyres that you get for the weekend and so on. So Arthur's bolted here. Someone's bit of bodywork's come off one of those cars and gone flying into the grass there. Just a little bit of... I'm not sure what that is. It's not part of a mirror maybe or something.
We did see a little part come off one of the cars in the TO2 race, so that may have been from the previous race. But going down the back straight now, we see there Justin Allen. He's got Josh Bethune for company in behind him. The top 4 or 5 cars are all glued at the hip right now. Coming up towards reverse Indy. Arthur Braun's got probably the biggest reprieve out of them all over Chris White. Hugo Allen's glued to the back bumper there of Chris White. These three have been absolutely on it all weekend long. Trading blows. Coming through that last corner now. Chris White, Hugo Allen back onto the front straight. Braun's just set the fastest lap of the race. He's just done a 1:51.9, which has now been eclipsed by AJ Giddy down in 8th place. So Giddy's done a 51.7, but of the top 5 or so cars, Arthur Braun's got the quickest lap time. Chris White and Hugo Allen have both done 52 deads. Cooper Barnes at a 51.9. So the top 5 cars is less than a 10th in it in terms of lap speed.
How's the pace that they carry through the bus stop and the way the cars move there? So who has taken aim at the early part of the race and having a car that's quick in this phase, and whose is likely to be fired up for the final few laps? Now, Chris White finds himself under some pressure here from Hugo Allen, Cooper Barnes. This is Ronan detailed there before, about 0.8 of a second between White and Braun in the race lead.
Hugo Allen's car looks really good in the change of direction. That car seems to be able to change direction even in behind Chris White's car, where it'll be getting the hot air coming off the rear of Chris's car and out of the exhaust. The car seems to still be able to turn the corner and then transfer the weight really well. So that's obviously an advantage and obviously a good thing you want later in the race. But can the car maintain it? That's going to be the question, because he's going to need to get past Chris White pretty quickly if he wants to chase after Arthur Braun.
Coming into the weekend, White was on top of the point standings from Zach Blinko. So if you're looking at those two from a ladder point of view, the way things are at the moment, if they were to finish that way, it's good news for Chris White, because Blinko is down in 7th. There's Blinko under pressure from AJ Giddy, who's got a fast race car at the moment. Those laps in the 1:51.7's, best we've seen on track.
We saw a bit of dust there in the background, Rusty. Someone might have dropped the wheel. Zach Blinko had a bit of damage in the back of his car as well, so that's been getting some Morse code into the back of it from some of the other guys out there. Coming across the front straight now. As we see, and Hugo Allen's lost a spot to Cooper Barnes, so something's happened there to the reigning champion. He's lost that third place, and Justin Allen's fired straight through the grass. Big mistake.
Allen gets sideways through the loop, gathers it.
That was absolutely crazy through the southern loop there. Hugo Allen was in full drift mode. So we see there now, Mac Templeton's attacking AJ Giddy. He's going to try and go around the outside, down towards the S's. Can he hold on? Oh, they're going to make a bit of contact there. Templeton now, he's going to be on the outside, the unfavoured side. And Simon Hunter's going to be trying to wage his way into this battle as well, coming down towards the carousel. You don't want to be on the outside there, but it's looking more and more like, can Templeton hold on there? He's not going to be able to quite hold on, but he slots back in ahead of Simon Hunter.
Templeton fired up here at the moment. Chasing the driver who seems to be setting the pace in AJ Giddy. Braun with nearly a second over Chris White now in that next group of competitors that trail Chris, with Cooper Barnes up into third. I wonder what was going on with Hugo Allen's car. Now Templeton v Giddy again. Side by side, the pair of them, they've come off that tight hairpin heading for the bridge. And Giddy slots in, but he's using all of the road and he's making it hard for Templeton. Can't quite get down the inside there.
Oh, he's going to run wide. Can Templeton get up the inside? Max looking pretty racy right now, but Simon Hunter, he's going to try and now fire it up the inside. Can they go too wide through reverse Indy? Oh, there's a bit of contact. Templeton got muscled out of the way there by Simon Hunter, and he's actually managed to clear AJ Giddy as well. So smart bit of racing there from Simon Hunter. The heavens have opened and he's made 2 spots in 1 corner.
Lee Zeltwang is coming for the run as well. We're hearing there may be a black and white flag. I think a bad sportsman flag for AJ Giddy. We'll confirm that for you, but we believe it's for car 10.
Oh, Giddy was hard up over the curbs there. He managed to clear Lee Zeltwanger, who's managed to clear Mac Templeton. So these 3 are now, this is turning into a really angry little battle pack. Simon Hunter will be relieved that he's managed to clear away, and now he's got some fresh air. But these 3, it's still unresolved. Mac Templeton had been trying for a couple of laps to get past AJ Giddy, couldn't make it work.
Harry Townsend's entered the fray there, and I think Cameron Hill is with them too. So there you go. Back we go to what's happening up in front now. It does look like Blinko has got some breathing space over Hunter, but he's not been able to really get close to Josh Bethune in 6th. So it's Braun from this guy here in the 88, Chris White from Christchurch. Oh, look at the way Cooper Barnes' car gets sideways, and he'll take 2nd place. That thing was absolutely on the limit. Joy to watch, but there was nothing if it went pear-shaped.
Chris White, the front of his car, actually skimmed to the back of Cooper Barnes', and he's got a little bit of debris hanging off that car. I really hope that doesn't go onto the front wheel. That's not ideal there for Chris White. There clearly is so much speed in the 186 car. Where has this come from? From Cooper Barnes. He's passed the reigning champion, Hugo Allen, and Chris White within the span of a couple of laps.
Has this been something that they've gradually been tuning up over the weekend, maybe getting a bit better in the window, and it's come right in the feature, the final one of the weekend. He's already pulled a car length or 2 on Chris White. Race leader's got nearly 2 seconds in the pocket over Cooper Barnes, and Hugo Allen has regathered, recovered from the slides and things that were going on in the early part of the race, and he seems to be dialed in now.
He certainly does, and this is what we were talking about with Arthur Broad, that you know, he's got an immense amount of natural talent, and we're seeing it showcased right now. He's driven away 2 seconds in the last couple of laps from the rest of the field, but it's just about finding that consistency. He's now showing exactly what he can do when he's got clear air.
Just in a rhythm, and Barnes has got that, so it's Arthur Braun with that form that Ronan is talking about, eked out to more than 2.2 seconds now over Cooper Barnes. Chris White's got that knack, though, of just settling everything back down when there gets a bit of pressure on like that. Only a young racer, but he's just got that ability to park all that, reset and go again. So we absolutely can't write him off just yet.
No, he's very, very good at reading the race and understanding what's going on around him and what he needs to do, where he needs to place the car. Chris We saw a lot of that last season, and he's just developed it further, and you can tell he's always thinking. He knows exactly what's going on out there. It's a smart race car driver in Chris White, as we now coming down the back straight. Let's go down to the pits with Rihanna.
I know you don't want to take your eyes off the action, but I just wanted to grab an opportunity to speak to Lucas Miguel. Unfortunately, not out there today after that incident yesterday. This has been a huge learning curve for you in this category. Just talk to me about how much you've enjoyed it so far and what you found has been the biggest challenge.
You know, it's been great so far. I mean, every round I'm learning so much. It's a super competitive field this year, so yeah, it's massively gutting to be missing these 2 races today. Again, would have learned a lot from these 2 races. So, of course, that's very unfortunate, unlucky. I think one of those wrong place, wrong time instances. Not much I could do to avoid it. But yeah, big thanks to James Marshall Motorsport team. They had the car set up really good for me. So yeah, felt really good through practice and qualifying. So yeah, really unfortunate, pretty gutting, but these things happen. So we'll keep our head up. Straight
from karting into the 286s, what's the bigger challenge, learning the tracks or learning the cars?
Oh, both, to be honest. 2 big things to learn in one season. So yeah, I mean, obviously it's my first time racing here. So yeah, would have popped the mileage, but yeah, looking forward to Manfield. So we'll try to do some testing there.
Thanks for your time, Lucas. Appreciate it. We'll see you there.
Thank you.
Winner of the Tony Quinn Foundation Scholarship, the Wolfbrook Scholarship as well. That young man spoken very well there with Rihanna. Shame he's not able to take part in the rest of the weekend.
Certainly is. Really disappointing. He's such a good young man. Lucas McGill clearly got a bright future ahead of him. But going back to the battle here, Chris White and Hugo Allen are still going hammer and tong there for that 3rd place. You can tell how much Hugo Allen wants it. Chris White, he's not going to let it go, though. He knows what's going on there. He knows where Allen's placing the car. He's pumping him up in all the right spots. He's actually managed to pull a bit of a gap now over the back part of the circuit. Hugo Allen's now having to defend from Justin Allen in the NAPA Auto Parts car. They're in 5th place, and Josh Bethune's not too far behind. They're in 6th.
Just looking at the pace that Cooper Barnes has got. So last time by, he couldn't quite match Arthur Braun. Braun is not quite in the 51s, but it's a low 52. He's got speed at the moment in the 222, and it's a 2.5 second lead. Barnes has pulled clear of Chris White to the tune of nearly a second now, as they go past some of the crazy artwork and things that are at the mini golf here at Highlands Motorsport Park, and past the fans that have gathered on the hill there by the museum. They complete another lap.
So we see now coming across the line for another lap. Arthur Braun, obviously, he's looking at those lap times. He's just done a 51.9, so only a 10th off his fastest lap. He's got about 3 to 4 tenths in hand over the field. Seriously impressive, and the fact that he can keep smashing out those lap times, part to play in that might be the fresh air he's got on the front of that car, but the fact he can just keep belting them out, and he's got the significant margin over the rest of the field in terms of lap speed is quite impressive, really showcasing what he can do. The young man.
6th drone cam really showing you real time how big the gaps are. Not just the numbers we've been rattling off. It's nearly 3 seconds for Arthur Braun over that red, white and blue car of Cooper Barnes, the 186 there. Then Chris White, Hugo Allen, Justin Allen in the NAPA Auto Parts entry, and Josh Bethune. They're your top 6. I think Blinko's been able to, just while that group have been line astern there, he's gradually closing in on that pack by the looks of it in 7th place.
Yeah, he's doing a good job there, Blinko. He's managed to escape from Simon Hunter and the rest of that pack that was looking pretty angry for a bit there. Actually, in saying that, Simon Hunter's done a great job. He's starting to catch Zach Blinko, so he may figure his way into this battle up ahead, as we see there. Blinko coming down the back straight towards the bridge. It's actually started to settle down now a bit as well, Rusty. The gaps between all the cars have started to open up, so maybe as those tyre pressures sort of hit their limit, then everyone sort of settles down a little.
Just to your point on Simon Hunter there, he's lapping in the 151, so there's a few of them in this field that are turning that out at the moment. That's actually a really impressive performance from him down in 8th place.
Yeah, he's certainly doing a great job there. Mac Templeton's actually got the fastest lap of the race on a 151.6, so that's a great job from the young bloke in the 92 car, the New World St. Martin's car run by Neil Motorsport in conjunction with Wood Motorsport. So we see there now Hugo Allen, the reigning champ, coming through the Southern Loop. Justin Allen in behind him, still working on the back of the Mad Butcher car.
Where on earth, in such a close field, do you find those vital tenths that you were talking about when you've got a race like this, when we're in that final quarter, if you will, of the feature race. What little things can a Hugo Allen do to try and chase down a Chris White while at the same time defending against Justin Allen?
It's very much about timing. Obviously, if you stay glued to the back of the bumper of the car in front of you, your front brakes get hot. The front tyre then gets hot because you just got hot air coming off the preceding car. The engine gets hot, so it may end up sort of losing a little bit of horsepower down the straight. So it's all about timing, and sort of if you can back off a little bit, let everything cool down, and then have another go at it a couple of laps later when maybe the car ahead might not be expecting it. That's sort of your best opportunity at trying to make a pass. And so maybe everyone's just started to settle down a little bit. Hugo's probably thinking, all right, what do I need to do? Where am I faster? Where am I stronger than Chris White? If I give the car a couple of laps just to get some of those temperatures back down, then can I have another crack at him and try and take that final spot on the podium away?
We'll celebrate with our podium the star rookie of the round as well. And you'd have to say with that drive a little earlier today in this car here, the 22, the Kiwi Tarp entry, Lee Zellweger for the second straight weekend has done a very good job, hasn't he? Come out of the second tier of this game, the Trophy Series, and stepped up. Still lots of learning with the new generation car, and that result a little, I mean, he was playing Intimidator with the lights on at one stage, wasn't he?
He was all over the back of Josh Bethune, but I think I was talking to Josh Bethune after that race this morning, and he said everything went exactly as planned, how he wanted it to all go. Probably would have liked a slightly bigger cap at the end there to Lee Zellweger, but other than that, everything went exactly as he wanted it to and expected, and there wasn't a scratch on the car. It's always a good day at the office, clean car and a race win. But we see there, now coming into the S's, you can see how much of a gap Arthur Braun's built. He's now over 3 seconds ahead of Cooper Barnes. And you've got to emphasise the fact in a spec class where all the cars are identical, in the span of 10 laps, he's pulled out a 3.2 second margin. That cannot be emphasised enough. Hugo Allen still attacking the back of Chris White. He's not letting this go. Justin Allen there running a slightly unconventional line. He dropped a couple of wheels through the dirt there. He's still having a go at the back of the reigning champion. Josh Bethune's not too far behind either. So coming down now to the hairpin. All these guys seem to be pretty even on speed. Simon Hunter's done a great job to get to the back of Zach Blinko. So he's turned that 5-car battle now into a 6-car battle. So come down the back straight. How committed are you going to be down towards the bridge section as we see there? May potentially be a few track limits warnings after watching that shot there, but
it does tend to light up our WhatsApp group, doesn't it? Track warning, track limits warning, I should say. So sometimes in these scenarios, if White feels like he doesn't quite have a car that's a match for Barnes or Braun, he just sort of dials into the bigger picture, and that is the championship. So if he can keep it where it is, solid haul, real solid haul for the weekend for Chris White, he's going to have his hands full here potentially with laps running out. Zellweger gets almost up against the wall there with Mac Templeton in tow. Harry Townsend is entering that group too. They're fighting over 10th place at the moment. The new World St Martin's car's got pace. He's fired up, isn't he?
He certainly is, and he's trying everything he can to clear Lee Zellweger, and either way is silver lining for Mac Templeton out of this race. He set the fastest lap of the race, a 51.6 versus a 51.8 for Arthur Braun and the rest of the field. So plenty of speed. Mac Templeton, he can certainly put a lap together. He just needs to put all the little other pieces together to be able to start stringing some more consistent results into his championship. But clearly bundles of speed and certainly some talent behind the wheel of that 92 New World St Martin's car.
Hearing that might be showing the black and white flag to the 88 of Chris White. So we'll keep an eye on that. We believe that's what the communique was from Motorsport New Zealand Race Control. So
going back to what you were saying before, Rusty, obviously that's not ideal for Chris White, but I really like the way Chris White operates and how he goes about his car racing. As we see there, Mac Templeton trying to go up the inside, didn't quite get it done. Is he going to be able to stay side to side? Now Harry Townsend's trying to make it 3 wide. Mac's now trying to defend him. Is he going to come out on second best of this one? It looks like Mac's going to lose the spot to Harry, so that just didn't quite work out for him there. Harry Townsend there, chopped over the curb, now defending from Mac. So good, solid pass there from Harry. He capitalised on an opportunity that presented itself, and he got the move done.
Mac will be tough on himself about that. And in those moments, you've got to let that go, don't you? Runs a little deep there. It's the dirtier side of the track, and that hurts him from a drive point of view off that final corner. It gives Townsend the breathing space. Look at the front of the 88 from a big weekend here at Highlands. It's been some great racing. This has been the side of, it's an action zone, the bus stop. They've been two-wheeling through there over the course of the weekend, and Arthur Braun with two very memorable moves in this 2025-26 championship for Bridgestone GR86, really asserting himself, and it's worked so well in this race. He's been able to build a 3.5-second lead on this final lap.
No one has seen which way Arthur Braun went in this race. He used all his determination and all his talent and probably some other things to take the lead of the race at that start. And he held in there to the very last moment. He was not going to renege that lead and managed to hold on. And look what he's managed to do with it. No one has seen which way he's gone. He's 3.5 seconds up the road on Cooper Barnes, having a Sunday drive out front, got bundles of pace in hand, and he deserves all the accolades he'll get from this race win.
And while Hugo Allen and Justin Allen squabble, and you can add Josh Bethune to that group there, it has given, at a timely moment, final lap, just a little bit of a chance to breathe for Chris White. You can see the gap there now for third. He's safely there in the pack and save entry as they run to the line. Here's similar sponsorship, different car. It's the race leader, Arthur Braun. Has not necessarily been the focus of our cameras because there's been so many battles going on throughout this field, but that is only because of the job that he has done, the lead he's built. He's got the hazard lights on. What a drive from Arthur Braun. Set it up on the opening lap with a brave, a bold move, and it paid off. Cooper Barnes home in second in the feature. Chris White gets third.
Yeah, very smart drive there from Chris White, as I was saying. I like the way he operates. He was smooth, keeps his nose clean, banks the points when he needs to, wins the fights when he needs to, and settles when he also has to at the same time. So it was a great job from him, but Arthur Braun, you can't take anything away from him. What a drive. 3.5 second gap at the end there. He was cruising. The last lap of the race for him was probably his slowest lap at a 52.9. He just drove away and showed how much potential and talent there is in behind the driver's seat of the 222 car. Awesome drive from Braun. From pole position, lights to flag victory. Cooper Barnes did a great job as well, Rusty. Somewhere in the middle of that race, he just all of a sudden had a surge of speed. He passed Hugo Allen and Chris White, two of the championship protagonists.
I like that.
That's
nice,
cool.
Nice stuff. Chris White congratulating Arthur Braun. Out of bad comes good, they say sometimes, and Arthur Braun has the car go right behind him in the best possible fashion. He wins the from Cooper Barnes and Chris White. That's good for White's championship chase. Hugo Allen had to fend off Justin Allen all the way to the line. Zach Blinko, what will that mean for his position in the championship as well? And Simon Hunter, really good drive in that race. He was pretty fired up, wasn't he? Mac Templeton, in the end, finishes down in 12th, but one of the best laps of the race that we saw.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race goes to Mac Templeton. Just unfortunately, not much of a result to show for it. As we see there, that start was crazy between those three. Arthur Braun, Chris White, he got massively up on the curb. We saw someone smash the bollard there. AJ Giddy was having a good battle there with Zach Blinko and Simon Hunter. Mac Templeton in there as well. Giddy up the inside of Simon Hunter. And then Mac Templeton with that great pass there at the last corner, very brave. Down the inside of Hunter. Then Cooper Barnes, Justin Allen went through the grass there. Bit of rallycross in the GR86. Mac Templeton then started to get beat up a little bit by the likes of AJ Giddy, Simon Hunter and Harry Townsend. Lee Zelltwanger got in there as well. Got on the podium in the race this morning. Cooper Barnes, great pass down the inside. Still not sure where that came from. He came from 4th to finish 2nd. Lee Zelltwanger there, fighting with Mac Templeton. Commitment by all these guys through the chicane. Mac Templeton was going at it with Zelltwanger. As you see there, Jack Suchek there, the Aussie. Coming through the S's. That battle just kept igniting and continuing on there.
We didn't see that during the race. He's had a difficult weekend, hasn't he, at times?
Very difficult
Down
weekend.
in 13th, which is not what we're used to seeing from him. These two, the youngsters, went at it. The hazard lights were on. It was a dominant performance from Arthur Braun. Johnny Mac's happy, and so he should be. His driver has done it in the feature.
Brilliant drive from Arthur Braun. Very level-headed, professional. Let's head down to Rihanna, down in the Allied Petroleum victory lane.
And we welcome our drivers down here for the final time this weekend at Highlands Motorsport Park. Congratulations, Arthur Braun. Outstanding start to that race. You held your own impressive drive. Well done.
Yeah, I knew that would be probably the most important part of the race, so I knew I had to take the lead out of turn 1, so got that done, and yeah, the rest of the race was really, really good. So thanks to the boys at Mackenzie Motorsport for a rapid car, and thanks to all my sponsors, Pack and Save, Method Race Wheels, Water Supply Products, Liquid Action, Upright Scaffolding, and yeah, all of them. Thanks.
Got them all in. Well done. Enjoy the celebrations on the podium. And in second place for the second time this weekend on the podium, congratulations, Cooper Barn. Cooper, the commentators were mentioning just how quick you were out there. Where has the pace come from?
I don't know. I just tuned it up on Friday night and she's alive now, so I'm happy.
How good was it to just be satisfied with it, knowing you've got a good car underneath you?
Yeah, so satisfying. I can't believe it that we finally got one, so it's good.
Well done. Enjoy the celebrations and the podium. And we welcome our third place for the final race in the Bridgestone Toyota GR86, Chris White, continuing to hold on to that championship lead. I can tell a few deep breaths there. How much hard work was it out there?
Yeah, no, it was pretty tricky out there. Like, it's if you think it's hot outside, it is 10 times hotter in those cars. So, you know, Arthur and Cooper did a fantastic job up there at the front. We had a really fast car there at the start, but sort of dropped off towards the end there. So I was just holding my line and trying to hold everyone off. There was a big, pretty angry battle pack behind me, so just happy to hold off and extend that championship lead.
As always, awesome racing from the Toyota 86 Series here at Highlands Motorsport Park.
Time to celebrate the podium for race 3 and round 4 of the Bridgestone GR86 Championship. Presenting the trophies, Bridgestone account manager Jason Tennant. Welcome, Jason. And we go straight to third place for Neil Motorsport. It's Chris White. In second place for Right Karts by M2, please congratulate Cooper Barnes. And in first place for Mackenzie Motorsport, give it up for Arthur Braun. Pause for a photo opportunity. What a great race and a great weekend in Bridgestone GR86. Get them on the top step of the podium. And then drivers, the opportunity is yours to spray some champagne. We'll stand by for the round and rookie podiums. Great vibe down here. A couple of Aussie fans have rocked up as well to cheer on their hometown hero. We're going to move on to the round and rookie podium for round 4 of the Bridgestone GR86 Championship here at Highlands. Jason is going to present the trophies once again. We start with our rookie winner. Please congratulate Lee Zeltwanger. And your round 4 winner for the Bridgestone GR86s, it's Arthur Braun. Oh, he's disappeared off to celebrate the victory, but he gets the round trophy as well, and he gets the wreath as well to celebrate. Please congratulate our rookie and round winner for round 4 of the Bridgestone GR86 Championship.
The roll call of New Zealand Grand Prix winners from the 1960s reads like a who's who of motorsport icons. Check out the list of names that won this trophy. Sir Stirling Moss, Sir Jack Brabham, Sir Jackie Stewart, John Surtees and Graham Hill. Then the local legends Bruce McLaren and Chris Amon.
Today is race day, and though the sky is overcast, the ground is packed. Some people have spent all night camped outside the gates. There's a crowd of 60,000 here and 15,000 cars jam the parking lots. Spectators have driven to Auckland from all parts of the country. for the biggest day of the year in New Zealand motor racing. The Grand Prix competitors are ready to roll, 14 of them from overseas. They'll make 75 circuits of a 2-mile track, 150 miles of hard driving. There'll be no stops for refueling. They travel in a bunch over the first lap. At College Corner, McLaren in number 47 is taking the lead, with Moss chasing him and Brabham right behind. Along the straight and into the hairpin, McLaren hangs on to his narrow lead, but Moss in a Lotus is pressing him.
My first trip to watch Grand Prix was at Ardmore in the early 50s, and always got itchy feet when I saw cars race, and I thought one day I want to do this, and this is how it sort of started. The first Grand Prix I did was in 1964 at Pukekohe, and I was racing a Lotus 22, and to wake up that morning knowing you were going to Pukekohe to do a Grand Prix with all these superstars in it, even though you got lapped every few laps, but it was great. And from then on, I never looked back at wanting to go out every time there's a Grand Prix on.
Ardmore and Pukekohe shared hosting duties, with Brabham winning the first 2 Grand Prix of the 60s, taking his tally to 3.
Jack Brabham flashes past the flag. He set a new record, 1 hour, 40 minutes.
Then came Moss, a driver widely regarded as one of the best to never win a Formula One world title. As the Grand Prix moved to Pukekohe, John Surtees was the next winner, an incredible motorsport pioneer who won 7 Grand Prix motorcycle world championships, followed by an F1 world championship. Bruce McLaren then became only the second Kiwi to win the race, before 2-time F1 champ Graham Hill took out the next 2.
Graham Hill wins the 12th New Zealand International Grand Prix at an average speed of 88.7 miles per hour.
Then came Sir Jackie Stewart.
For us to go to New Zealand on its own, you know, New Zealand delivered some really good racing drivers. I mean, Bruce McLaren particularly. And then to be able to later on in life be creator of Formula One cars, and the McLaren is still there. So that was a special thing. And the New Zealanders weren't getting motor racing at the highest level. So when there was a Grand Prix to be had, Jim Clark, myself, you know, the Brits, if you like, were there. And it was just a party, really. We had lovely times. It was simple, really. But I think we did 4 races in New Zealand. Quite busy to do that, and mostly by cars. I got stuffed with speeding in New Zealand, and they were trying to take my driving license away altogether, which would have meant I couldn't have raced, because you've got to have a full driving license even for Formula One. That was a bit of a nuisance.
Kiwi icon Chris Amon ensured the New Zealand winners tally grew when he won the final 2 races of the decade.
Thank you, Max. It's been quite a hard series, but a very pleasant one. I bet you feel good now after knocking off the bad Grand Prix, particularly. Oh, I really did. That was very satisfying to listen. It certainly was good to see, I can tell you that. And good to see you come out on top after a little bit of bad luck last year. Well, thank you.
Some amazing names, part of the heritage of the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix, and it's been amazing to document that story in the lead up to this afternoon's race. And incredible that Jackie Stewart should make himself available to talk fondly of his memories here in New Zealand. It's time for our curtain raiser before the Grand Prix, the 50-minute mini enduro for Summerset GT New Zealand. Cars are on the grid and ready to go. Andrew Waite and John Hindhoff are alongside me in the commentary box upstairs here at Highlands, overlooking this magnificent vista on another lovely day. The question I've got, gents, is can anyone beat Rick Armstrong?
It's going to be a tough ask with how much pace he had in the last race. There's word that he was on a bit of tyre for that race, but I think either way you look at it, he has been fast. Not only today, not only all weekend, all championship long. So I don't think it matters what you throw at Rick, he's going to be fast no matter what.
I still think the tyres here. I think tyre management, what you've got left, who's got brand new tyres. There will be people out there that've got a full set of greens. I don't think Rick's one of them. He'll have picked his 4 best tyres, and he'll be trying to make the first half of the race reasonably easy on the tyre. We've got a little bit of overcast, and that track temperature, 31.5 Celsius at the moment, that will plummet the moment the sun is off the tarmac. And if he can hold on to his tyre temps in the first half of the race, then good for him. Otherwise, I think we could have a proper grandstand finish here, Grillsy.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. We mentioned Daniel Gillison in race 2 earlier today, who's to work behind the scenes with the IRC GT of James Parker. They were running an older set of tyres in race 2 earlier today, the same set they used in race 1. They wanted to keep their new tyre up their sleeve. The other thing is they're on a brand new compound tyre, so the IRC and the AMG GT are running a new compound tyre this weekend. So they're still unpicking the intricacies of that new Michelin for this weekend. So watch out for James out of P6. That's the grid. Nigel Cromie's had a terrific weekend so far. Joel Goodgiddy out of 3 will be a threat in this. Regan Schooler's having his best weekend of the season so far. Sam Fillmore was super fast on a newer tyre earlier today. James Parker out of 6. Over the page on the Cream Insurance starting group, we find Luke Manson and Andrew Child. And then to the GT4 cars, where there are 2 driver battles happening here. So Alan Sargent sharing with Willie Exton, Matt Day on his own in the AMG, Glenn Chappell and Lockie Evanet driving the second of the Race Lab Supras. Grant Aitken is in the Porsche, and then out of the back is Tony and Ryder Quinn. Now, Andrew, Ryder's got some commitments he needs to get to, so he can't get much time in the car here. So they've squeezed him in at the start, and then they're sort of just going to see what happens, I think.
Yeah, they're just going to see how it pans out. He's got to get out of here this afternoon, and a racing driver being a racing driver, he wants to get in the car. They're unsure if he's even going to make it to the 20-minute window for the CPS time, but they're prepared to take a little penalty if they have to. It's end of the day, it's just fantastic to see Ryder and Popeye Tony Quinn out there as well, having a bit of fun, being part of it, and you know, before all else, racing with your grandson must be a pretty special feeling.
I spoke to Willie Exton after the race this morning. They had a terrific battle in GT4, and he said, yep, we drove the things as hard as they could be driven, but the old blokes, he said, quote unquote, gave us the old tyres to keep the new ones for themselves. So they said they really were having to drive them hard, which is fine, absolutely.
I'm sorry, old age and treachery absolutely comes ahead of speed and youth. Got to have some benefit of having life experience.
So it's Glenn Chappell starting 635 and Alan Sargent in 107. So the young guns will jump in the car for the back half of the race and fight it out. So that's going to be good fun. At the end of this one, 50 minutes on the clock. It's our curtain raiser for the NAPA 70th New Zealand Grand Prix this afternoon. GT racing at Highlands. There's been some cracking GT races here over the journey. I wonder if this will be another. Away we go.
Good launch on the outside there for Nigel Cromie. He's got a nose ahead. Is he going to be able to hold her on the outside? And he goes into the lead of the race. What a start by Nigel Cromie to take the lead.
Off the road goes one of the Supras on the outside. I think that was Glenn Chappell. And Regan Schooler was going across the grass as well. I've seen a lot of it. I wonder if it was a front splitter flying in there as well as one of the Porsches shortcutted at the bus stop. We'll keep an eye out for you on that one. What a start, though. Nigel Cromie races his way to the front. Matt Day now side by side with Andrew Child in the Porsche. GT4 versus a GT3 Cup car. The Cup car's going to survive, but what a start it's been for the Supra that's up the inside. And now here's a big move. Glenn Chappell on the comeback trail, up the inside of Matt Day, and Ryder Quinn's trying to get in on this as well.
He's trying to buy on it, trying to get Popeye as far up the grid as he possibly can before he's got to come in and make that compulsory pit stop.
Isn't that just typical? You're fighting to make up a position, you get offline, you lose to.
Oh, there's nothing worse in that situation. You commit to the move and unable to get it done, but Andrew Child seems to be struggling a bit on this opening lap compared to what we've seen previously. So
the leaders are side by side. The leaders are side by side over the bridge, and Armstrong gets down the inside and wrestles the lead away again from Nigel Cromie. He's going to be having PTSD about that part of the racetrack. It's happened twice to him this weekend. One going under the bridge, the other over at Rick Armstrong on cold tyres. He's so good.
On cold, old tyres as well. That is a super significant moment in the race.
That is a great way to start his opening account for this 50-minute race. And just to start dissecting it a little bit, we've got the full 50 minutes. There's a pit window, compulsory pit stop window. So that opens at the 20-minute mark. and closes at the 35-minute mark. And to add to that, we've got compulsory pit stop penalties that get applied as well. So Rick Armstrong, obviously with a strong weekend, he's got to sit there for 20 seconds. Nigel Cromwell has to sit there for 18 seconds. And then you drop down, Schooler and Giddy, they only have 13 seconds. So I reckon keep an eye on Schooler in this race, because if he's less than 7 seconds behind Armstrong, he's got a good chance of coming out in the lead, and he's got pace.
And again, remember what we said about the tyres. That stagger will play out after the pit stop in the second half of the race. That is when you will see the benefit, I think, of those who saved a brand new set, a green set, as we refer to them down here, of Michelin rubber. Interesting what you said about the GT2 and the IRC car. They're running the same Michelin rubber, Michelin customer rubber, as we run in the Michelin 24-hour series. And so I can tell you now, they are easily good for an hour in hot conditions, because we've had them in Abu Dhabi and in Dubai. Richly, hit on the wall there for young Quinn. And did he get away with it? Ryder Quinn on the left rear there, Quilsey.
I think he might have, but they're trying to go 3 wide. GT4 has come alive. Oh, and off the road, Glenn Chappell, no. Oh, he's got it going.
That's Alan Sargent.
Oh, sorry.
That's gone around. Got in the gravel on the outside. Spun around as Quinn. He is having an absolute time of his life out there, battling away. I tell you what, he certainly wasn't checking his Air New Zealand app then, if he needs to check in or not.
He is not getting out of this car, surely not. He sees a trophy at the end of this with Popeye. Oh, I love it. What a battle that is.
Incredible, isn't it? He hits the wall, you think he's going to lose places, and he's got a net gain after all of that.
So Armstrong out in front. It felt vital that he get past Nigel Cromwell early for Armstrong's race anyway, because if he'd got bottled up behind, the front tyres start to hurt, car understeers, and it makes overtaking even harder, and would have ruled out any opportunity for him to use that pace advantage that he's got in the Armstrong's #2 car, GT3 Cup car this weekend.
That's a big blow as well for Sargent, as they've got a longer pit stop time than the other cars behind, so an extra 2 seconds they have to stop for, so that's going to certainly affect them.
Here's the cut back again, and we've seen Ryder Quinn do this a lot, and he gets a good run down the long back straight, feints to the right. Will he come back to the left? No, he doesn't, but he's tried that wide entry a lot, and now defensive driving right ahead of him. Buffalo Girls round the outside will be impressive if that gets pulled off, but it's another left-hander. But here it comes to the young man, and he's got his nose ahead, and look at Matthew Day coming in to the picture right behind them.
Yeah, this is great for Matt Day, the 16-year-old, getting some real hard racing opportunity in GT4 at a national level. Awesome stuff. They slide out towards the wall on corner exit on the run to the start finish line. Great racing in GT4.
Have we got any spare banners on that wall? We're going to have to put them on before the main event. That was incredible stuff.
Look at that. Look how Quinn there. He got jammed up against the wall. It was super lucky. That didn't end up any worse in that situation. So Quinn just trying as hard as he can to get through. And then in the end, Alan Sargent drove it off the road into the gravel on the exit of the second last corner.
But look at Quinn. Look at the heads-up driving from Quinn there. Just had a big moment. Then there's 2 cars ahead of him battling, and he backs off and says, have at it, lads. I can see a way through here. That is superb opportunistic driving.
It certainly is, to place his car in the right spots there and get it done. Great driving by him, and now he's out in front. He'll be asking on the radio how long to go. He'll extend it out as long as he possibly can. Oh, as Chappell sideways on the exit of the hairpin, and that brings Matt Day into it, and they make contact down the straight, and Matt Day gets the move done, up into second.
Plenty of torque from the turbocharged AMG V8. It's interesting, every lap this weekend, there's Popeye, Tony Quinn. Popeye's his little affectionate nickname. So he's suited, booted, and helmeted and ready to go. Interesting that Matt Day, he goes hard left across the bridge every lap, whether he's in a battle or not, which is just to try and minimise the jump, I think.
in the AMG, whereas everyone else just sends it regardless. So I don't know if that's a mechanical sympathy thing, a team instruction thing, or just a local knowledge thing.
As you've been talking to Hayden Padden, I've just spent a lovely hour with Hayden back in the WRC. Now here is this pit stop, and Andrew, by my stopwatch, this is a wee bit early.
Yeah, just a touch early. This is outside the compulsory pit stop window, so either way, Ryder's in the pit lane. He's got a flight to catch. He wants Popeye in the car, and Popeye's got to do all the heavy lifting for the rest of the race. He's going to have 42 minutes to drive this car around the rest of the race, but very cool to see Ryder at least out there have a bit of fun. I'm sure they'll have to cop a penalty. They would have known this before they're getting in the car, but either way, it's about them racing together, having a bit of fun. They're about to get into the Bathurst 12-hour in a couple of weeks, so very, very cool to see them out there together.
And he brings the car in the lead of GT4, but let's just point that out for the young man, because, you know, take that one off. That purple helmet design that Tony Quinn has on getting into that car now, we're going to see that a lot in 2 weekends. There's another spin. The 222, Luke Manson's gone around out of 7th position.
That is a huge blow for Manson as well, because he only had a 9-second stop, so he was 11 seconds less than what Rick Armstrong needed to, and he was within that gap. So when the pit stop cycle came, would have filtered out, that would have put Manson back in front. So here's a replay of it. So he's turned in, got down to the apex on the inside. You can see the way the car moves about, and then he's on the throttle there, just a little bit early. We've seen Alan Sargent go off there, a few cars go off there, and that brings gravel onto the track. So I'm wondering if he just, as he's got on the throttle, just a bit slippery in the rear and around a win.
Well, that too, he had a lot of lock on the car, though. It looked like it was understeering. I almost wonder if he got out of it. It was a bit of lift off, oversteer. Reed, down to you.
I wanted to try and get a quick word with Ryder Quinn as he got out of the car, but he is literally sprinted from the car to his car to get to the airport. He had a huge smile on his face. Tony had a massive smile on his face as he got in the car, and I just double-checked with the team. They'll actually do a second pit stop, so they won't get a penalty, but they'll do a second pit stop to counteract for that pitting early.
Okay, so that doesn't count as their mandatory stop then in that one.
Yep, so there you go. So that's how they're going to play it out. There's two options there. They either take that pit stop there and cop the penalty later on, or they come in and do it properly. So that's obviously what they're opting to do. They're going to come in and do the penalty, the pit stop properly within the window with Tony in the car.
And of course, if Tony can stay on the lead lap when everybody else comes in, so he needs to go long now. He needs to go right to the end of the pit stop window and let everybody else come in to make sure he's on the lead lap before he comes in, just in case there's a safety car comes out. This is only a 50-minute race, but strategy, think endurance strategy. You've got to work those yellow flags and safety cars when they come.
Yeah, it's all about that strategy, isn't it? Getting it right, and then you come in late, you run the risk of a safety car, and you get the safety car, then you can't pit under that safety car, so you end up getting caught up behind it. So it's trying to minimise what way you're going to do it, and coming in later on is the best solution, but you're risking that safety car.
The other thing that is on the line this weekend is sort of an unofficial trophy in the GT4 ranks, which is staged between Alan Sargent, Grant Aitken and Tony Quinn. And Grant Aitken is the current holder of that cup, which has been won once, and once only. So this is the second edition. So there is a little battle there for Tony to think about as well.
I think unofficially the nickname for the trophy is the Jerry Trophy, which stands for the geriatric trophy. But I'll tell you what, how good these guys drive. It's just so cool to see them out there having a bit of fun amongst it all as well.
So Alan Sargent actually holds that trophy. I stand corrected. As we watch James Parker running in 5th place in the IRC GT. Rick Armstrong's 3.2 seconds out in front. Regan Schooler in 3rd place. Joel Giddy in 4th, 6 seconds down the road. When we get to pit stops in not too far away's time in this race, Rick Armstrong will stop for 20 seconds. Nigel Cromie 18, Joel Giddy 13. So quite an advantage there as young Willie Exton watches on from pit lane, looking to take over the 107 Supra. Regan Schooler 13 seconds, Sam Fillmore 12, James Parker 11, and as Andrew touched on, unfortunately Luke Manson's spin really cost him an opportunity to buy into this race at the end.
The top three, Quilty, are really putting the lap times in. A 37.0 is the best for Rick Armstrong, who leads, and he's just done another 37.0. He's trying to just stretch that lead just over 3 seconds at the moment between himself and Nigel, but Nigel's done his best lap last time around, so he's not giving anything up. He's trying to keep Rick in sight. It's a 2-second offset between Rick and Nigel, so take 2 seconds off that 3.2 seconds when they come out the pits. Basically, that's what you're talking about there. And Nigel, we think, has got better tyres for the end of the race than Rick. This one is not done at all.
It certainly is not done, but the one that's going to be the biggest benefactor of all will be Regan Schooler, because he's 7 seconds less than Rick Armstrong, and at the moment he's 6 seconds behind, so there's a second in it. If they were to pit this lap, there'll be a second between them, so it is going to get super tight very shortly as this pit window is opening in just over 6 minutes.
Action Motorsport need to be on the radio to the 19-year-old from Wellington who currently runs third and say, push on, push. Yeah. Try and keep that margin as close as you can and at least give yourself an opportunity to get out in front of Rick Armstrong.
And here's another thing the teams will be looking at now, gentlemen. Where are they going to drop their drivers back into? Because ideally, you do not want to be in that GT4 battle or behind that GT4 battle. You want a couple or 3 or 4 laps, and hopefully they'll pit in front of you. And then your driver can build the temperature back in the tyres and use that open space.
Yeah, it's so important to get that clear air so you can get your head down. But speaking of getting your head down, Rick Armstrong, he's putting quali laps in at the moment. He was 7/10 of a second quicker than anyone else on that last lap. So he is absolutely flying. He knows what's at stake. The International Motorsport team will be in his ear saying, give us your best laps to make sure you're as far ahead as possible. They will be gauging themselves off Schooler. That's what they'll try their best to do, to get that 7-second gap to be able to bring the car in before that.
How good does that flat 6 sound in Armstrong's machine? Absolutely popping and banging. I don't notice that so much in a Carrera Cup race for some reason. I think it's just because he's on his own and the surroundings here, it's really reverberating around Highlands. It's absolutely quality stuff.
I get the feeling we might be seeing you back here again another time someday soon.
Hold me back. I'll pitch a tent outside, to be honest. I could quite happily live here.
There is a lure to this place, there's no doubt. Pretty remarkable part of the world. And Rick Armstrong's doing a pretty remarkable job driving this car. The Wellingtonian, who's heads up Porsche Centre Wellington and the Armstrong's group down there. We touched earlier on their flat 6s and flat white group. I'd love to get along to one of those one day, and that sounds like great. I know they had a big gathering of Porsches and a viewing party for the Repco Bathurst 1000 last year, which I think would have been pretty cool. So I love that part of the car culture down there in Wellington, and very successful Porsche dealership. Matt Day on Tony Quinn. So that car, the Game Over Supra, has pitted, so it's going a lap down there. That will reshuffle itself around when the pit stop sequence starts.
Just caught in the corner of my eye there. Sorry to interrupt there, Richard.
No.
Day sideways through the bus stop there. He was actually quite lucky to hang on to it there. That'll be why you went silent.
Yeah, he's hustling, is young Matt. We had the pleasure to catch up with him last night with the Day family, and they've been amazing supporters of motorsport through Dale ITM, not just of their own family members, but of others in the sport as well. We touched on the car that Andrew broke in testing earlier this weekend, the Dale ITM FT50 TRS car. The team said they were defending you, Andrew. They said it had a mechanical problem, but yeah.
How am I only hearing about this now?
I'm just getting thrown under the bus here, I think.
No, Andrew was the team, the owners of that car, the Day family, very graciously offered it up to Andrew to drive this weekend, but had a few little technical problems, but they were big supporters of Brendan Leach and the Leach family, who drove that car in what was TRS at the time. But yeah, Matt's a fantastic young guy, 16. He's got the world ahead of him. He starts year 12 this year in Auckland, so He's still very, very young.
Guys, were we that sensible at 16? Were we that mature at 16? I had a long chat with him last night. He asked some really sensible questions about motorsport in Europe and further afield. And I probably couldn't even form a sentence like that when I was 16.
He is well beyond his years in every sense, but especially his driving. He's, as we were mentioning yesterday, he's been racing a Lamborghini GT3, and they sort of put him in the car initially, see how he'd go. Very young to be driving a car like that, and it was so obvious that he deserved a chance to drive that car just with how he approached it. He didn't go out there to try and set the world alight on his first lap. His approach was absolutely spot on, and that's what took him to win the South Island Endurance Series, because he just drove that car so well and so mature, well beyond his years.
I said I thought it was a mature drive yesterday, and I stood by that last night when I was standing by him. I think Regan Schooler is catching Nigel Cromwell, and what I'm trying to work out is that Regan's pace, or is that Nigel dropping off? And I think it's Nigel just dropping off a tiny little bit. There's barely a second between those two now. The two mainly white Porsches just going across the start-finish line. The one with the Ultra Interiors livery car is in third at the moment, and that might be the car on the move.
No matter which way you look at it, Rick Armstrong pulled another 0.7 of a second on that last lap. He is now safe in terms of gaps. Regan Schooler is now 9 seconds behind. So Armstrong is able to come in, get his stop done, and get out back ahead of Regan Schooler. And obviously the next one closest to that is Joel Giddy, but he's 16 seconds behind. So Armstrong, I wouldn't be surprised you see him come in as soon as that pit window opens, get him in, get it done, get him back out there, and he'll be able to control the race more from that point.
This is the battle for best non-Porsche Cup car in the race, and it's Joel Giddy who's got James Parker, who's just etched away at the back of that big rear wing of the JG Civil AMG GT2, and has closed himself up now within a couple of tenths. He's looking to put the pressure on. So Giddy's got a fight on his hands here. Led the championship after the opening round at Hampton Downs, which didn't have a big field, but it had an utterly ridiculous racing that weekend. Tough weekend at Teretonga. Frustrated by the final race finishing under safety car. He was running fourth and was ready to launch all of the several thousand horsepower that AMG GT2 seems to have, appears to have, relative to the Cup cars. This is a much more even proposition, Highlands Motorsport Park for the AMG versus the Porsche. So he's under some pressure here. And then a little bit further back behind that is Sam Fillmore. And Sam's got Andy Child locked up behind him. So 6th and 7th place is also a good battle. And there it is unfolding as they run on to the start finish straight here as well. Sam, after a really solid drive in race 2 early this morning.
I've just realised what the final corner on the front straight reminds me of. Reminds me of Watkins Glen, where you come right up to the wall.
Very, very similar, isn't it? The way
you don't drop down into turn 1, but as you come out, you're carrying a lot of speed.
Yep, and the wall's right there as he's trying to carry the speed through. Same sort of gearing as well. Watkins Glen final corner compared to this one. So even myself, I didn't pick that up. So great spotting.
Well, you've raced that.
Yep, no, it's a very similar corner, similar style of track, how high speed it is in places. So that pit window is now open. So we'll be interested to see if Rick Armstrong brings it into the lane this lap now that window is open.
He's got 8 seconds on Nigel Cromie. Another couple, call it 3 actually, so that's nearly 11 seconds on Regan Schooler. And that's the key one at the moment. Rick cannot afford, even as well as he's driving, I think Rick realises he can't afford to give up track position. And here comes the first of the stoppers, and it's the GT4 battle. Matt Day then in the pit lane along with Greg Chappell, the 55 Mercedes EMG and the 635 Supra. And
I just like they pushed the wing mirror out on the passenger side of the 55 car. It had clearly been folded in during that combat early on in the GT4 class, and into the lane comes Rick Armstrong. Utterly sensible, because the safety car risk here is quite high, and you do not want to be caught out in the safety car without having made your mandatory pit stop.
So at this point here, 20 seconds is how long Armstrong needs to sit there. Cromie in the background, he comes into the lane as well. So he only needs to stop for 18 seconds, so 2 seconds shorter than what Rick Armstrong needs to. You can see Corin, Rick Armstrong's engineer.
Oh, he's going to come out right behind Matt Day. Matt Day in the silver AMG GT4 is right ahead of the leader, holding on to the lead lap. That's not important. This pass right now is important. It'll get done before the first of the chicanes, through the bus stop and through and away. That's really important once again for Rick Armstrong. By the way, Sam Fillmore's just done his best lap of the race as everyone else was in the pits. And James Parker has taken the lead in the IRC on the pit stop cycle.
And also looking in the background as well, we've seen Regan Schooler. He has jumped Nigel Cromie as well through that pit stop cycle, so he will come out in position 2.
The other one to watch will be Joel Giddy versus James Parker. So Joel Giddy has stopped. He's just left the lane in the Mercedes AMG GT2. He had 13 seconds, Parker 11, but Parker's elected to stay out as well. So in some forms of racing, you call it an overcut in a way. He's trying to stay out on clean track, go faster with the other car having already stopped. Even though Giddy had a longer pit stop time and James Parker was going to get 2 seconds, he just wants a little bit more. This is insurance. Yes, you play the safety car risk game a little bit, but it might be worth staying out. Now he peels off into pit lane. So here's the IRC GT, and there's a very good chance, all going to plan, he could jump Joel Giddy in what will be a battle for net 4th and 5th position once the pit stops are complete. Sam Fillmore, meanwhile, goes around again.
Yeah, and that's another decent time for Sam. He was only 4/10 away from his fastest lap of the race. He's actually put another quickest first sector here in for him. So he's getting the hammer down, doing exactly what you're saying, Krillsy. Give me 2 fast laps.
Here's the rejoin. So Joel Giddy comes through. The IRC GT car has just left pit lane. Oh no, the Cup car's gone through as well. There it is. So he's jumped him in the stop and he's lost a spot to the Porsche as well. So Nigel Cromie has been jumped by James Parker too. So it's not worked out for Joel Giddy. It's worked out brilliantly for James Parker. 2 free positions gained in the pit stop. Nice job.
And that again comes down to communication with the driver, looking at the pit stop staggers.
Sorry, it's Andrew Child, my bad. It's Andrew Child. Regardless, the story stacks up.
Child, though, knows he's in a position here to hold off a battle behind because he's sideways out of the S's there.
So what's the transit time down the pit lane? About 32?
It's a long, long time down this pit lane. I don't have an exact number for you, but as you exit the pit lane, you've got a long, long transition. As you pass the hippos, as you pass the giraffes, get a nice little look at them through your safari on your way to your pit box. It's actually great when you're doing driver changes at this track because you've got so much time to think about it, to be able to get your belt set, everything right, but it's a very, very long pit lane transit.
Here's Sam Fillmore into the pit lane from the lead, but of course he'll cycle back in. He's got a 12-second pit stop stationary time down in the pit lane for the orange and blue car. No tyre changes, but the team will look at the pressures, possibly bleed a bit of air out. Here he comes, he's joining on to the end of that battle, Crazy.
Yeah, so Sam's got a little bit of ground out of this, but of course he's got to get up to speed now, get those tyres re-pressured. They would have lost an enormous amount of temperature, the 40-odd seconds total time in pit lane, in and out, but he's still got a bit of work to do. James Parker, meanwhile, has been released from Joel Giddy and has now set the fastest first sector time of anyone in the race. So in free air, clean air, that IRC GT car is absolutely flying.
Notice how Sam Fillmore there, he actually avoided the curbs at the bus stop on his outlap there because I've bled the tyres down so much. They're now underinflated. So if you hit that curb with an underinflated tyre, it's using more sidewall so it can cut that sidewall so that it shows the level of experience Sam Fillmore has, and on the endurance racing he does, to not hit those curbs and get back up to it, let it come up to pressure, and then he'll press on.
The thing is about these Michelin tyres is they give you so much confidence right from the start that it's easy to forget that. And you know this, Andrew, going beyond the curb, it's the inside shoulder sometimes that you can do the damage to.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's so easy. You get engineers all the time in your ears, don't cut curbs, but you're trying to put in quick laps. So it's a hard balance. Rusty.
You know, Andrew, there are some great vantage points around Highlands Motorsport Park. One you may not have thought of is our garage that we use for our crews to sort of keep their equipment for cameras and things ready, and that's where everyone's gathering to watch a lot of the racing. So Glenn Chappell is here. How's the race gone for you guys so far?
Yeah, no, this is a lot better start than yesterday. We basically had the same sort of pile up in the bus stop on the way in, but then I got a pretty good run out of there, and I knew I was quicker than most of them through 3 and 4, so I had a bit of a gap, and I snuck past Matt Day through the tunnel, and then I was in the lead for a bit, and I knew that once Ryder comes, I'm going to have to defend, but no, he played it pretty good, and I held him off for quite a while, which was good, and then I had good pace and had a little slip up, which got Matt past just coming onto the bridge, and after that I was stuck with him all the way through, so I'm pretty happy to pit where I did, and I think they said I had the fastest time before I got out of the car, so I'm happy with that.
We are thrilled that you're a part of the Grand Prix program. What's it mean to all of you? There's been some great action in your class as well. What's it mean to be a part of the GP offering?
Oh, it's fantastic. You know, having the CT Frock here and the the guys like Ryan and Louis that we support quite a lot. The Porsches, it'd be good if we just had a bit more field in the GT4s. I think next year it'll be a growing thing. Everyone's saying it's pretty good. You know, it's pretty good racing. Like in the first race, the 3 Supras are going pretty hard, and now I think, once they bunch up with our pro drivers in, they're all going to be bunched up again, and it'll be good racing to the end.
We'll let you enjoy the rest of this and the GP. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just over Glenn's shoulder while he was talking to Rusty there, that's the monitor that they're all watching. If you go a little bit further into that press garage, something that I, having been in press rooms and tracks all around the world, I've never experienced before, is a fully operational pie warmer, a pie warming cabinet. Now, why would you have a pie warming cabinet? That's because right here in Cromwell on Chardonnay, look at this, only 2 left. Who ate all of them? Well, those are Sanga pies, S-A-N-G-A, Sanga's pies. They do an incredible range of pies. They're from Chardonnay Close, just over the back actually from where we are now. And it's taken all of my willpower not to try every single flavour of the 8 or 10 that they have got. But an early morning pie is a thing of beauty, I'll tell you that now, particularly when it's Sanga's.
It certainly is. They are fantastic pies, those Sanga's pies. And I think Greg Rust, I think we know where to find him for the next half hour, is down there eating the last 2 pies, I reckon.
They won't be there the next time we see that.
No.
I don't know. There's not enough ice cream there for Rusty's tastes.
That's for after the pie, isn't it?
True. As we go back and pick up the battle for 2nd and 3rd position between these 2 Porsches, they're 10 seconds plus now behind Rick Armstrong, who's serenely out in front. But Regan School is having a very good day at the office, having jumped Nigel Cromie, the 2nd and 3rd. They're actually not being hunted down by James Parker. A couple of laps ago, Parker was quicker than the 2 Porsches, but they've just started to pull away again, and it's 5.5 seconds now back to the IRC GT that sits in 4th place. This is good.
Oh, there you go. You just knew it. You just knew it. Was that one of the Dal curry pies? Or I'm not sure. We'll have to have an update on that. Rick Armstrong doing Rick Armstrong thing. I've got to get my mind off Sanga pies. I have to get my mind off it. Rick Armstrong doing Rick Armstrong things. He now is in what you'd call in American football terms, with the Super Bowl coming up not so far away. He's in prevent mode. He is now managing this race. He's got his 11 seconds, which is more than I think he needed. We've got the pit lane is closed now for the mandatory stops, so he now has got to manage this to the end, and if the guys behind aren't fighting and can close in, it'll be tense here, tense there. I can't see them taking 3/4 of a second or a second a lap out of him.
Especially when he's driving the way he is. He's just got such control over this race. As I say, it's just gone out to an 11-second gap, so he's pulled another second out of everyone on that last lap. But there's just no better feeling when you're in this situation where the team's telling you, all we need you to do is this time, stick at it, your competition behind you, they're not catching you. and then you get the next radio call, slow down, you're going too fast, and you're like, I am. The car's just so good.
Yeah.
It's just the best feeling possible for Giddy.
Giddy's off.
He is super lucky. Another one that's got away with a bridge situation. You do not see cars very often get away with that sort of...
He's wiped the right rear Michelin on the guardrail, I think. He certainly white-walled it.
Oh, just a bit too fast on the way in there. And he's very, very lucky to get away with that. He's just lost the rear as he's gone to turn in, straighten up the steering. Close moment for Joel Giddy.
Entirely sure he actually hit anything there.
I think he got away with it completely.
Yeah. And lucky to get out of that very deep gravel trap there, which is deep for a reason. Now the other thing that's happening is that Joel Giddy's catching this battle, which is the battle for GT4. So Matthew Day has been caught by Lockie Evanet, who is now behind the wheel of car 635, the Toyota Supra he's been sharing with Glenn Chappell. And this is the battle for the class lead. So all of a sudden, we've got another little challenge with the 16-year-old. The very fast young Aussie. He's been racing Toyota 86s, he's been racing Australian Formula Ford, he's been racing TA2 and Trans Am, just about everything over the last couple of years. So he's a pretty experienced young guy relative to young Matt Day. So this is a great test as the AMG goes head-to-head with the Supra.
See the attitude on that car. Matt Day, he wants to do everything he can to stay ahead of Evanet there. He's flashing the lights at Grant Aiken. This is awkward as they come up towards the bridge. Grant Aiken trying to get out of the way, but there's only so much you can hold back as Matt Day will now go to the left and fire it up the inside. Yes, he gets it done, and this has worked out well.
Nice driver from Grant. Really heads-up driver from Grant, realising there was two cars there. How many times have you seen somebody get out of the way for the first car and then go back on the racing line right in front of the next car through?
It's such an easy thing that's done, but Grant Aiken, he knows this place very, very well, was instrumental in the early days of Highlands becoming what it is now, and just loves this place. So it's very cool to see him out there in the Porsche. Switched out of the Audi at the last round, as he's after that Porsche trophy for the GT4s, so he's doing a good job at the moment.
Krelzy, there's 15.5 minutes of this.
There is.
Between these two young chargers. And this is, again, going to go back, I think, to tyre management.
Well, the other thing, Joel Giddy hasn't exactly rolled them in, has he, in the AMG? Shows you how hard these two are driving. And Giddy recovering from that off, 41.5 last time by, and maybe carrying a bit of damage, perhaps, on the AMG, or not have done any favours to the Michelins either. But still, they're driving these two cars very, very hard. So 9th and 10th on the road, but first in class. What happens up here at the hairpin? Is there an opportunity? Not yet. Not yet.
I love the way that AMG rides the bumps there. That's a smooth riding car, isn't it?
It really is. They're a beautiful car to drive, and the way Matt's driving it as well, as you can see the GT2 now rounding up Evanet. That's awkward for Evanet as well, because now it's allowed Matt Day to get a bit further ahead. It's opened the gap, but then now obviously Joel Giddy's going to have to get past Matt Day, so the same thing is about to happen to him.
These aren't passes for position, we should say. These guys already gone a lap down to the leaders, so this is Joel coming through in 7th place, whereas these two guys we're talking about in GT4 first and second, they're in 9th and 10th. Andre Sargent has given over the 107 car now, so that's Woolley back in the car there. He's in 3rd, Grant Aiken 4th in GT4, and Tony Quinn in 5th position.
So having taken over from Alan Sargent, Willie Exton's going quickly, and last time round he was about 1.3 seconds quicker than Lockie Evanet and Matty Day. The problem is he's 29 seconds behind them on the road, so they hurt from that pit stop time, but he is reeling them in a couple of seconds a lap at the moment. So if they continue battling, who knows? He may still be able to get that car up into the mix with 13.5 minutes to go in this one for Summerset GT New Zealand. I want to give a shout out to the guys from Summerset too, who are here this weekend, and it's a great program they're running. They run a series of time and villages around New Zealand, and they invite their guests, their patrons, to come out to the racetrack and experience life at high speed. And run out very wide, Matt Day, and that drags Lockie Evanet right back into this battle for the lead. So it took Joel Giddy quite a while to get past these two GT4 cars, and now the battle resumes.
I don't think Matt Day was overly happy there, because he gave plenty of room going into the hairpin for what should have been the faster car, and the 7th place Joel Giddy AMG with loads more horsepower and aero made a bit of a meal of that.
Yeah, got squeezed just a little bit there. Maybe Joel just thought he was going to be able to launch off the corner a bit harder and clear him a bit quicker, but either way, it made it very, very awkward for Matt Day there. And it's exactly what I said before. The lap before, it cost Evanet. He lost a lot of time, and then the next lap, it cost Matt Day a lot of time. So they resumed the battle. Now Joel Giddy's got through.
Just flicking through the book of racing cliches. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away.
It can make or break races, can't it?
Absolutely.
Yes, lapped traffic doubly so.
Indeed, yeah. Well, there's an art to being passed as well as passing, and that's what we see now. I thought Matt and Lockie actually did a really good job. It's still incumbent on the faster car to get through cleanly.
Yeah, it's just that balancing act of trying to get through as cleanly as you can, and as I was saying, it can make or break races, and that risk level changes so much depending on what you're doing. If you're way out on the front like Rick Armstrong is here, you can take your time passing the slower cars and make a better gap, but if you've got someone on the radio saying you need to hustle, you've got cars catching you, you're throwing it in. You're getting those moves done to get ahead as quick as you can.
Armstrong, Quilsey, he's working like a metronome for a concert pianist at the moment. I have a suspicion that his team are reading him Nigel's times from the previous lap, and then basically he knows that's what he's got to do there or thereabouts within a tenth or so. It's incredible watching the timing screen.
I'm not even sure they need to tell him that at this point. He's just been like this all season long. Rick Armstrong's gone to a new level this year. Summerset GT New Zealand, he is exceptional. And dominating this weekend, wins in race 1, wins in race 2. Can he sweep the weekend? Good battle going on still. Nigel Cromwell and Regan Schooler for 2nd and 3rd place. They've got 7 and a bit seconds on James Parker in 4th. Andrew Child in the Yeti is still in 5th place. Sam Fillmore is in 6th and 3 seconds down the road. Joel Giddy 7th. And I'm concerned about the state of Joel's car, because he's just snuck back into the high 1 minute 39s when Rick Armstrong's in the low 38s at the moment, and most of the other cars in front are as well. So the AMG GT2 is not a happy race car right now. Luke Manson, who's having a challenging weekend in the 222, spun earlier. He's in 8th position. He's got Sebastian running in Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania shortly, and young Marco Manson in Formula Ford this weekend as well at another circuit. So he's got eyes everywhere, watching on what the kids are doing and trying to focus on his own racing as well.
Just to follow up on that, Rick Armstrong, he's also got at least 2 of the 3 fastest laps. I can't remember if he got the one in the first one. I think he did. But what's impressive to me is, despite the fact that we know he started on a used set of Michelins, he's still got the fastest lap of this race as well. I mean, it's incredible. Meantime, Nigel Cromie in 2nd has his mirrors filled with that orange and blue and white front end of Regan Schooler. Now, if you're Regan, what are you thinking now, Andrew? If you're in Regan's car with we've still got 9 minutes to go, let's remind ourselves.
Still got a lot of racing to go. Anything can happen. And if the script is written exactly how we want it at any track, it is at Highlands. Every year, without fail, there is some drama that unfolds as these races go on. And Regan Schooler is putting the pressure on Nigel Cromie, but he's not quite close enough at the moment. If Cromie can hold that sort of gap, he can at least breathe easy. He can make a tiny mistake here or there and recover from it. But any closer than that, you start having to look in the mirrors more.
Regan knows these cars very well, Cruzy, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He's 19 years of age, but he's driven them quite a lot. A couple of appearances here, but he's a two-time NZ Porsche champion, Porsche Racing Series. So there's actually, for your benefit, John, maybe for those watching at home, and then you can catch the action on selected rounds of Repco NextGen NZ. In fact, they're at our next round at Manfield near Palmerston North in a couple of weeks' time in late February, which will be the final round of the championship. The Porsche Racing New Zealand Championship. It's a great series, so previous gen Cup cars, but I love about it as well, there's a Porsche Cayman class, and a Boxster class, and a 944 class, which is very near and dear to my heart.
Not a 968.
I haven't seen a 968 in it yet, but I'm sure Stewie Owers, who looks after that category, will be on the phone to tell us if there is. But I'll get on that for you and find out.
Just mine off.
Manfield's in a couple of weeks' time. You should pop down. Well, or in this case, pop up, because it's at just north of Wellington.
Just another weekend before I get back to Europe. Oh, it's fine. Just keep extending.
Why not? Why not?
It seems inevitable you're going to move here anyway. So
another $75 flight change. They're going to get sick of me on the phone. They really are. 7 minutes to go, gentlemen. And Rick Armstrong, for the first time in a while, is under 11 seconds. It's only 10.5 now. Oh my goodness, it's all coming apart. No, it's not. He's absolutely brilliant. He was still within a couple of 100ths of a second of being the fastest man on the circuit. The int race, once again, Krelzy, is down in GT4.
It's still on, and Matt Day has done a massively stout job fending off the advances of Lachlan Evanet in this battle for the lead in GT4. This one is going to go right down to the wire. Talked about Willie Exton going quickly. He has. He's got that margin down from 30 to 22 seconds. So he has been holding them in, and in fact has the quickest lap in the GT4 class by, just trying to do the maths, about 1.8 seconds. In fact, Willie Exton, he's done a 39.9 in a GT4 car around here. He's seriously rapid in racing conditions.
I understand why Matt Day is doing that over the bridge, but every time he does it and turns back to the right, he's putting so much energy into that left rear tyre. I literally take a deep breath every time he does it.
Yeah, there's pros and cons for doing it. Obviously, you're making the track longer going all the way out there, but it is so hard on the diff. It's so hard on the rear axles of the car, because as you get airborne, obviously they wheel spin, and as you land, it's compressing it, putting a load all the way through the axles, the diff, the gearbox. So that's why it's a pro to go to the left, but at the same time you're going that bit further. So pros and cons, weigh it up. Obviously Matt Day making it work, and the other reason to go around is you're not getting airborne, so you got that drive all the way over the bridge as well, as these guys are still battling away at it. Rick Armstrong looking to take the clean sweep this weekend. The last time that happened was in 2024 with Luke Manson. He did it 2 years ago, so he's certainly looking like he's about to do what Luke Manson did 2 years ago.
There's Glenn Chappell watching on. Yeah, a sweeping Summerset GT New Zealand is really hard to do. The way the weekends are structured and the format plays out, it is tough to win all three races. Glenn Chappell watching on. Evanet's going to have a go here at the hairpin. It opens the door slightly to get up the inside of Matt Day, but he's okay for the moment. Now, this race was 15:59 local time plus 1 lap. It's now 16 o'clock local time, and the leader has started his final lap. There's a bit more to go here. Evanet now tries to squeeze down the inside of the bridge.
This is really fair and respectful racing again from the youngsters. I think Matt is struggling with the front end of that AMG, and he couldn't get it turned in. Got a big swapper on as he was on the brakes. Somehow comes out ahead in that final corner, and again, super clean racing.
That is fair and hard racing as Matt Day covers his line. He would have seen the final lap board. He'll have them in his ear. The James Marshall Motorsport crew telling him also, this is the last lap. Look at him hustle it into the bus stop there.
Meanwhile, what a weekend for Rick Armstrong. This has been utterly dominant. Pole position, race 1, race 2, fastest laps in them as well. He has been awesome. Don't worry, we're keeping an eye on that GT4 battle. But into the final corner to complete the sweep. Rick Armstrong is the king of the GT crop in New Zealand at the moment.
and sweeps Summerset GT New Zealand at Highlands. What a weekend for Rick Armstrong.
I don't know what you say, the superlatives we ran out of halfway through the second race. Meantime, GT4 halfway through the final lap. There's maybe one or two chances here. This is one of them right here at the hairpin.
Even just there for Matt Day, that was clever the way he didn't defend his line. He didn't need to. He stayed wide. He's reading what's happening behind him. His car has been weaker in this part of the track, but he's made it work this time. Look at the drive he's been able to get off that hairpin there as he's slightly wide, goes to the left over the bridge, and even it has a look up the inside. They're side by side.
Incredible drive from the AMG has kept young Matt Day ahead. He does the over and under, but the Supra has gone through. It'll come through him. That is 2 corners from the end, 1 corner from the end, and we've swapped the leader in that category. And through they come. There's not even an exercise book between them. Outstanding driving from 2 young men who we'll be talking about for quite some time.
That was Matt's elder sister in the middle of the shot there and family around. He got pipped right at the post.
It was so close, and that's a true example again of 2 young guys who drove absolutely superbly, respectful racing. What a race.
Well, if you've got a GT4 car in New Zealand, come and play, won't you? In Summerset GT New Zealand, because that's what you get. Awesome motorsport. Well done. Rick Armstrong, Nigel Cromie and Regan Sculler, the podium in race 3, and Rick's going to win the round as well comfortably, and the Porsche NZ Cup for the weekend. So maximum points in the Porsche Endurance Trophy, and not quite booking his ticket to Stuttgart for the end of the year, but pretty close to it. James Parker, a really solid 4th. Really good weekend for the IRC. Andrew Child and Fillmore. Joel Giddy struggled, Manson. And what a finish in GT4. Final margin 3/10. But the respect and the hard racing between those 2 at the end was outstanding. Highlights with Andrew Waite and John Hindhoff.
Great start off the bat there for Nigel Cromie. He got into the lead of the race, tried putting his head down, but it was no match. As you can see, Glenn Chappell got a little bit wide there through the bus stop, got hung out, as you heard him later in his interview talking about it. And Ryder Quinn, who's probably on an aeroplane by now, he was up against the wall and he was just about in an aeroplane Supra there for a second over the bridge.
Yeah, costly spin for Sargent in the 107 machine, and then the battles between these 3 youngsters. Ryder gets to the front before he pitted to turn over to his granddad. He had the issue for Joel Giddy as well that saw him off the track. Some phenomenal manoeuvres, and I don't think there was any contact at all. Giddy very lucky at this point. 9 out of 10 times you're in the wall. And then this battle towards the end of the race. I've got to ask myself, as I think about it now, could Matthew have just stayed over to the left when he'd selected that line coming over the bridge?
Yeah, I'm sure he'll watch this again and dissect it, and wish he stayed a little bit further to the left to cover off that position just a little bit more. But it was a pretty assertive move, and they were side by side the lap before through this part of the track, and it was enough for Matt Day to stay ahead. And speaking of staying ahead, was Armstrong all weekend long, taking the clean sweep, pole position, and 3 race wins.
So the moment of the race in GT4, over the bridge, every lap Matt had gone back to the middle of the road, and that was the obvious manoeuvre. It still wasn't done, mind you, and then, oh, maybe there was just a tiny little brush there. I don't need to say anything, do I? At that
spoken
point,
for us.
Absolutely brilliant stuff. Rick Armstrong dominates at the front, and a great battle in GT4. Rihanna.
And we welcome our podium place getters for the race 3 of the Summerset GT here at Highlands Motorsport Park. Congratulations, Rick Armstrong, pole position, 3 wins here across the weekend. A clean sweep, hasn't been done since 2024. Awesome stuff. You were outstanding out there.
Thank you. Yeah, I got a poor start. They got away from Cromie got away from me at the start, but I managed to catch him and get past just by the bridge. And again, I got a really good gap and just managed it and brought it home. It was very good.
We have absolutely loved watching you race this weekend. Congratulations. Enjoy the celebrations on the podium. And in second place for our open class, congratulations to Nigel Cromie. Nigel, the start, but then he got you back. But you've still got a smile on your face. We've enjoyed watching you race all weekend long.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a good weekend, like 3 seconds, but Rick fight so hard. Like, that was commitment coming into the bridge, so he deserves it. He was quick.
Well done. Enjoy the celebrations with the team. And rounding out our third place for the open category, Regan Schooler. Congratulations, Regan. Tell me how much of a hard fight it was out there, a 50-minute race.
Oh, it was pretty tough. Cromie gave me a good run for my money and got the pass, but to be honest, it's a big step up over Tiratonga. We're finally at least on the podium, and I think I get some champagne, so that's quite nice.
You absolutely do. Well done. Enjoy that. And for our GT4 class, congratulations to our winners on the line, Glenn Chappell and Lachlan Evanet. Congratulations, gents. Glenn, I know that you always enjoy racing out there.
Oh, I do. I just wish Lachlan hadn't left it to the last corner to do it. So the old nerves were getting pretty there, but it was a fantastic race.
Lachlan, talk us through those last couple of laps and particularly that final finish.
Yeah, I was trying to bide my time, and it was a great defence, and yeah, I just had to really push hard, and it got the elbows out a little bit, but we got it done. I've had a really great weekend, and I'm really happy. I've had a great time with the team, and I can't thank them enough.
Well done, boys. Enjoy the celebrations. And second place in our GD4 class was Matt Day. Congratulations, Matt. What a battle you've had. You're new to this class, new to this car. Congratulations on an outstanding weekend.
Yeah, it was a good result after a bit of a disappointing morning, but it was a shame that we got track limits on the last lap as well, so would have lost the win either way, but it was a good fight to the end. I think it was about 20 minutes. So struggled a bit with the car speed, but it was a good result otherwise.
Well done. Enjoy the celebrations. I know the whole family is here to watch you. And rounding out our podium for the GT4 class, of course, we've got Alan Sargent and Will Exton. Congratulations, gents. Alan, we saw it.
What's a weekend without a spin, as the boys would say to me?
Yeah, but you love it. We loved watching you, and you guys had a great fight back.
Yeah, I think I gave him too much to do in the end. He was the fastest car on track in the GT4, so he's a legend, so I'll keep doing my thing.
Well done, Alan. Will, awesome fight back at the end there. Talk us through how you did it.
Yeah, well, I had clean air, so I just managed just to crack on, and it was a pleasure to share the car with Fallon, so yeah, it's been a great weekend, and I've really enjoyed it.
Congratulations to all of our competitors in the Summerset GT.
On that basis, time for our round podium for Summerset GT New Zealand. Kindly presenting the trophies for the Open Class and GT4 is our category manager in Grant Smith, and presenting the next-gen wreaths for both classes, Karina Andrews. In third place in the Open Class, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Regan Schooler. Can we welcome up third place in the GT4 class in the same breath, Matt Day. We go to second place in the open class now. How about making some noise for Nigel Cromie? Second place in the GT4 class. Keep that applause going. Alan Sargent and Will Exton. And now to the winner in the open class. What a weekend for this driver. Give it up for Rick Armstrong! And a ripping drive in the GT4 class means that first place goes to Glenn Chappell and Lachlan Evanet. Knocking over a little bit of champagne there. Celebration starting early. Can we also please deliver the Masters Trophy to Alan Sargent, winner for this round. And Grant Aiken kindly here to deliver that trophy to him. Thank you, Grant. The laurel wreaths being presented. Our media capturing the moment of a very full podium. Countdown to the Grand Prix is on. Gentlemen, enjoy the celebrations in Summerset GT.
It's time to celebrate 70 races of history that make up the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix. Welcome everyone to the Central Otago, the South Island of New Zealand, and just outside of Cromwell, we find Highlands Motorsport Park. It's a playground, this place, and it's set to hold the Grand Prix for the third time, having first hosted it in 2024. The Royal New Zealand Air Force Black Falcons are here today, and it's great to have the Beechcraft T6 Texan of commanding number 14 Squadron Leader Simon Icemonger, who is putting on a great display for the really good crowd here today. Awesome to have the Air Force in attendance, all part of the pomp and circumstance heading into the Grand Prix and the pageantry around this great race, which dates all the way back to 1950. And it's one of the best trophies in world motorsport as well, won by some of the biggest names. Richard Crowell and Andrew Waite with you, Rihanna Crean and Greg Rust in pit lane. We'll hear from them soon. Andrew Waite's alongside me, and this is what it's like to start an FT60 Formula Regional car. This is on board Nolan Ella in the practice start session early in the weekend. Talk us through this. This is really cool.
Yeah, it's great to see this vision, and we know how important starts are. This is what's going to make or break the New Zealand Grand Prix. So notice straight away, he's in first gear still, leaving it in gear, and at that point you're starting to look up at the lights. You're making sure you're in gear, you're up on the RPM, holding the RPM and then releasing it and working on that clutch to try and get a smooth exit. You don't want wheel spin, but then at the same time you don't want the car to bog down. So as easy as it looks on camera there, you got to think the nerves. There's so much relying on the start there. And then as you make your way into the bus stop from that point, you've got those colder tyres, you've got cars all around you. It's so, so important to get that start right.
And fascinating through turn 2, the Southern Loop, 4th gear, and you can see him balancing the grip there on a cold tyre, trying to work his way through. The grid is packed. The Sri Lankan fans are here as always, and so too is Greg Rust. Rusty?
Richard, as you know, the atmosphere in these moments is unlike anything else. I'm with Tony Walker, GM from NAPA Auto Parts here in New Zealand. They have proudly jumped on board and been right with us on the journey to be a part of the 70th New Zealand Grand Prix. What does that mean for you and the team? And it was a pretty easy decision, I understand, too.
Oh, absolutely. Look, we're incredibly proud to be a part of the NAPA New Zealand 70th Grand Prix. It's such a premier event on the New Zealand motorsport calendar. We just love motorsport. And a huge part of what we do is supporting the motor trade and where they race. So getting right in behind this is a real simple decision for us.
And it's a great fit beyond, I mean, in the total support offering that we've had here for this event. I mean, Justin Allen in GR86, we have a car in TA2. You love your motorsport, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a contingent of customers and our team with us here today. And look, we had Dylan Grant, who had an awesome race in the TA2 this afternoon. Great win from him. Everyone was just riding behind him and everything. So you can really see that, you know, community spirit that we bring and really supporting the New Zealand grassroots motorsport.
Thanks for supporting this this major event, and enjoy all the atmosphere this afternoon.
Yeah, thanks very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rusty, and we appreciate the support of all of our partners, the Repco NextGen NZ Championship, Castrol Tour de Formula Regional, Oceania, and so much more. The drivers are having their photo. There's lots of support for the Kiwis here as well, and the trophy is being delivered. The NZ Motor Cup, it is one of the most impressive trophies in global motorsport, and delivered today by Tamar Ali, the Mayor of Central Otago. The names on that trophy date back to 1950, and there are some incredible ones on it, including the great Jackie Stewart. It's time now to celebrate the great history of this race and pause as we hear the New Zealand National Anthem. Rousing rendition by Ella Monnery, the well-known singer from this part of the world. She's a Central Otago local, but has made it on the global stage as well. Brilliant scenes here and a terrific atmosphere as we get set to celebrate the 70th running of the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix. Let's get among it, shall we? And there's no one better at the business than Rihanna Cran and Greg Rust.
Richard, thank you. There have been a couple of post-qualifying penalties applied, which has changed the shape of our grid, and it does mean, we'll detail those as we get into things, but it does mean that Zach Schooler now finds himself on the front row for this race. What would it mean to try and get that jump and maybe win a GP here for New Zealand?
Yeah, you know, I mean, obviously it's still a very long race to come, but it's a race which I want to win, and to be able to take home that trophy at the end of the day would be something which I'd really like to do. So, you know, the goal is to get a good launch and see what we can do after that.
You've had an up and down season, mate. We saw your brilliance in the 2025 season. Channel all of that, and I mean, is that the target here this afternoon now, just to kind of walk away from this New Zealand trip and go into a big year abroad with this under your belt?
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's been a pretty tough year. Quite a lot of unlucky moments, but I think your man starting next to us has a bit more to lose than we do. So yeah, we're going to be going for it.
Thank you.
No worries.
Rihanna?
Kanato Lee, firstly, I just want to wish you a huge congratulations. Your first win here this weekend, earlier today. I suppose you've got so much on your mind, but have you had a chance to just soak it in and really just understand what you achieved earlier today?
Yeah, obviously the win was really nice, but you know, this is the main race, so obviously I had to switch my mindset really quickly and focus on this. Obviously starting P3, not a bad position to start, so yeah, I'm gonna see if I can replicate what I did this morning and yeah, go for the win.
You had a great start earlier today. What is the trick? What is the knack to get these cars started and get that good jump?
Yeah, just you know, I think main thing is get a good reaction, and then yeah, just I think that's it.
Thank you so much. We wish you all the best for this afternoon.
Thank you.
There is a huge roll-up on the grid here for the 70th running, and someone who knows what it takes to win this race and how special it is in terms of your career, Liam Skeets. So you're a little further down on the grid here today, but you'd love to sort of channel 2024 again, wouldn't you?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, anything can happen in this race. It's very long, so we're in with a chance. We're in for the fight. So yeah, really looking forward to getting out there and seeing how far forward we can move.
This all came about relatively last minute for you. You were helping on the other side of the pit wall for most of the CT Frot season. So good that you could stitch this together. How hard has it been to get back up? And, you know, we've got a real competitive field this season, haven't we?
Yeah, I'm super grateful to be here, and it's all thanks to my partners, Castrol and Tyre New Zealand. As for the competition, yeah, it's super stiff. It's super tight. I mean, qualifying, there was tenths of a second in it between being on the fourth row to the third row. So, yeah, it's really tight. I mean, I'm happy that I've been able to jump in and be competitive and trade lap times with some of these guys. Hopefully, yeah, we have a good result today, and that might set me up for some further opportunities for the rest of the year.
You have worked incredibly hard. Last 12 months in the United States. I saw you at New Zealand Fashion Week with the Giltrap group chipping away there. Family and friends are here, mate. There'll be a lot of people right behind you this afternoon.
Yeah, there's been a journey since 24 winning this race. A lot of people met and connections made and relationships made. So yeah, just looking to do all my partners proud. The ones who are on board for America, where it was a tough ride, and the ones who are on the car now. So yeah, hopefully can get a good result, do them proud, and yeah, have fun.
As always with you, well said. Have a fantastic afternoon. Thanks, Liam.
Thank you, Rusty.
Rusty, how good is this? You can just start to feel the tension levels rise as we get set to go racing very shortly. How cool for so many of the supporters, the friends, the family that are able to be on the grid just before we take off for the New Zealand Grand Prix. And the man that will start that race from pole position is, of course, Jin Nakamura. Firstly, Jin, just once again, happy birthday. What a way to spend your birthday here at a racetrack.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm happy to be here, so as a birthday. So I'm quite happy to start from pole position. It's quite a special thing.
This race means so much to so many people. Can you sort of give us some insights, just sitting here from pole position, what this means to you, your team?
Yeah, it's just so special. I mean, yeah, it's quite a good series, quite nice, exciting race. So yeah, I will get a good start. So yeah, I want to win.
Tell me your mindset. How do you approach a race that has so much meaning behind it? Is it just another race for you, or is there a bit more to it?
Just I'm looking ahead. I mean, yeah, this weekend I had 3 races. My result was not very good. I mean, but yeah, still I'm in here, so I have chance, still have chance. So yeah.
Absolutely. We wish you all the best for this afternoon's race. Go well.
Thank you.
There have been a couple of statements published around some post-qualifying penalties. One of them affecting Ugo Ugachukwu, our series leader. We talked about that earlier in the coverage today. That car suffered a front suspension fail in Q1. Some quick repairs by the M2 team managed to keep him in the game, but it was released without the wishbone covers on it. And as a result, car 4 was disqualified from Q2 and Q3. So our series leader will start from 13th. Richard and the boys will detail some of the points permutations in relation to that. The other penalty, and for about 24 hours now, has affected Ryan Wood, who qualified on the front row. There was an alleged ride height breach for this car. It was appealed. There was some talk, as you would have seen in the press, that should Ryan have finished on the podium today, he may not, because it was under appeal, have been able to enjoy that podium. That appeal has since been withdrawn. With it, a drop of 5 grid spots. I don't want to talk to him about that because it has been, that's the facts, that's what's gone on. It's been an amazing summer for this guy as he launches into a Toyota chapter with Walkinshaw Andretti United, and you have loved it every step of the way, mate, haven't you?
Yeah, look, it's been amazing, and I just can't thank all my partners on this race car and behind the scenes. A massive thank you and a special shout out to Greg Murphy and Scott O'Donnell and Josie at NextGen. And look, they've done me and Louis done so much for me and Louis the past 4 weeks, and behind the scenes it's been a lot of fun. So you guys have been able to see a little bit of it. Would have been loved to start off the front row today, but look, we're off 7th. We're still in the fight, and yeah, look, there's a bit of weather hanging around, so I just hope the New Zealand gods are on our side today.
You have centred on every occasion. We've seen you on the podium, pole positions as well, in a class field, many of them that will be in Formula 3 this year, in single-seaters. What's it meant to play and show your stuff? I mean, supercars is your thing, but to do it in these cars, mate.
Yeah, look, I've been outfoxed a lot as well, so these boys have taught me a lot. Even my own teammate showed me the side pod in the last one, so I got my elbows out in this last one for me, so yeah, look, I'm excited. It's going to be a long race and just really enjoyed the last 4 weeks. So I can't thank Toyota New Zealand, everyone involved enough. And yeah, I really want to come back at some stage and hopefully start off the front row where we deserve to be.
From us to you, the way you've given your time away from the scenes as well with Love Highlands has been awesome, mate. Get after it this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Cheers.
There are 2 drivers still left fighting for this championship. One of those, Ugo Ugachukwu. The other man is Freddie Slater. He will start this race out of position number 4. Freddie, the grid has been cleared by the wonderful Pipers. That means we're about to get to business. Just take us into your mindset. How are you feeling right now?
Got to try and win, that's the main thing. Get a good start and then crack on from there, 27 laps. So a lot of tyre degradation, should be good fun, and now I'm excited. So nice way to finish off the New Zealand season.
We've loved how you've approached this series. You've been on the attack right from day one. Is it no different now? You just have to attack?
Yeah, it's definitely full attack, but then also there's going to be a lot of overtakes at the end of the race, especially when everything starts to get a bit hot and the tyres start to get a bit stressed. So yeah, we'll see what we can do.
How much have you enjoyed racing here in New Zealand over summer?
Yeah, it's been such a cool experience, you know. It's not very normal to race these sort of tracks, you know. They're so old school, so much risk. It's been really enjoyable, so yeah, one that I'll definitely miss.
Freddie, we wish you all the best. Good luck.
Thank you.
Proud Kiwi on the 3rd row of the grid. Louis Sharp is getting ready to jump in the car. I think his dad is pacing more than Louis is at the moment. Can we have a quick word with you, mate? I know you want to get the eyes on here. What can we do from the 3rd row of the grid?
Yeah, look, not obviously the ideal place we want to be starting, but it's a long race. We've shown some good pace this weekend. Lap 1 as well, we've always been quite strong. So if I can, you know, maybe pick a couple off early on, it's a long race, so a lot can happen.
Sum up the season for us. It helps as a launch pad for you for a big year internationally, but at heart, mate, it's been a wonderful chance for you to compete at home in front of, you know, your nation. And what would it mean to kind of do that here?
Yeah, no, it's been amazing. It's definitely been a bit of an up and down season for us. I think the speed's been good all along, but we've not maybe maximised everything. We've also been quite unlucky. So look, maybe the final result isn't quite what we wanted, but we're still up in the pointy end. We've been fighting at the front all season, so that's the main thing. And to be home and been racing has been, you know, such a privilege, and I've loved every second of it.
Go get it. Use that push to pass and go well.
Will do. Thank you.
There you go. Louis Sharp.
Just wonderful scenes here on the grid as we look around at this most spectacular Highlands Motorsport Park. Seb Manson about to climb aboard your car out of position 8 for this final race of the series. I know it's been an up and down weekend, but how are you feeling as you head on to this one?
Oh yeah, I'm pretty fair. To be fair, I'm just very excited. Looking forward to another New Zealand Grand Prix.
What does a race like this mean to you, your family, and just being here in front of friends and family?
Yeah, it's really awesome being at home. It's really cool getting to race in my home country, and it's such an amazing circuit and so many great competitors to drive against.
Is it full attack for this final race?
Absolutely.
We can't wait to watch. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
As a kid, when you start out on your motorsport journey, you dream of being on top of the world. You want to reach the pinnacle and win a Grand Prix. You want to represent your country. You want to hear your national anthem as you're standing on the podium. So many of us have dedicated our lives to motorsport. We've tasted success all over the globe. But there is something so special about winning at home. And to win a Grand Prix is even better. Only 51 people can say this though.
I'm lucky enough to be a New Zealand Grand Prix winner.
I'm a New Zealand Grand Prix winner.
I'm a New Zealand Grand Prix winner.
And I'm a Grand Prix winner in New Zealand.
Today, another driver gets to join that list. To be the latest driver that gets to say, I'm a Grand Prix winner. And we can all say,
welcome to the club.
Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club.
What a setting we have. Central Otago in New Zealand's South Island.
Welcome to Highlands Motorsport Park.
This is the NAPA 70th
New Zealand Grand Prix.
Live and local.
And so the scene is set, and the 18 cars that will go into battle for 27 laps at Highlands Motorsport Park are ready for the 70th running of the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix. Hello, kia ora to wherever you might be watching around the world, around in Australia, or in this great nation, motorsport mad nation that it is, who will join the list of winners of this incredible race for the 70th time. Andrew Waite and Richard Crah with you upstairs in commentary as we get set for this incredible race. Andrew, this is it. This is the culmination of a 4-week, 15-race journey that's taken us from the North Island at Hampton Downs to Taupo on the lake, beautiful settings, to the bottom of the South Island, the southernmost racetrack in the world at Teretonga, and now to Highlands to decide a champion and to decide a Grand Prix winner. There's so much on the line, and the best thing is we have no idea of how this next 27 laps is going to unfold.
This New Zealand Grand Prix is just as important to these drivers as the full 4-week championship. It is one of only 2 in the world that can be called a Grand Prix outside of Formula One. So a super important race for these young drivers on their journey to the top of the world.
The championship battle. There's a story within a story because there are 16 drivers who just want to win the Grand Prix. 2 of them want to win the Grand Prix, but they also want to win the championship. And the maths is pretty simple, really. Ugo Ugachukwu leads the way on 312 points. He's 24 points in front of Freddie Slater, who is in second place. They're the only 2 drivers that can win it. Outside of that, there'll be a battle for third, the final step on the podium between Louis Sharp and Jin Nakamura, who starts from pole, and Ryan Wood is in the hunt there. So too, Kanato Lee. Can any one of those drivers get themselves a trophy at the end of it? The rest of the drivers, they're fighting for the Grand Prix trophy. This race has remarkable history, Andrew Waite, and you saw and heard from some of the names in our opener, so beautifully voiced by Greg Murphy. Jackie Stewart won the New Zealand Grand Prix. Sir Jack Brabham, Sir Sterling Moss, 3-time winners of this race. Kiwi legends Craig Baird, Kenny Smith, the great Kenny Smith has won this race 3 times. And Nick Cassidy, a modern-day Kiwi racing legend who's still doing great things on the world stage. Graham Hill, the list goes on to include greats like Kike Rosberg before he became a Formula One star, down to Simon Wills, who won it twice in the Formula Holden era. The list is great. Only 7 nationalities, too, have won this race. 32 wins the way of New Zealand. Australia with 11. The United Kingdom, could they add to their tally today? Who knows? There's 9 there. Ugo Ugachukwu would love to win this race as an American. They've won it 5 times. Finland, Brazil, and the Netherlands have each won it twice. Could Japan add their name to that list? A Japanese driver has never won the New Zealand Grand Prix. But on his 20th birthday, Jin Nakamura starts it from pole position. Opportunity waits for the young star who is well poised to win for the first time this season. So that's the scene set. That's how it all plays out. A championship will be decided, and the 70th Napa New Zealand Grand Prix will be decided over 27 laps. Here's how they line up. The Cream Insurance starting grid, and it's Jin Nakamura on pole. He has been outstanding this weekend. Zach Schooler, Kiwi hope on the front row of the grid as he lines up for his second go at this race. Then it's Kanato Lee and Freddie Slater. He's fighting for a championship. Louis Sharp is next, and Liam Skeets is out of 6th. Controversy has surrounded car number 40 this weekend, but Ryan Wood said on the grid he'll give it everything he's got from 7th place. Sebastian Manson starts from 8th, another Kiwi hope inside the top 10. James Warden, podium earlier today, hard work from 9th. Nolan Alla representing the United States from 10th. Yevon David is there alongside Yuampu Tsui on the 7th row. The championship leader, Ugo Ugachukwu, 18 years of age from New York in the United States of America, will start this race from 13th position. He has a job to do, but if he finishes where he starts, he can win the CT Frott title. So that's it. That's how it stands, Andrew Waite, and now they prepare and get ready for 27 laps.
They certainly do, and obviously there's drama around Ugachukwu having to start that little bit lower down in this race. So to paint the picture for you of how this needs to go for Ugachukwu to win the championship, if Freddie Slater wins the race, Ugachukwu must finish 13th or lower. If Slater finishes 2nd, Ugachukwu must finish 17th or lower. And then if Slater finishes 3rd, Ugachukwu must DNF. So that's how the picture is painted for the championship side of things. Obviously, with Ugachukwu down in the field, anything can happen. There's so many more variables. So we'll keep you up to date live with that as the race is going on, with how it's positioned for the championship. And I'm sure Ugachukwu's engineers will be on the radio to him flat out with what he needs to do to wrap up this championship.
Overcast conditions for the first time for a CT Frott race this weekend. Bright sunshine in the 3 races we've had so far. We had a makeup race from Teretonga run on Friday evening. So less UV on the circuit. The track conditions will be different to what they're used to. Warm conditions though in the early 20s, and a beautiful weekend here at Highlands. The 6 drone cam shows the 18 cars that will go into battle today to decide the New Zealand Grand Prix winner and the CT Frott winner, the winner of the trophy and the FIA Super License points that go with it. All is set. First gear engaged. Lights are on. For the 70th time, the New Zealand Grand Prix is go. And it's a brilliant start from the outside of the front row. Schooler's got a great launch. Nakamura is going to have to fight for his pole position and his lead into turn 1. And Zach Schooler leads the Grand Prix. Zach Schooler in front on the run to turn 2. Manson on the outside, a little bit further back in the pack. But it's Schooler clear of the 2 high-tech races. Nakamura second, Kanato Lee is next.
That is a massive start for Schooler. Round the outside into the lead of the race. Nakamura there looked like he just bogged down just a little bit in the second phase of the start, and that allowed Schooler around the outside to lead the New Zealand Grand Prix.
Decent start. Louis Sharp, Liam Skeets is in there with Ryan Wood in behind. Yuampu Tsui looking up the inside. There's Nolan Alla and Ugo Ugachukwu on the outside. Needs to be so careful, the American, in these opening laps when tyre temperatures and pressures are still coming up. He cannot afford to DNF this race with Freddie Slater within shout of a podium finish. Up to the hairpin for the first time. Ugachukwu defends. They're side by side behind. Phil McLaughlin looking to go around the outside of Tsui.
To head up to the bridge for the first time. They will be airborne up over the top of the bridge as they settle in. They don't want to stress these tyres too hard in this 27-lap race.
James Warden had a little look at Ryan Wood there. Was very aggressive over the top, the shelf of the bridge, and then the landing. And there's Ryan Wood, a little bit further back than where he'd like to be. Lap 1 of 27, and it's New Zealand Zach Schooler who leads the New Zealand Grand Prix. 0.6 of a second to Jin Nakamura. Kanato Lee in 3rd. Freddie Slater is 4th. Louis Sharp is 5th. Liam Skeets is next. Ryan Wood in 7th. Then Wharton, Manson and David rounding out the 10. Ugo Igachukwu is 12th, the championship leader, up 1 from where he started.
And Skula is looking racy early. You can see him hustling that car out in front. He's trying to build himself a little bit of a gap so he can start looking after his tyres to get them through the full race distance. And Nakamura there be looking at his teammate in behind, Kanato Lee, who won the second race today. The 2 Japanese drivers, both from High Tech.
This has been such a challenging season for Zach Skula. He sits outside the top 6 in the championship. Ryan Wood here having a run on Liam Skeets. He's on the button, on the push to pass, gets down the inside of the hairpin, and Ryan Wood gets the position away. He's up to 6th. Aggressive stuff early.
Skula's had pace all weekend long. He just hasn't been able to show it. He's had it when it matters on his own, but when he's been in traffic, he hasn't been able to capitalise. So he's got the pace to be running up the front like he has. Obviously qualified up right up the front there, so he's off to a fantastic start for this one. Push to pass is now also active in this race. These drivers can use it 8 times during a feature race.
They're already reeling off numbers of cars that have been flagged for the shortcut at turn 10, which is the entry to the bridge. It sounds like the lotto numbers that didn't win me anything the other night. Igachukwu goes around the outside of Yevon David. Wow, at the bus stop, gets it done and moves himself up to 11th place.
Oh, that is a move into the bus stop. Yevon David having to yield on the way in. Igachukwu is pushing on super hard as Ella.
From 10th, off the road, drops behind Yevon David, that bright yellow and blue car. So a little error there for the American, who's been racing in Indy Next for the last couple of years. Been chipping away at it all season long with some really solid results. But a little error perhaps early in this one. That's Theo McLaughlin in 13th place. Aggressive stuff from Ryan Wood, though, to get himself up to 6th place. And he's ticked 1 off the list. He's going to have to work so hard, though, to get himself further up the order. There's Igachukwu. McLaughlin looking down the inside of Alla, who's still trying to recover now from that off half a lap ago. Basically all the way down the field, closely packed under Trevor Lutzer, who rounds out the 18 runners. Cooper Shipman and Jack Taylor involved in this, the young Aussie. As we go back and have a look at this moment, this is what happened in Olanalla.
Oh, just got out on the marbles on the outside of turn 2 there. As soon as you get on those marbles, you cannot pull the car back. So super lucky it didn't end up any wider in the wall there. As around the last corner to start the 4th lap of the race. Igachukwu there putting in a very quick lap, but Zach Skula, he has some pace. He has done the fastest lap of the race so far, lighting the screens up purple. And once again, Sector 1 for Skula has gone purple in Sector 1. He is looking super racy up front.
His lead is 0.8 of a second over the birthday boy, Jin Nakamura, who turned 20 today. His teammate, Kanato Lee, who won his first race earlier on this morning, is back in 3rd place. Freddie Slater fighting for a championship. The odds get longer the higher up the grid Igachukwu gets. He's 10th. The championship at the moment would go the way of the American.
It's going to be a long afternoon. That gap's closed right up there. Nakamura there, he's on the back of Zach Skula. Skula must have made a mistake somewhere. Look at his middle sector. He dropped 2 tenths in the middle sector, but purple first sector. So whether or not Nakamura maybe push to pass through that middle sector there to close the gap.
Is this the ebb and flow that might be the story of this Grand Prix? Already about to tick off the 4th lap and start the 5th.
One thing to note as well, Skula there, even though he's pulled that gap on those first couple of laps, the way he's hustling the car, I'm going to be intrigued to see how the car's going to run over a distance if he's already putting that much stress on his tyres that early. And then Nakamura's obviously been sitting back initially to just let those tyres come up, not overwork them too hard too early. And it looks like he's done exactly that because he's just done a purple run on that last lap to set the fastest lap of the race so far. So he is starting to apply a bit more pressure back on Skula.
Yuanpu Tsui has already received 2 warnings for track limits. The next one is a 5-second time penalty. That's just something else these drivers have to keep in the back of the mind over the duration of this race.
Same with Latourette as well. He's also on 2 warnings. So next one is a 5-second time penalty added to your race.
We saw in 18-lap sprint races early on that it became an issue. Oh no, and the left rear has torn itself apart on Nolan Alla's car. So he's going to have to go to the team and get that replaced, and it rules him out of any chance of a result. Running inside the top 10 early, off at turn 2, dropped a couple of spots, and will now have to go to pit lane. I feel like that might have been an outcome of running off the road, especially with low tyre pressures.
Yeah, cut the sidewall potentially on running off the track there, so it's going to be a long, long old afternoon for Nolan Alla. You have to come in and get that tyre changed and get back out there and try not to get himself in harm's way with this race that we have on out front. And in terms of the championship at the moment, it will go Ugo Chukwu's way. If the race was to finish this lap, he would become champion for the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy.
Freddie Slater has something to say about, though. He's just set the fastest lap of the race. 1:29.45 for the young Brit. Here's Ugo Chukwu. He's on Sebastian Manson now. This is for 9th and 10th place. He wants to win this championship. He just doesn't want to circulate. He wants to get as far up the leaderboard as he absolutely can. Sometimes the best form of defense is to go on the offense, and that is what he is doing. Louis Sharp's got a warning. My colleague in the commentary box is keeping a tally of this. I feel like his iPad's going to fill up rather quickly.
It's just going to make for a very, very long race. We've still got over 20 laps remaining. This is a far longer distance than we've seen so far. And I just heard in the background as well, I'm sure I heard Schooler do a lock-up into the S's as well. So he's certainly struggling with those tyres a little bit as it is. So he's getting hustled on there.
Liam Skeets is still struggling at the moment. He's got James Wharton all over his gearbox. So the Kiwi and the Aussie battling it out over 7th and 8th position. This is a fight further back. Ugo Chukwu and Manson launch themselves over the bridge on lap 6. Schooler by 0.7. Nakamura just keeping him in check. And Giles Motorsport going to work and chucking another left rear on the rear corner of the FT60 chassis of Nolan Alla. Ugo Chukwu with a great run. His drive off the slow corners has been really good. He's got great pace. But that pass a couple of laps ago around the outside to turn into the bus stop. Difficult place to make a move here. But it feels like he is setting up Seb Manson potentially for a move. And they get a little bit further around the lap up to the hairpin, that left-hander where you've got acres of room at the turning point. And also what's going on out in front is that Kanato Lee and Freddie Slater are now basically with the leaders. There's not a massive amount between them. The top 4 cars all about evenly spaced with Zach Schooler leading. There's Schooler, there's Nakamura. 2 silver cars, the second is Kanato Lee. The black with the red is Freddie Slater.
So Ugo Chukwu as well here, he can be reasonably careful with his passing manoeuvres now, because even if Slater is to find a whole lot of pace and go to the lead of this race, he will still not be able to become champion, as he needs to finish, Ugo Chukwu needs to finish 13th or lower if Slater wins this race. So the ball is in Ugo Chukwu's court at the moment to stay where he is. Yes, still come through the field. You're a race driver. You still want to make passes. You still want to get through the field as fast as you can, but just make sure you're safe with those manoeuvres and not making any silly mistakes.
There's only been one blot on Ugo Chukwu's copybook this season. That came last weekend at Teretonga. In a battle for the lead, he ran wide in really difficult conditions in the feature race and ran off the road and eventually finished 14th. Outside of that, he has been fast and flawless. And every time he's got knocked down, he's got back up again the very next race.
If you're wondering why Ugo Chukwu is so far down the order in this race and qualified so far down, he got a technical infringement after qualifying as the front suspension, the left-hand suspension collapsed in his car, and they very quickly got it back together to get him back out on track. But there were some covers that weren't put back on the wishbones in the hurry to get the car back out there. So that's a technical infringement. Whether or not it was performance enhancing or not, that doesn't matter. That's outside the regulations. The team accepted it, so that is why he is starting further down for this race.
It was a borderline heroic effort from M2 Competition
100%.
to get that car back together.
You can't take it away from them. It's not a mistake that they made and had an hour to get the car ready. They had 2 minutes just about to throw some suspension on the car and get it back out there. Well, it was 10 minutes total by the time the car came in. So to be able to turn that car around and get it out in the heat of the moment, you know, if they were to put those covers on that weren't currently on the car. That might have been the difference or not of him even making the next qualifying. So you certainly can't take anything away from the M2 competition for getting that car back out there, but that is why Ugochukwu is so far down.
School of fastest lap, beaten by Nakamura. Personal best, Kanato Lee. Freddie Slater still in tow. 2.5 covers the top 4 cars. Bit of a gap back to Louis Sharp in 5th. And he's got Ryan Wood 8 tenths behind the 2 Kiwis. Ugochukwu must be getting frustrated. He gets so close to the back of Seb Manson on that run up towards the bus stop, but it's so difficult to execute a move there, even with the use of push to pass. That's such a high-speed entry into the first part of that bus stop chicane. He's got to bide his time and try and find his way past to get to 9th. And every position forward just makes that championship even safer. A couple of good stickers on that laptop there. Last year's champion and now an RB Formula 1 driver. Arvid Lindblad has been testing for the Junior Red Bull team in their shakedown tests just earlier this week. And less than 12 months ago, he was right here contesting the 69th New Zealand Grand Prix. That's how quickly these careers can develop.
When talent is spotted, it gets very, very quickly accelerated to the top of this game. And you can see certainly a few more is up the inside, tries Ugochukwu on Manson. They're side by side on the exit of Lakeside as they drop down the hill. On the outside is Ugochukwu. It's a long way around.
Out of reverse Indy, but is he there? No, not enough. You can see the moment he flicked the car into the chicane before the bridge, he was on it and carried so much car speed over there. He's got a really good run now. Again, and Manson's going to have to defend. Tries to go around the outside of Ugochukwu, no space. And Manson, resolute, holds on to his 9th position, fighting like it's the lead.
And just to add, race control have given Yampu Shui a 5-second penalty for doing 3 track limits, so only 10 laps into the race. That's a long, long time. So if he does it again, another 5-second penalty. If he does it again after that, you're starting to talk drive-throughs and then stop-go penalties. So either way, very long afternoon as Manson has just let Ugochukwu through. Same team, M2 competition, so they've obviously a bit of team help, but at the same time, Slater's also in the same team, so a little bit more to dissect out of that one.
Interesting. I wonder if the team saw that attempted move from Ugo last lap with the big send up the inside and went, oh, maybe we should just let him go. He's clearly got more car speed. See if he can pull away.
It's still early enough in the race, so to unlock Ugochukwu like that, if he's that fast, there's any chance. You know, we've seen the New Zealand Grand Prix being won from pit lane before, so there's any opportunity that is to let Ugochukwu go in the same team, try see if he can come through the field as far as he possibly can. And again, our timing screens light up with Ryan Wood, who's now done the fastest lap of the race, but Ugochukwu, he is hustling that car right up against the wall.
You mentioned last to first. Cast your mind back to Hampton Downs 2021. Hello to Shane van Gisbergen. The clash at Bowman Grey suspended, delayed till Monday for snow. So I'd put money on the fact that he may well have this up on the international stream and could well be watching. He's watched quite a lot of the summer, it must be said. So g'day SVG if you're watching on. No snow here this time of year. We've got a great Grand Prix though, because Jin Nakamura continues to chip away at Zach Schooler. The margin remains 0.6 of a second, and the pressure just continues and continues to build on this young Kiwi who's been racing internationally, based in the UAE. Lots of experience in this championship. Damage in the wall, Jack Taylor. And we will go safety car on lap 11. The GR Supra safety car will be called for the first time.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. Now Ugochukwu's been released from the car ahead. It's going to close it all up, and Jack Taylor there. So that's, I reckon, what he's done there is on the exit of that tight second to last corner there. As soon as you get your wheel and the gravel on the exit, which is easy done, the track sort of drops away out of there, and you get sucked out towards the wall. So I would say that's exactly what's happened to him. Whether there's been another car on his inside or not, but that is the outcome for Jack Taylor.
Shame for the young Aussie. from Launceston, but believe it or not, this is the closest he'll get to racing home all year long. International racing campaign planned. A couple of surprise performances from young Jack earlier this year, including a shock pole position at Taupo and a brilliant qualifying session with a lap time that really came from nowhere. And since then, he's strung together a really good series of results. 5th, 4th, 9th and 9th at Teretonga last weekend. So signs of promise, and Stephen Giles, team boss there, I know feels like he might have something in young Jack. It wouldn't surprise me if we see him return next year. Nothing confirmed, obviously, but he's the kind of guy that would benefit from a year's worth of experience, come back knowing the circuits and go around again. But this championship doing what it does so well and finding little sparks of talent that could well develop into a champion here or a Grand Prix winner, and then who knows what else.
It's just so good for these drivers to be able to come and do this championship. You've got 4 weeks of racing under your belt before they go over all around the world to compete in their championships coming up. We've got some drivers going into Formula 3. Louis Sharp, hopefully had a shot at Formula 3 last year, trying to get a campaign again together this year for it as well. And there's plenty of other drivers that will be going into Formula 3 as well this year. So that's one of many championships. Drivers in Xfinity as well. In Indy Next, should I say.
Yeah.
And there's so many drivers that use this as a springboard into their season up ahead.
So the excellent Highlands recovery team will be on hand here. Make sure Jack is okay, and he'll get checked over at the medical centre, and then the recovery team will go to work. Rusty.
We're just, I've literally dived in here without giving Stephen Giles too much prep time. Has he said anything on the radio at all? Do we know what's happening?
No, unfortunately, I didn't see it. I was looking elsewhere at the time, and he hasn't said exactly what has happened.
It's a shame to end things this way, but we've seen glimpses of this guy's talent. It'd be nice for him to come back, as Richard Crail's just been talking about in commentary, and maybe have another crack at this next summer too.
Yeah, we'd love to see that, obviously. I'm not sure exactly what the plans are, where the budget sits, but yeah, it'd be great to see him back if he can.
Thank you, mate.
Cheers.
Greg Russ with Stephen Giles, the team boss, former McLaren Formula 1 engineer, a man with a huge amount of experience in top levels of open wheel racing, and more recently has put his time into developing young talent. Spent some time in Australia, and he was engineering S5000 cars for a couple of seasons, Formula 3 cars before that for BRM.
And you can tell as well that Stephen Giles has been to the top of this sport. Been lucky enough to work with him a few times as well, and just his attention to detail and the way he operates, it certainly shows that he's a world-class operator and doing a great job with a lot of young talent coming through.
Wonderful crowd here today. Often the shots don't actually show the scale of people all around this quite large venue. The camping, which is on the run down towards turn 1, the number of RVs and caravans and motorhomes down there is just outstanding. Fantastic sort of country race meeting vibe. And I love the international nature of it too. That's the RV park. Spectacular views on that long run down towards the bus stop chicane and then turn 2. That looks a lot like our friends. If you followed our coverage from last weekend at Teretonga, we basically made friends via broadcast with a group of fans sitting over the other side of the racetrack, and they had a terrific weekend, couple of refreshing beverages. As we go, red flag, so the race is going to be suspended for the second time in as many feature races in Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania. So clearly the recovery team feel they need a little bit more time and a little bit more space to get that car recovered. So we push pause, race is suspended on lap 13.
Just try to get a bit more information. Maybe there's potentially some damage to the wall for the reason to go to red, as that car's nearly back on the truck and ready to disappear again. So we'll dig deep into that one and get to the bottom of why they've gone to a red flag.
We're being told the reason is due to the potential time for this recovery, and it's in order to maximise the number of racing laps we get in the New Zealand Grand Prix. So pause the race rather than just roll around behind the safety car and then get almost the full quota of full racing distance. That's been the decision made from race control. So we pause the race with Zach Schooler leading the way. Jin Nakamura second and Kanato Lee in third place.
This is an awkward one for all the drivers. As being a red flag, they've got to stop on the grid. So this will take tyre temperature out of these cars.
The upside is, and it caused some stress last weekend, is that at the moment we had a red flag at Teretonga. It also started raining, and there were many balls in the air as people tried to see where they'd land and work out whether you put a wet tyre on or not. So it's a bit more straightforward this time by. Conditions perfect. Breeze blowing across the venue. Great conditions for the fans here at the circuit. So the GR Supra safety car will bring the cars back around here at Highlands, and a red flag in the NAPA 70th New Zealand Grand Prix. So put yourself in the mind of Zach Schooler, Andrew. This is an interruption you didn't want. You were monitoring that lead. You had 6 tenths, 7 tenths, 8 tenths. It was ebbing and flowing, but every attack that Jin Nakamura had, he had a response. He had it in hand. This completely changes his race.
It certainly does. But at the same time, everyone is now going to go down in tyre temperature. You know, you're thinking about yourself, you're going, oh, this is the last thing I need, but you've got to remember every other driver in the field is going through the same thing. Yes, it breaks your rhythm as the race leader, but it breaks the rhythm of every other driver that's out there as well. So, as you can see in the background there, the recovery's actually been cleared up, so I doubt this is going to be a very long red flag situation. As we see them pull up, they'll turn the cars off, but it will mean that they'll need the slave batteries to restart them again, unless they just very quickly stop them and get them going again. As they stop at the red flag control line, you don't go all the way up to the start finish line. There's a red flag control line to allow you to push the cars if needed into the right positions. But let's have a little look at the race as what we have seen so far.
What a great start. 2 out of 3 races this weekend have been won from second on the grid. Seems to be the place to start. An aggressive turning into the bus stop chicane. A Schooler swept across the front of Jin Nakamura, and there was a massive cheer from down in pit lane and from the MTech team, who were absolutely thrilled at that massive amount of commitment. Ugo Chikui was making moves early on. Yuan Puk Sway in there staring down the barrel of some time penalties, so a red flag doesn't help him either. This was a big move. Ryan Wood up the inside of Liam Skeets for 6th place, and this was even bigger. Ugo Chikui on Yevon David to get himself into the top 10. Huge. Also the off for Nolan Alla. Would eventually damage that tyre, and he would have to limp back to pit lane. Some of the commitment shown earlier. This one, though, Andrew Wake, just enormous in the early stages of the Grand Prix.
It certainly is, and this benefits Ugo Chukwu out of anyone in this race because he had that big gap to those cars in front. So you can see the move that he tried firing up the inside of Manson. They ran side by side for a few corners. And then two competition team working together, and eventually Manson moving over to the left-hand side to let Ugo Chukwu through to try and catch the battling pack up ahead. And you can see the gap out in front for Ugo Chukwu to have to close down. Doesn't have to worry about that now. It's all closed up as we are under a red flag. Now, with these drivers, they'll be having a quick drink. They can't work on the cars.
Does this help or hinder our championship leader?
Helps him big time. It's closed that gap up. He can have a think about what's going on. He can physically see his competition up ahead of him, but he doesn't need to do any more now. Of course, he is a racer. He will still want to try and win this New Zealand Grand Prix. Yes, he's got the championship lead, but he will put his best foot forward to try and come through the field. As we said before, we've seen drivers in this championship come from the back of the grid to win the New Zealand Grand Prix and just a few years ago. So it is possible, and Ugo Chukwu would love to take home the double, but he's going to be certainly up against it. But I think personally he needs to keep the championship in mind as well, because one mistake and Freddie Slater makes one more position, he will become the champion.
Yeah, Slater really needs to get Kanato Lee on this restart, doesn't he? It will help his job. It will make it a little bit easier to try and get the title should anything befall Ugo Chukwu. So teams have gone out to their cars. They plug in the external battery pack These cars need external power generally to start them. The batteries will go flat very, very quickly without them. So they plug a jump battery into the little external plug near the rain light on the rear of the crash structure of these cars. That'll help fire the car up, and then they'll go back to running when the race is resumed.
So just getting word from race control as well, the reason that they decided to go to red flag for this, obviously they want to get the quickest recovery so we can see the most possible racing, but basically they decided that it was not a safe enough spot for the recovery to happen with where it was on the outside of the corner there. So they've thought of the driver safety first rather than speed for us watching on TV and at home. They'd rather make sure everyone is safe, not only drivers, but the volunteers, everyone that's involved, to make sure they're as safe as possible to get their car recovered, and that's exactly what they've done. Rusty.
Obviously with just the short gap that we have here, so I don't want to hold Richard Harris up for too long because he's on the radio to Ryan Wood. Firstly, that pass was great. It looks like he's in good shape. Does this help things a little?
Yeah, obviously closes that 5-second gap to the lead again. Yeah, car's good. I think Ryan's pretty comfortable. I think we're in good shape. We've pushed the pass, so yeah, let's see what we can do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Short sharp for Richard Harris, who will engineer Ryan Wood in this year's Repco Supercars Championship for Walkinshaw TWG Racing. Rebranded team, new manufacturer, new cars. Lots of excitement heading into the Supercars Championship this year. And Ryan Wood is going to go into the season sharp as. He's going to race at the Bathurst 12 Hour in 2 weeks' time, and then he'll go straight into the Supercars. So 5 of the 6 weeks leading into the Supercars opener, he will be behind the wheel of a racing car.
There is no better way to start your Supercar Championship, but to do that many weekends racing back to back to back, and not only to go driving, but to have your engineer working alongside you as well. Obviously a completely different project, but there's nothing more important than building that bond with your engineer and that line of communication to understand each other a bit better. Obviously they've already worked together for a while, but there's nothing more important than spending weekends at the racetrack. They're obviously both very, very competitive people, and that is why they are here doing this. And Ryan Wood would love to take home this New Zealand Grand Prix, but he's certainly got his work cut out, sitting in 6th place at the moment. But Schooler, as long as he just keeps doing what he's doing and doesn't make any mistakes, it's going to be pretty hard to beat him. Rihanna.
Unfortunately, we saw Nolan Alla have that little bit of an off at the start of this race into the lane at the moment. Nolan, can you just tell us the damage that the guys are trying to repair?
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. The car was actually feeling really good. It all kind of stemmed from Sebastian and Manson cutting the first corner, and after that the whole field got shaken up quite a bit, and we're just fighting with people that were a little bit slower than us, and I got some dirty air and I just drove it into the wall. Just a dumb mistake. I should have lifted off a little bit more. So they're doing the best to repair it. I think it's safe to drive. So Cooper Shipman in Taratanga was able to unlap himself and get to the back of the field. So there's a chance that we can start from the back and hopefully get a few spots.
I'm going to get out of the way here because the boys are going to wet, but I appreciate your time. Thanks, Nolan.
Thank you. Yep.
Well, sometimes honesty is the best medicine, isn't it? And that was a very open and honest interview from Nolan Alla, who came into this race 13th in the championship. Best finish of 7th so far this season. One of the just multitude of stories we've had up and down this field this year. And it's been so good telling them, along with not just the drivers, but the families that have been part of it too. Nolan's dad's involved in broadcast television in the United States with the NHL, and has helped feed us some vision as well with some cool stuff from the glasses camera. We saw the start of his practice starts earlier to give you the idea of what it's like to launch one of these cars from the driver's eye point of view. The Irishman, Phil McLaughlin, a Red Bull Junior, driving with high tech. He's been another one searching for results in an up and down 4-week period for car number 33. So the race due to resume at 5:10 local time. It's currently 5:07, so they were given the 5-minute warning. About 2.5 minutes to go before they will fire the cars up, and then a safety car restart, essentially, with what will be 14 laps to go when they cross the control line, and then when they go racing in either a lap or 2 after that, 13 or 12 laps perhaps worth of racing.
Just to note as well, Nolan Alla, you could see actually on the left-hand side of his headrest, so just on the left there, see that black bit of tape and that that buffer there. So that's just how physical these cars are. So he's using that as a headrest to go around the massive long loop to rest his head on that. And you've got to remember, these drivers are 4 weeks in, so they are physically super fit, and he still needs that pad there. And that's nothing against Nolan. He's a fit driver, but that just shows you how much load goes through these cars that he needs that pad there to also help him out. I bet he's not the only one in the field with such thing.
Well, and especially here, lots of long loaded right-hand corners, so you lean over to the left with the G-forces, and mid-corner in one of these cars, it's over 2 Gs of that sideward force, the lateral force in the car, so it's hard work.
Yeah, that's double your body weight as 2 Gs. That's what's pushing on your neck around the corner, and you're in that loop there for a good 10, 15 seconds, so that's a long time to have that much load. And it's not only the load you're battling, you're also turning the wheel so hard, you're fighting all that's going on. You can see the big concrete wall on your outside. You're nearly holding your breath on the way in as well, because it's just so fast into that bus stop. There's just so much going on in these cars. For these drivers, it's certainly something that you can be here talking about it as much as you want, just how physical they are, but until you drive them, even myself, every time I get back into a car like this, you just first lap, you go, oh, that's right, I forgot how physical these sort of cars are. So huge respect to these drivers for sticking it out for 27 laps.
Cars are fired. People watching from all around the world. Sky Sports New Zealand, great partners for the last 4 weeks and for the entire Repco NextGen NZ Championship. Fox and KO in Australia, and via our international stream, there's people watching in Thailand, in Indonesia, they're watching in Finland, even though we're missing Kalle Rovanperä, and we are missing him. Unfortunately taken ill earlier in the week and unable to take part this weekend after a starring performance at Teretonga last weekend, where he raced his way to his first single-seater podium. It's been one of the great stories, and vision of him soaring away at the wheel using all of that prodigious car control that he has gone viral on the internet as well. There's Kiwis watching from overseas as well, looking at a reminder of home. The international support for this championship and NextGen as a whole has been outstanding over the last 4 weeks. So wherever you might be watching, on the lounge in Auckland or the beach in Sydney or anywhere around the world, thank you for being part of this incredible 4 weeks of racing. Still one round to go of the Repco NextGen NZ Championship. Couple of weeks' time, we're heading to Manfield near Palmerston North, so check out nextgennz.co.nz for all the details of that round. It's going to be some exciting racing. GTs are there, TA2 are there as well. So if you're in that part of the world, make sure you check us out. It's going to be great fun. We're back behind the control of the safety car now. 14 laps remain in the NAPA 70th New Zealand Grand Prix.
A lot of temperature would have come out of these tyres, as I talked about when it first went red. So from this point, they'll be working super hard on these tyres to try and get them back up to temperature. They'll be using the brakes, accelerating, braking, turning left, turning right, loading those tyres up to pull that heat into the tyre to get ready for a restart. The safety car lights will be going out this lap.
From a championship point of view, with Ugo Chukwu in 9th position and Freddie Slater in 4th. Ugo would win the championship by 16 points. Would be one of the closest margins in CT Front for a couple of seasons. Actually, Arvid Lindblad had it wrapped up before the Grand Prix was even started last year. By the way, the Grand Prix won 12 months ago by Will Brown. Oh, there's the chief watching on from upstairs, Tony Quinn, circuit owner. And there's a great connection with the Schooler family and Tony Quinn that we'll touch on as this race weaves its way to a conclusion. Restart this time by Jin Nakamura and Kanato Lee. So Freddie Slater, I mean, all he can do is attack now, right? He's just got to go for this. Nothing left on the table. Ugochukwu is in a position to wrap up the title. He can just manage his race. Freddie's got to go and try and win this thing somehow from 4th place.
There are 2 drivers that have nothing to lose here. Jin Nakamura sitting in 2nd place, trying to take a Grand Prix off Zach Schooler, and then also Freddie Slater, who wants to get to the front of this field to try wrap up not only a Grand Prix, but a championship as well, as they all bunch up line astern, no weaving of tyres from this point.
He's only 18 years of age, Zach Schooler. His season last summer was the first time he'd actually raced at home. And what a time to come back for his second season and lead the New Zealand Grand Prix back to green. There will be 13 laps remaining. Are they 13 lucky laps for Zach Schooler?
Good restart by Schooler. He's got himself enough of a gap that he can just feel out what's going on with the tyres. Just this lap here, just a little bit smoother into turn 1.
Ryan Wood, I think, got Louis Sharp for 5th place. Yep, he did. Ryan Wood up another spot on the restart. He jumped his fellow Kiwi and he's up to P5. So Ryan Wood on the attack on a restart. Freddie Slater, his next target. Remember, they battled earlier this morning in a very feisty little battle pack. I just caught them side by side on the run into the braking zone at the bus stop. So Ryan Wood up a spot. Ugachukwu holds 9th. Zach Schooler, beautifully judged restart. Immediately back to that 0.5, 0.6 margin that he had before the safety car was out. Out of pit lane goes Yevan David, the Sri Lankan who's been such a brilliant part of our championship this summer.
So just getting further word as well. So Louis Sharp there, let Ryan Wood through so he can go attack for the championship to gain a position and that. So the EFTech team there doing a few team tactics as well, all getting involved with each other. So championships on the line. Ryan Wood looking super fast as well. Now up into a 5th position, attacking Freddie Slater.
It's an interesting one because Louis 30 points at the moment. So Ryan Wood goes through. Maybe they thought he had the faster racing car. Freddie Slater could run out the final corner. He'll get a tow from Kanato Lee. Won't be close enough to make a move yet. He's got to get himself onto the podium and then see what happens. Carries so much car speed through there. Let's look at the loop. Brilliant corner, and then it flies down towards the underpass. A really tricky, tightening sequence of S's.
Schooler looking in control at the moment. Oh, it's just as I say that there, he gets a little bit sideways out of turn 3 there. Now he's got a bit of understeer as well, working the front of the car super hard up over this thing. He's on the push to pass to help him through the section of the track. Maybe he knew he got so much understeer that he needed just that little bit of a boost to get him down into the hairpin. It's really on a sort of a defensive line. He took quite an interesting line down there at the hairpin, so very, very interesting to watch.
Interesting that he felt the need to use it to get acceleration out of the slow speed corner and that flat out run up through those really quick sequence of corners into the braking zone. So that was pushed to defend, but he is now locked out of the system for 100 seconds. So a full lap here is 1:30. So it's more than a full lap before he can get on the button again. So if Nakamura gets close and uses that push to pass, Schooler will not have it to defend.
So the best offensive move here for Nakamura is to hustle the car, use up as much tyre as he can from this point of the track to get onto the back of Schooler so he can have a dive at him from the carousel because he knows it's... Oh, look at Nakamura there, sideways through the loop. Oh, he's trying to do exactly what I was saying. He knew this was his opportunity to close the gap down on Schooler to have an attack on him and lost the rear through the loop. Great save by him, but that's opened the gap out even more for Schooler.
The top 3 were all increasingly sideways, so Schooler had a little wobble, Nakamura had a bigger wobble, and Kanato Lee did as well in 3rd place. Ryan Wood's catching Freddie Slater 2 for 4th and 5th place. There's the 40. There's Louis Sharp back in 6th. Liam Skeets is 7th. James Wharton is 8th. But maybe not for long, because Skeets had to defend up into the hairpin. Wharton's going to get a good run. Check this out. Absolute maximum commitment.
There was nothing left there. There on rack stops through the middle of the corner, saving the slide. Tried to close the gap up to the back of Schooler to use the push to pass to make it happen. Just overstepped the mark slightly, the rear snapped. Great save by Nakamura there. He'll be kicking himself off the start of this race, not getting a good enough start to be able to control the race.
Shows you how hard they are driving these cars. You went down to the grid very briefly. It was your thought that almost everyone at the top 8 were on the tyres they used to qualify in that top 8 shootout. So 3 or 4 laps potentially, maybe 5 old in that shorter session to set the grid. But there's still going to be degradation. There's still wear at this place. And the marbles that build up off the racing line as well are only going to get progressively worse. So if you run off, we've seen it a couple of times this weekend, if you run off wide, you're in pain for a lap before the tyre recovers.
Yeah, it takes a long time to get that tyre back. Once you get that pickup on it, all that old rub that's flicked off the tyres off onto the side of the track. See Skeets there, he's using the push to pass this lap as well.
So was Wharton though, so they'll cancel each other out. They both get an extra little bit of 25 horsepower. Oh, Wharton's going to send it anyway. Commits to that.
It's easy for us to sit here and say this, but Wharton just about nearly needed to wait till the next lap to use it because Skeets would have been locked out. But Wharton, he's the one in the seat. He would have known that he got a good enough drive that it was still worth pressing the button. So they're both now locked out of it for the next lap.
He's saying it's easier up here in the air conditioning and the commentary box with the view and the timing.
Very much so, very much so, especially knowing how physical it is for these drivers in these cars.
Fair comment. 10 laps remain. Zach Schooler leads the New Zealand Grand Prix, 7/10 of a second in front of Jin Nakamura, who is not letting go of the race leader. Kanato Lee is 3rd, Freddie Slater's 4th. We're watching the battle pack between Liam Skeets and James Wharton. Skeets a ring in for this weekend, looking to win his 2nd New Zealand Grand Prix and join that remarkable group of drivers. Just 8 have won this race twice. A further 5 only have won it 3 times. It looks like a tall order at this point for Liam. But there's opportunity still in this race. We're into the final 10 laps. It's just gone past 5:15 here in Central Otago in New Zealand. And this is still on, and Jin Nakamura has just set the fastest first sector. He's on the push to pass and had half a thought about a send up the inside there at the hairpin. It was a long way back. It was never going to be a move, but he is looking racy.
We are now into the unknown as well. The 2 races this morning and yesterday were 18 laps, so the cars haven't gone this far in a race, so the tyres will now be feeling different. They've understood the cars to that point, up to that 18 laps. So let's see for these remaining 8 laps of the race, who's got the best tyre to be able to take the fight to the New Zealand Grand Prix win.
And Ryan Wood is going quicker than he's gone all race, so he's starting to catch up to Freddie Slater for 4th place. There he is on the back of this queue. I'll tell you what, now James Wharton has gapped Liam Skeets. Actually, correction, Louis Sharp has gapped Liam Skeets. He's pulling away. It's not that far off the back of that leading queue either. Just 6.2 seconds covering 1st, down to 8th position. Lap 20.
And in terms of track limit counts to this point, the highest placed driver with a track limit is actually Ryan Wood in 5th. Every driver above Schooler, Nakamura, Lee and Slater, they don't have any track limit warnings on their names at this point, so they can nearly afford to use one up later on, but I wouldn't be using more than one just because of how tight it is and how quickly you start losing time due to penalties.
Wharton again looking racing. He's on the button, looks to go to the outside this time, but the defence from Skeets holds on and the Castrol car is good. Wharton got a good run out, but there's nothing he can do about it. No push to pass, struggling to find his way past.
So it looks like he was nearly waving out the cockpit. I think he's trying to signal to Liam Skeets, let me through so I can charge on, but it's equivalent to flashing your headlights. It's worth a go. It ain't going to do much, though.
And the driver in front is going to ignore it completely regardless.
100%, yeah. That's exactly what he's trying to signal. He's signaling, what are you up to? Let me through. Let me go. It's certainly a last resort chance, but it's not really going to work.
Both running for the TJ Speed with HMD Motorsport team. Zach Schooler out in front, sets the fastest lap of the Grand Prix, 1:29.1, and gets the margin out to 1.2 seconds with 7 laps to go.
That actually, to me, changes the complexion of how the end of this race is going to go. I was worried Schooler early in the race pushed too hard too early and burnt up too much tyre. So for him to still be setting the fastest lap of the race this late in the race shows he's got good tyre underneath him with 6 laps remaining.
Wharton again trying to squeeze his way past the Castrol car in front. And again, Skeets on the push to pass. The rain light flashing means the extra 25 horsepower is being deployed.
So the opposite here, Wharton hasn't used the push to pass, and he will obviously see that, and he'll know he needs the best possible run out of the carousel next lap to use the push to pass to try and put a move on Skeets.
Great shots from Joe flying our 6th drone cam all weekend long. Shows the venue, shows the challenge, the undulation and some of the amazing corners here. And also how hard it is to get past, because James Wharton is locked into this battle. 6 laps to go. 1 second exactly. Nakamura responds and takes a 10th or 2 out of the leader last time by. But if there's one thing we've learned, Jin Nakamura is going to go down swinging if he's going to go down in this one. He's got great pace. High-Tech have finally won their first race in CT Front with Kanato Lee earlier today. Can Nakamura do anything? Can he add Japan to the winners list of the New Zealand Grand Prix and the 70th running of this great race? Or will Zach Schooler add another one for New Zealand? He does hold joint citizenship with Australia, though, I understand, so potentially could be claimed on both sides of the Tasman.
You Aussies like to claim us, so we'll just make sure we claim him this time around.
Oh, he's flying the Kiwi flag on the car, so I think he's yours. Top 5, nothing in it, Ryan Wood. Here we go again, side by side. Skeetsy's had a lock up this time, but still just gets out of the corner enough to rule out any attack from Wharton on the run down into that really, really fast flick into the left and then the right and then the jump.
Getting super frustrated. His hand was out the cockpit again, waving it. Liam Skeets, it's not going to deter Liam Skeets. Even if he sees the hand out the cockpit, it's not going to change anything for Liam. He will still be trying to hold on to that position.
5 to go. The pressure at the front. Schooler last time round, 29.3 to a 29.8 for Nakamura. Has he broken the back of this one? Has he got enough of a margin? Freddie Slater's just had a track limits warning. He's running in 4th, doing whatever he can. But right now, Ugo Ugachukwu will be the champion in 9th position. The only 4-time winner of the summer.
Schooler's car is looking really good. He's looking well in control there. You can see how slow his hands are on the wheel. He's not fighting the car in any way. So he is well in control of this race as the laps tick down.
MTech have had a great summer. They're not going to win the championship, but with Ryan Wood and with Zach Schooler and Yuampu Tsui, who's been fast on occasion as well, up and down season for him, and of course Louis Sharp, who was the first winner of this championship back in race 1 at Hampton Downs. It was only 4 weeks ago. It feels like longer than that. So much has occurred in a short space of time. It's been a great season for MTech, team that is headed up by Bruin Beasley. They lead the Grand Prix with now 4 laps to go this time past. There's a close connection with the Schooler family and Tony Quinn, the owner of this racetrack, the promoter of the Repco NextGen NZ Championship. Zach's dad, Stuart, was a rally driver, had a horrific accident and had to have a leg amputated as a result. Credits Tony Quinn with saving his life. Quinn supported Zach in CT Front last season, which was his first racing on home soil. It's an incredible story, and the fact that he should lead the Grand Prix with 3.5 laps to go makes it even better. He's been racing internationally, plying his trade, but a great opportunity to come back and strut his stuff this summer. 2 race wins. He won race 2 at Hampton Downs. He got another race win in race 3 at Taupo. It's been up and down. Some DNFs have cost him a shot at contending for the championship and some inconsistency as well. but today on the biggest stage so far he has delivered, and now he's just using some push to pass as well.
Why not? Why not? If they're there to be used up, he hasn't been under enough pressure to warrant using them to this point. So I'd say he's probably got close to 8 left in the tank, so you may as well start burning them up in the back half of this race to extend that gap.
Looking to become the 33rd New Zealand driver to win the New Zealand Grand Prix.
And that'll be even harder for Nakamura as well, to see Schooler out in front, just pressing the push to pass because he's got them in the bank. He's able to use them up. As there's just over 2 laps remaining in this race. Schooler makes his way into turn 2. Just that car is looking so good underneath him.
Ryan Wood is still chucking everything at it in 5th place, trying to catch Freddie Slater. Championship has not changed. Ugo Chukwu runs in 9th place. A quiet run, doing everything he needs to do at this stage to ensure that he wins the trophy. He'll get the super license points out of this. And the pathway to Formula 1 becomes just slightly clearer. One of the 9 drivers on this grid that will tackle FIA Formula 3 alongside the FIA Formula 1 World Championship this year.
He just looks so in control of that car. The way he's driving it, the where he's placing it.
Cooper Shipman is off the road and buried in the gravel trap. And it could be it, Andrew. He's stuck in the sand. He's stuck in the gravel trap.
Just trying to work out where on the track it is. There's no safety car to this point.
It's turn 2, we're being told.
So whether or not they just run yellow lights at turn 2 for the remainder of the race or pull the safety car.
Oh, is there another twist? 2 laps to go in the New Zealand Grand Prix.
Race control will be looking at it super hard. At this stage, they fear you can't see any yellow lights through that part of the track. Either way, you can hear him just backing off just a little bit through that part of the track.
The team will have radio communication with Cooper Shipman to let him know, or to let them know that he's okay.
So just looking out from our commentary position, he's actually in behind a wall where Shipman's ended up, so he's okay. He's in a safe enough spot that will allow them to continue racing, so this will not affect anything at this point.
He's like, oh no, in the wall. Trevor Lartourette, that will bring out a safety car. That will end it. The young Americans had quite a big crash. And that's going to end the race with a lap and a half to go. Surely. Zach Schooler up to the bridge, jumps and turns the car in. He's got a second over Jin Nakamura.
Safety car lights have been displayed. Just saw them in the corner of that screen.
Safety car is called with 1 lap to go in the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix. And now he just has to cruise around a little more than 4 kilometres. And Zach Schooler is going to win this thing. What a story.
He will pick up the Toyota Super GR safety car and will go around slowly for 1 more lap to soak it up as the final lap board has been displayed for Zach Schooler. All he needs to do now is sit in behind the Toyota Supra safety car. Is Lartourette there, buried in the wall.
And the other story, of course, is that Ugo Chukwu is going to win the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. He will be champion after a remarkable season of relentless pace and consistency and winning over the last 4 weeks.
Normally finishing under safety car isn't the best way to finish a race, but no matter what way you look at it, Zach Schooler was in the lead of that race, in charge of that race, that he fully deserves it. Great job by him up to this point. Rusty.
I'm just down with Bruin Beasley while this final lap happens here. You're congratulating the team. We need to be reminded this is very much a team game here, mate, isn't it? Well done.
Yeah, it's a bit emotional.
Tell me what this means.
10 years worth of work. We've been on the front row for the last 3 years in a row, pole last year, a couple of seconds, and now we've done it. So the last few days have been pretty tough, but we've always had a car up there, and now we've got the big trophy.
Congratulations. We'll let you get to the podium and soak that up.
Thanks, mate.
There you go from MTech, Bruin Beasley. I'll try and get to Mark Pilcher or Jonathan Morey from M2 as well, guys. Back to you shortly.
Beautiful work, Rusty. And it shows the emotion of what it means to win this race. We touched on the success that MTech has had this season. They've delivered winning seasons with 3 drivers of their 4. So across their team, they have been universally strong. But what about this story for Zach Schooler, racing in the Euro Cup 3 Series last year, driving for Alex Palou Series, Rusty?
Mark Pilcher will be tied on words here, I know, and the first thing he'll tell me is that it's about Jonathan Morey and all of the team that are here. This championship was going to be a biggie, mate, wasn't it? And that, man, you've done it.
Yeah, have we? I'm looking.
Oh, I know you wanted to.
Yeah, it was a super tough championship. Freddie and Ugo were throwing curveballs all over the place by all sorts of different people. Ugo stayed cool, and look what's happened.
Let it come across the line and let you guys all soak it up. It's about the team. Well done.
Thank you.
Mark Pilcher, so you've heard from Grand Prix winner and championship winner. What a season it's been. From Hampton Downs to Taupo to Teretonga and now to Highlands. The GR Supra safety car will accelerate away and the checkered flag will fly. The 70th NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix. It's staying in New Zealand. Zach Schooler, for the 70th time, wins the New Zealand Grand Prix.
What a drive. Led that from the start, looked well in control throughout the whole race. The MTech team delivered him a beautiful car and he drove it to perfection to bring home the New Zealand Grand Prix.
And Ugo Ugachukwu, the 18-year-old from New York, with a remarkable story to tell, wins the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. Over 4 incredible weeks and 15 races, he is the champion. But Zach Schooler, with so close ties to the ownership of this circuit, the facility and the series that he races in, has won the New Zealand Grand Prix at Highlands. Jin Nakamura and Kanato Lee, 2nd and 3rd for Hi-Tech. MTech the champions. Freddie Slater next. Ryan Wood, Louis Sharp, Skeets, Wharton and Ugachukwu for M2 competition, their 8th consecutive title in this series, dating back to the Toyota Racing Series days. Sebastian Manson rounds out the top 10 in the Grand Prix with Phil McLaughlin next. Cardi Baptista 12th, Evan David 13th. Sway, we saw with some time penalties, ended up 14th. And then some walking wounded behind that. What a race, what a season, what a story this is for the 70th NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix, to go to a Kiwi and one with such ties to this place. Mum and Dad watching on from Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. They're going to be first there to celebrate. And we're watching this race with Tony Quinn.
What a way to soak it up around this 4.1 kilometre circuit, Highlands Motorsport Park, that throws everything at these drivers. And the one who came out on top in New Zealand Grand Prix, Zach Schooler, he will be certainly relieved. But with the way his car was and the way he drove that car, I think he could have happily, it was absolutely flawless. He could have happily stayed out there for another 27 laps, which is how well he was driving it.
Keep the thing on the bitumen at the moment, young Zach. Just trying to get some pickup on the tyres. Make sure we pass the ride height test when the car gets into pit lane, and on the scales, and make sure everything is legal and good. So he will be the 70th name added to the New Zealand Grand Prix trophy, the New Zealand Motor Cup, the 33rd Kiwi to win the crown. The last one was Liam Skeets in 2024. It's been a huge story, a huge build-up to this race, charting the history and some of the most incredible moments and names that have stood on top of the podium, have lifted that trophy, and whose names are forever enshrined in it. An milestone race with a milestone story. Celebrates in front of the crowd here at Highlands. And he's going to head to victory lane very, very soon. Thought Nakamura and Lee, I thought they were great. What a season for those two. Jin, unfortunate to not win a race this season, but man, his strike rate was so good, and Kanato Lee was there pretty much all season long, had a tough weekend at Teretonga. There have been such good additions in high-tech too.
Yeah, they certainly had, and just the consistency that they showed all championship long. As Zach Schooler goes past his M-Tech team.
And there's M2. One M to another. The champions, they will celebrate Ugo Ugachukwu. The family awaits Zach Schooler. He pulls into Allied Petroleum victory lane as the winner of the 70th NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix.
I think that right there sums it up perfectly, doesn't it?
What did you just do?
Oh my God. I'm so proud. He's a Grand Prix winner.
He said, I'm a New Zealand Grand Prix winner. There's the hug with the team boss, Bruin Beasley, who was speaking to Greg Rust in pit lane just 2 laps to go and was so emotional about this win. What a success for M-Tech to claim the Grand Prix trophy, and what a season it was for them as well. The celebrations will be large in Cromwell tonight. Zach Schooler has made his way to Allied Petroleum victory lane. We're going to soak this in, and then very shortly, he's going to talk to Rihanna.
Victory lane, the 70th running of the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix. Zach Schooler, you are the winner. Congratulations.
Oh, I can't believe it. Oh my days. You know, we've had such a tough year. The pace he's shown all year was really good. Just so many unlucky moments, but to top it off like that, you know, probably the last race I have in single seaters for, you know, the time for the future. But yeah, I can't thank the team at M-Tech enough, my family, everyone else involved. It means so much.
Your family have been on this ride every single race. Your mum, Deborah, your dad, your whole entire family, they have been here. They've ridden this wave with you. Tell me what it means to you personally and to them.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't do it without them, you know. It's not easy being a racing driver, especially financially, but, you know, we do a lot to try and get going, and, you know, to be able to pay them back with this win means so much.
Tony Quinn standing here in victory lane as well to greet you. I know that man means so much to you.
Yeah, no, it does. You know, obviously, end of 2024, I think it was, winning the TQF shootout meant a lot. And, you know, to be able to still carry the Tony Quinn Foundation on my race suit means so much.
Unfortunately, we finished that one under safety car, but just talk us through the thoughts that were going through your mind behind the wheel as you realised that you were going to be a Grand Prix winner.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really have much words, you know. Towards the end of the race, we started pulling up a bit of a gap, you know, started getting my head down a bit after managing the tyre. And, but then as soon as I saw that safety car, I saw the new, and I was like, we just have to get around for one more lap, and then there it was.
Soak this in. You are a New Zealand Grand Prix winner. Go and enjoy the celebrations with your friends and family. And we welcome second place in today's Grand Prix. He did not go out without a fight. Congratulations to Jin Nakamura, who we've loved having part of this championship all season long. Jin, I know you wanted this one so badly, but second place is an excellent result.
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed for this result. Yeah, I had about to start again. Yeah, that's it.
I know, I can sense the pressure that you place on yourself, but all season long you have been consistently within this podium position. You must be so proud of what you have delivered.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. Yeah, I enjoyed a lot this season. Thank you so much.
We wish you all the best for your future endeavours. Congratulations, Jin. We have loved watching you race. And rounding out our podium in third position, Kanato Lee. You've had an outstanding season all season long. A great win earlier today. Well done to be on the podium.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, first of all, massive congratulations to Zach. Yeah, he drove an amazing race, and also Jin as well. But yeah, honestly, finishing the championship in third, it's yeah, massive honor, and yeah, really nice end, and yeah, I'm really happy about it.
Congratulations, outstanding work you've done here over summer. Well done.
Thank you.
It is time now for the first of our two very special podiums here this afternoon. Firstly, for our feature race, the NAPA 70th New Zealand Grand Prix, all as a part of the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. We're delighted to present the trophies and checks. Mr. Jan Willink, the Castrol Automotive Marketing Manager. Ladies and gentlemen, here in Victory Lane, let's welcome third place from Japan for high-tech. Make some noise, Kanato Lee! In second place, be equally generous in your applause, also from Japan, also from high-tech. How about it for Jin Nakamura? And now, presenting the 70th New Zealand Grand Prix to our winners. We welcome Deb Day, Motorsport New Zealand President. And ladies and gentlemen, in first place for this milestone running from New Zealand, from MTech, make some noise in the house for Zach Schooler! We'll get Zach up there on the podium with his check. Drivers, be mindful of your caps there as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let's pause now for the national anthem of our winner from New Zealand, for Zach Schooler. Lots of applause here in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. Drivers, just one thing remains. There's champagne at your feet. Let the celebrations for the Grand Prix begin.
And it is now time to bring into Allied Petroleum Victory Lane our champion for the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy from the United States of America with M2 competition. Congratulations to Ugo Chukwu. Ugo, with 4 victories across 4 rounds of this season, you are now the champion. Well done.
Yes, amazing feeling. Honestly, it's across the line. The race felt way longer than usual. But yeah, just happy to get it done, get it over with, and get the championship. It's been a really good campaign, really good season. Yeah, I can't thank the whole team enough. They've did a mega job all year, and I'm happier for them than even for me. And just big thanks to them for you know, putting their trust in me at the beginning of the season.
You came out and asserted dominance right at Hampton Downs with a couple of victories there. Were you confident that you were going to be able to continue that form throughout the season like you have?
Yeah, definitely. Hampton Downs was the perfect start, let's say, and give me a nice advantage just to, you know, build into for the rest of the season. And yeah, we had good results after that as well. And at the end, you know, today it was just about, you know, getting the points that we needed and bringing it home.
Talk me through how stressful the last 24, 48 hours have been for you and the team. Obviously, we detailed what had happened, but to focus on the championship, how have you done it?
Yeah, it hasn't been easy. Of course, we got a bit unlucky in Q1, which was a shame because you know, I would have loved to fight for the New Zealand Grand Prix as well. We had a good opportunity starting in P2. But yeah, you know, I had to, you know, put it behind me and look at the big picture and at least, you know, get the championship, and that's what we did.
Ugo, I know that your mum has been here to every single race meeting. She's been following around for this summer series. How important is it to have her support and your friends and family supporting you along this journey?
No, yeah, it's been really good, of course. You know, these 4 weeks, it's been good, lots of high moments, but then, you know, you have the lows, but you have to kind of recover from that, and that's what I managed to do. So I'm sure she's really happy right now.
Ugo Chukwu, you are the champion for 2026. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Time now here at Highlands Motorsport Park in Cromwell for an equally important podium. It is the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy for the 2026 overall champion. Helping us to present the special Chris Amon Trophy and underscoring the significance of this series in our part of the world, we welcome Akitoshi Takamura, the Toyota executive responsible for the wider Oceania region. Thank you for being here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the podium from M2 competition from the United States. Give it up for your CT Front overall champion, Ugo Chukwu! A very special check and an incredibly special trophy for that young racer. We wish him well for the 2026 season. That, ladies and gentlemen, is your champion for 2026. How about a nice final round of applause?
So a deserved champion at the end of a 15-race campaign across 4 circuits, the most intense summer of racing in New Zealand we've seen from this championship in its 21-year history. Condensed down to 4 weekends, but still 15 races, all of them action-packed, all of them intense. And Ugo Chukwu is the champion for M2 competition. As we go back and have a look at the race highlights for the NAPA 70th New Zealand Grand Prix, and the start was everything. It was a brilliant launch from Zach Schooler, and the commitment into turn 1, absolute, as he led the field on lap 1.
Yeah, it was all about that start, and you could tell how much it meant to his engineer as Alla ran off the road on the exit of turn 2, just got the wall, which created damage, had to come back into the pits, and Ugo Chukwu there tried firing it up the inside off Lakeside, wasn't quite able to get it done, to later have Manson let him past and get on with the race.
Yeah, a sporting move. And then the safety car was called for Taylor, who had a big accident coming into or onto the start-finish straight. The race was suspended while the accident was cleared up, and then it resumed. And this was how hard they were pushing through turn 2. James Wharton found a roadblock in Liam Skeets in their battle for 7th and 8th. And there was just no passing the young Kiwi, Trevor Latourette, at the end. Quite a hefty impact, ultimately into the wall at turn number 2. Brought out the safety car with 1 lap to go in the New Zealand Grand Prix. And that was it. That was all she wrote. Zach Schooler won the race. M-Tech celebrated. Ugo Chukwu won the championship, and M2 competition celebrated. And that is the winning moment that Zach Schooler added his name to the 69 others on that incredible trophy as a New Zealand Grand Prix winner. What a season. What a season it's been. Ugo Chukwu wins the championship. Freddie Slater and Louis Sharp next. Nakamura, Wood and Lee, the top 6. Schooler up to 7th with the win. Wharton, Sway in 9th. Yevon David top 10. He's been a great story this summer. And Ernesto Rivera next. Nolan Alla, Phil McLaughlin, Jack Taylor, Cooper Shipman. Kalle Rovanpera didn't race this weekend. Was on the verge of the top 10 before it. Sebastian Manson, Baptista and Trevor Latourette. Well, the champion and the Grand Prix winner crowned. From Richard Crowell and Andrew Waite in the commentary box. That's it for us, but let's go and wrap it all up with Rusty and Rihanna.
And a superb effort all summer by Richard Craill, Andrew Waite, our good friend in Ronan Murphy as well. Rihanna, I mean, that's, you know, a great one for you to add to the CV. It is hard to bottle the feeling in here, and hopefully it's been conveyed to those of you watching at home and all around the world. It's special, isn't it?
It is so special. I think you can just tell by the emotion that we saw from Zach Schooler, the emotion we saw from Jin Nakamura, the pressure he had on his shoulders all season long. This race is so special to these drivers, and to finally get your name on the trophy, I mean, it was written all over their faces. Just really, really cool.
So many cool stories to come out of this as they launch into, let's call it there, I mean, it's our summer of racing, which we love, but they've all got big seasons ahead of them in different areas. Firstly, we knew that Uga Chukwu was special, winning the Macau GP in 2024 to win this title for the year ahead for him. That's a great achievement.
Incredible, and he came out so strong earlier on in the season at Hampton Downs and sort of cemented himself in this championship, and everyone kind of went, okay, wow, this guy means business. This is why he is those winners that you just detailed, and he is going to go far in his future, absolutely no doubt. He's such a cool, calm sort of character, so it doesn't show a huge amount of emotion on his face, but boy, does he know how to drive a race car fast.
Ditto to Freddie Slater, exceptional, particularly in the back end of this championship. And Zach Schooler is a New Zealand Grand Prix winner. What a launch pad for his 2026 season. We are not done yet as far as the Repco NextGen NZ Championship is concerned. That might wrap up CT Front for the year with our 4 excellent straight weeks of racing. But we will reconvene in a few weeks' time at Manfield near Palmerston North and Fielding in the North Island there. Looking forward at one of the great classic tracks to bringing you all kinds of activity for the NextGen NZ Championship. Have you enjoyed your time on the road?
Can't you tell by the smile on my face, Rusty? It has been incredible. I've been so privileged to come to racetracks I've never been to before and witness these young stars that are going to be stars of the future. And I no doubt we'll see some of these guys in Formula One in the not too distant future. So I've absolutely loved every minute of it.
We are just about out of time. A special thank you to all of the hard-working volunteers behind the scenes who've made this all possible. Our NextGen NZ Championship team that keep the show on the road. Those working on our TV coverage. Everybody from Motorsport New Zealand to Toyota especially, but most importantly to you for watching right around the world. Thanks for being on the journey with us. We'll catch you in a few weeks. Bye for now.